To fulfill the overarching objectives of religion in reforming the condition of the individual, the community, and all of humanity within the framework of the established principles of Islam and under the condition of justice, which must be observed in the ruler, it becomes incumbent upon him to remove any harm afflicting the nation, whatever its nature may be. Likewise, he must undertake every endeavour that yields benefit to the people, provided that it does not contradict any divine injunction. These are broad and far-reaching powers that encompass all dimensions of life. The realization of social justice, in all its intricate aspects, falls within this scope. Thus, in economic matters, for instance, he has the authority to go beyond the obligatory zakat and impose additional taxes to achieve balance and equity, to eradicate enmities and resentments, and to shield the nation from the perils of opulence, destitution, and the monopolization of wealth by a select few. However, this must be done without violating any divine ordinance or fundamental principle of Islamic life. He does not have the right to impoverish the people entirely, seizing all their wealth and leaving them destitute. Nor may he monopolize their sources of livelihood, subjugating them, reducing them to servitude, and depriving them of the freedom to fulfill their duty of sincere counsel, vigilant oversight, and the enjoining of good and forbidding of evil regardless of its source. None of this can ever be realized unless individuals possess independent means of sustenance that are free from the control of the ruler and his officials. For he who controls the means of livelihood holds sway over the necks of men. The historical reality of the Muslim community offers numerous examples of how public interests have been safeguarded without infringing upon the essential principles of Islamic life that we have outlined. There exist practical applications of this in every era, for Islam is not a rigid system, nor are its detailed applications confined to a particular time or place. What Islam seeks to establish as immutable are only its fundamental principles, those that define its divine character and preserve the Muslim society from dissolution into the materialistic civilizations around it, or from losing its ability to lead those very civilizations that it was sent to guide. Thus far we have spoken of the formal aspect of governance in Islam. Yet beyond this lies the voluntary dimension, wherein guidance transcends mere legal obligation following the path of Islam in all its commandments and systems. For the governance of an Islamic state is founded upon conscience, just as it is built upon law. It rests upon the awareness that God is ever present at every moment, watching over both the ruler and the ruled. The Prophet said, "No servant whom God has entrusted with authority over a people, and who then fails to fulfill his duty with sincerity, shall even smell the fragrance of paradise." Sahih Muslim 142. And as the Quran warns, "And do not consume one another's wealth unjustly, nor use it to gain favour with the rulers, knowing that you are sinfully devouring the wealth of others." Al-Baqarah 2, 188. Thus, both the ruler and the ruled are equally bound to observe the presence of God in all their actions, and the fear of God is the ultimate safeguard for the realization of justice. We have previously mentioned how Islam entrusts weighty matters such as legal punishments and financial dealings to the conscience, once it has been disciplined and refined. For if the fear of God does not reside within the heart, then there is no real safeguard. For laws can be circumvented, hidden from, and rulers and judges can be deceived. This does not mean that the Islamic social system relies solely on conscience, but rather that Islam provides an additional guarantee beyond mere legislation. This distinction must be fully understood, for it grants Islam a superiority over systems that rely exclusively on laws, without any moral restraint or spiritual sensitivity. And we shall see in due course that this conscience, nurtured and refined by Islam, has played a momentous role throughout history, bringing forth events that resemble miracles and wonders in the lives of Muslims across the ages. Indeed, the discussion on financial policy is perhaps the most pertinent to the subject of social justice. Many readers may have felt that this topic was delayed in this book while reading the initial chapters, yearning to reach this point. But this delay was intentional, for social justice in Islam is far greater than financial policy alone, as we have already shown. It was imperative that we first unveil Islam's comprehensive vision of justice, exploring its essence, foundations and mechanisms in its vast and all-encompassing scope, before narrowing our focus to its financial dimension, as materialist ideologies do those that debase all human values except that of wealth. Islam approaches financial policy guided by its overarching worldview, its holistic philosophy. It ensures, first and foremost, that financial dealings uphold the meaning of servitude to God alone, by subjecting the circulation of wealth to divine law. This law is designed to secure the well-being of both the individual and the community, maintaining an equilibrium where neither is harmed, neither the individual nor the collective. It does not stand in opposition to human nature, nor does it obstruct the fundamental laws of life or its higher aspirations. Islam employs two primary means to realize this financial policy. 1. Legislation. 2. Moral guidance. Through legislation, Islam establishes practical measures that foster a healthy and progressive society. Through moral guidance, it inspires individuals to transcend necessity, aspiring toward a nobler existence, elevating human life toward a realm of ideals, a height that not all can reach at all times, yet the door remains ever open for those who seek excellence. To illustrate this, let us take a single example regarding wealth before delving into the details of financial policy. Islam has designated zakat as the fundamental right upon wealth, an obligation that the ruler may enforce upon the people if they refuse to give it. It is an ordained duty with a fixed and determined amount. Yet beyond zakat, the ruler has the authority to levy additional contributions when necessary to avert harm, alleviate hardship and safeguard the collective welfare of the Muslim community. This right, akin to zakat in its binding nature when required, is entrusted to the public interest, the justice of the ruler, and the overarching principles of the Islamic system. This is the realm of law. As for moral guidance, Islam has encouraged the people to relinquish all their wealth and spend it entirely in the path of God. Thus we find Abu Dhar al-Ghifari, may God be pleased with him, narrating, "The messenger of God set out one day toward Uhud, and I accompanied him. He said, 'O Abu Dhar,' I replied, 'at your service, O messenger of God.' He said, 'The wealthy will be the least on the day of resurrection, except those who do this, and he gestured to his right, left, front, and back, and how few they will be. Then he said, 'O Abu Dhar.' I replied, 'Yes, O messenger of God, may my father and mother be sacrificed for you.' He said, 'I would not wish to possess gold equivalent to the mountain of Uhud, only to spend it all in the path of God and leave behind but 2 coins. Sahih Muslim 940. And then he said, 'O Abu Dhar, you desire abundance, but I desire scarcity.' That is the legislation, and this is the guidance. Together, they form the essence of financial policy, just as they constitute the foundation of every policy in Islam. And now let us proceed to the details and elucidation. The right to private ownership. Islam affirms the right of private ownership of wealth acquired through legitimate means, the details of which shall be expounded shortly, and establishes it as the cornerstone of its economic system. From this affirmation, natural consequences arise: the preservation of this right for its owner, its safeguarding from theft, plunder, seizure or embezzlement in any form, and the prohibition of confiscation without an overriding public necessity, and then only with fair compensation that involves no injustice. Islam erects formidable barriers to protect this right, instituting severe deterrents against its violation, while also instilling ethical guidance to purify the soul from coveting what does not rightfully belong to it, what lies within the domain of others. Furthermore, it grants the owner the right to dispose of their wealth through sale, lease, mortgage, gift or bequest, alongside all other lawful means of transaction within the bounds of prescribed limitations. There is no doubt in the unequivocal affirmation of this right in Islam, nor in its status as the bedrock of Islamic life and economy, a principle that may not be contravened except in the face of necessity, and then only to the extent that necessity dictates. Unto men belongs a share of what they have earned, and unto women a share of what they have earned. 432. And give the orphans their wealth, and do not exchange the good for the bad. 4:2. As for the wall, it belonged to 2 orphan boys in the city, and beneath it was a treasure belonging to them, and their father had been a righteous man. So your Lord willed that they should come of age and extract their treasure as a mercy from your Lord. 1882. And in the hadith, whoever is killed defending his wealth is a martyr. The severe punishment for theft stands as a testament to the sanctity of this right and the necessity of its protection from transgression. As for the thief, male or female, cut off their hands in recompense for what they have done as an exemplary punishment from God. 538. As for usurpation, it is forbidden, and cursed is he who commits it. The messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said, Whoever unjustly seizes even a handspan of land will be yoked with it from the 7 depths of the earth. He also said, Whoever wrongfully takes the wealth of a Muslim shall meet God while he is angry with him. And just as there exists the right of private ownership, so too does the right of inheritance. Unto the men belongs a share of what parents and kindred leave behind, and unto the women belongs a share of what parents and kindred leave behind. 4:7. God enjoins you concerning your children. The male shall have the portion of 2 females. 4:11. They ask you for a ruling. Say, God gives you a ruling concerning the one who leaves neither parent nor child. If a man dies childless but has a sister, she shall have half of what he leaves. 4:176. The affirmation of private ownership establishes fairness between effort and recompense, while also aligning with human nature the innate tendencies of the soul. Islam acknowledges these inclinations in its structuring of society, ensuring that such recognition harmonizes with the interests of the community by inspiring the individual to exert the utmost effort in the pursuit of economic vitality. Beyond this, it fosters dignity, independence, and personal development, equipping individuals to be stewards of this faith, standing firm against transgression, holding rulers accountable, and offering counsel without fear of losing their sustenance should it be controlled by those in power. For the individual is inherently disposed towards the love of wealth. Indeed, he is passionate in his love of wealth. 108. He is naturally inclined toward possession and reluctant to part with what he owns. Say, if you possessed the treasures of my Lord's mercy, you would surely withhold them for fear of spending. 17:100. And human souls are prone to avarice. 4:128. He is also innately drawn to the welfare of his offspring, desiring to bequeath to them the fruit of his toil. The wealth he accumulates for them is nothing but the labour of his hands, crystallized in material form, a means by which a man prefers his progeny over his personal indulgence during his lifetime. There is no harm in accommodating these natural inclinations, for they serve as motivation for an individual to exert himself to the fullest, approaching his work with enthusiasm and vigour. He does not feel enslaved to labour, nor does he toil with resentment or despair. Ultimately, it is the community that reaps the benefits of his effort and dedication. Islam establishes the principles that allow society to derive this benefit while mitigating any harm that may arise from granting the individual freedom in ownership and transaction. Justice demands that the system acknowledges and satisfies the individual's aspirations and inclinations within limits that do not harm the collective, so that he is duly rewarded for his exertion, sweat, intellect and endurance. Justice is the greatest principle in Islam, and social justice must not always be at the expense of the individual. It is for the individual as much as it is for society, provided the path of moderation is taken and justice is realized in all its forms. Beyond all this, none can assert with certainty that the suppression of natural, reasonable incentives leads to greater benefit, whether for the individual or society. It is a distrust of human nature that prescribes a singular path to justice by crushing these incentives and obstructing them, just as it is a fanciful ideology divorced from reality that assumes these impulses can be eradicated through legislation within a generation or several. Islam does not harbour such mistrust of human nature, nor does it construct its framework upon utopian ideals, ignoring the deep realities of existence. Indeed, to honour humanity is to perceive it with deeper insight, recognising the profundity of its nature, the authenticity of its instincts, and the depth of its roots. This demands greater wisdom, meticulous caution, and refined thought in guiding it and shaping its institutions. The testimony of countless millennia of human existence must not be dismissed in favour of arbitrary theories about human inclinations, nature and behaviour imposed forcibly and heedlessly. And as for the affirmation of inheritance, its rationale was previously discussed in the chapter on social solidarity. It aligns with human nature, as we have outlined, and with justice in its highest form, while also serving the collective good by maintaining continuity between generations of humankind. Beyond that, it functions as a means of wealth distribution, as shall be elaborated upon. The nature of private ownership. Yet Islam does not leave the right of private ownership unfettered and unrestrained, as in the capitalist system. It acknowledges this right, but sets alongside it principles that ensure it serves the welfare of society just as much as it benefits the individual owner. Ownership is granted, but prescribed limits and conditions govern how it may be developed, spent, and circulated, with the interests of society ever present in this regulation, alongside the well-being of the individual himself, all within the moral objectives upon which Islam builds life. The foremost principle Islam establishes alongside private ownership is that the individual is akin to a trustee over his wealth on behalf of society, his possession of it being more of a duty than an absolute entitlement. Wealth, in its essence, belongs to the community, which is entrusted with it by God, the only true owner of all things. Individual ownership arises only when one exerts personal effort to acquire a specific portion of this communal trust. Believe in God and his messenger, and spend of that over which he has made you trustees. 57:7. This verse requires no elaborate interpretation to convey its meaning. The wealth in people's hands belongs to God, and they are but his stewards over it. In another verse regarding emancipated slaves, and give them a share from the wealth of God that he has granted you. 24:33. Thus they are not giving from their own possessions, but from the wealth of God, in which they are mere intermediaries. They are but intermediaries in this, and there exist even clearer expressions of the true nature of individual ownership of wealth, its essence being the right of disposal and benefit. This is the reality, for ownership in itself holds no value if unaccompanied by the right to utilize and benefit from it. The condition for the continuation of this function is the capacity for responsible management. If one's discretion becomes impaired, then the guardian or the community has the right to reclaim the authority of disposal. And do not entrust your wealth, which God has made a means of support for you, to the feeble-minded, but provide for them out of it and clothe them. 4.5. Thus, the right of disposal is contingent upon wisdom and the proper fulfillment of its function. If the owner fails to meet these conditions, then the natural consequences of ownership, namely the rights of disposal, are suspended. This principle is further affirmed by the fact that the leader of the community is the inheritor of those who leave behind no heirs. Wealth, in its essence, belongs to the collective, and the individual is but a trustee over it. When his tenure ends, it returns to its source. I do not assert this principle as a proclamation of communal ownership of wealth, for individual ownership is a fundamental and unequivocal right within the Islamic system. Rather, I affirm it because of the profound and beneficial insight it provides into the true nature of individual ownership, which is inherently bound by this overarching principle that governs Islam's perspective on wealth, differentiating it entirely from the capitalist notion of private property. To put it more plainly, when an individual perceives himself merely as a trustee over the wealth in his possession, a wealth that, in its essence, belongs to the community, it makes him more amenable to the obligations placed upon him by the system, as well as the restrictions imposed upon his transactions. Likewise, when the community is conscious of its inherent right in this wealth, it emboldens it to legislate obligations and establish limits without, however, exceeding the bounds set by the Islamic system, which we have previously alluded to. Thus, this understanding ultimately leads to principles that ensure complete social justice in the distribution and utilization of wealth. Another principle that Islam establishes regarding ownership is its aversion to wealth being confined within the hands of a select few, circulating solely among them while remaining inaccessible to others, so that it may not merely circulate among the rich among you. 59.7. The implication of this principle is that a portion of wealth is to be taken from the affluent and effectively transferred to the poor. A historical incident sheds light on this general Islamic principle. When the emigrants, Muhajirun, left Mecca with the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, some of them were able to carry their wealth with them, while others, particularly the wealthy, left their possessions behind and arrived in Medina as destitute as the poor. The Ansar, the helpers of Medina, in an extraordinary display of generosity, overcame the innate human inclination towards avarice and welcomed the emigrants as brothers in every aspect of their lives, even in their most personal matters, offering their wealth with open hearts and sincere intentions. They love those who have emigrated to them and find no hesitation in their hearts regarding what they have been given, and they give them preference over themselves even though they themselves are in need. 59.9. Thus, they became a shining exemplar of how faith transforms the human soul, setting a noble precedent in overcoming material constraints and aspiring towards loftier ideals. Yet, despite their generosity, the disparity between the wealthy of Medina and the impoverished emigrants remained vast. The Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, witnessed the magnanimity and selflessness of the Ansar, and saw no need to ask more of them than what they had already willingly given, nor to burden them with redistributing portions of their wealth to the emigrants, given that they had already shared everything they possessed with them. Then came the incident of Banu al-Nadir, a tribe that surrendered to the Prophet without engaging in battle. Consequently, their wealth became an exclusive endowment for God and his messenger, unlike the spoils of war, which are divided among the combatants, with only 1/5 reserved for God and his messenger. At this juncture, the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, sought to restore some balance in the distribution of wealth among the Muslim community. Thus, he allocated the wealth of Banu al-Nadir exclusively to the emigrants, with the exception of 2 impoverished men from among the Ansar, as they too fell within the wisdom that dictated this allocation. Regarding this event, the Quran declares, "What God has bestowed as spoils upon his messenger from the people of the towns, it belongs to God and the messenger, and to near relatives, orphans, the needy, and the wayfarer, so that it may not merely circulate among the rich among you. And whatever the messenger gives you, take it, and whatever he forbids you, abstain from it. And fear God, for indeed God is severe in punishment. It is for the poor emigrants who were expelled from their homes and their wealth, seeking bounty from God and his pleasure, and aiding God and his messenger. These are indeed the truthful ones." 59:7-8. The significance of this act by the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, and the rationale behind it, as articulated in the Quran, are evident and require no elaboration. They establish a clear Islamic principle, the aversion to wealth being hoarded by a privileged few, and the necessity of correcting such imbalances by redistributing wealth among the poor to restore equilibrium, so that it may not merely circulate among the rich among you. 59:7. For the unchecked accumulation of wealth in one sector of society and its deprivation in another leads to grave corruption, beyond the mere resentment and envy it engenders. Wherever surplus wealth accumulates, it manifests like surplus energy in the body. It must find an outlet. And this outlet is not always guaranteed to be pure or secure. At times, wealth finds expression in extravagant indulgences that corrupt souls and weaken bodies. At other times, it fuels desires that seek gratification in those who lack wealth, who are compelled, out of necessity, to sell their honour and trade in their dignity, who bow and flatter, who erase their own identities merely to satisfy the whims and vanities of the affluent. For necessity knows no bounds, and those who hoard wealth care only that their excess finds an avenue for consumption. Prostitution, alcohol, gambling, human trafficking, pandering, the loss of integrity, and the erosion of honour, these are but symptoms of the concentration of wealth in the hands of a few, while the rest languish in poverty, symptoms of an imbalance in society caused by economic disparity. Beyond these, there also arise the resentments of the deprived, whose hearts turn against the wealthy with animosity, or who, in their desperation, lose all sense of self-worth, their dignity crumbling before the overwhelming dominance of money and status. They become mere human fragments, their only concern to appease those who wield wealth and power. This is precisely what transpired under the capitalist system. Despite Islam's emphasis on spiritual and moral values, it does not overlook the impact of economic realities, nor does it impose upon people burdens beyond their human capacity, no matter how much it elevates them above mere material needs. Thus, Islam detests the monopolization of wealth among the affluent alone, and makes this principle a cornerstone of its economic philosophy. And he has enjoined that a portion of this wealth be returned to the poor, so that they may have a source of livelihood that belongs to them, one that ensures their dignity and independence, enabling them to fulfill the trust of this religion by striving against wrongdoing, whether it emanates from rulers or from the ruled alike. Moreover, there exists a category of wealth that may not be monopolized by individuals. The Prophet enumerated 3 such resources: water, pasturage, and fire. He said, "The people are partners in 3, water, pasturage, and fire." Abu Dawud, Ibn Majah. These, in the Arabian environment, were essential public resources necessary for the survival of the community. Their utilization was to be open to all, unrestricted by private ownership. The necessities of communal life, however, vary from one environment to another and from one era to another. And qiyas analogy, which is one of the fundamental principles of Islamic jurisprudence, allows for the extension of this ruling to other resources of a similar nature when applied in practice, provided that such extension does not alter the foundational principles of the Islamic order, nor lead to the complete dispossession of individuals, turning them into mere labourers under the dominion of the state. For in such a scenario, the state would wield a power of subjugation even greater than that of wealthy individuals, for it would combine financial power with political authority. A portion of wealth is also subject to zakat, and in their wealth there is a known right for the beggar and the destitute, Quran 70:24-25. This portion transitions from the ownership of those who pay zakat to that of those who are entitled to receive it. Indeed, the alms are meant only for the poor, the needy. Quran 9:60. It is a right that the community takes and then redistributes among specific individuals. Thus, the function of the community is to transfer individual ownership from one hand to another, from one group to another. It is, in essence, a rightful claim of certain needy members of society, mandated in the form of an obligation upon the wealth of others. The essence of private ownership in Islam can thus be summarized as follows. The fundamental principle is that wealth belongs to the community as a whole. Private ownership is a function regulated by conditions and limitations. Certain forms of wealth must remain communal and may not be privately owned, ensuring their benefit to all. And a portion of wealth is designated as a right that must be returned to the community to be distributed among specific groups in need, for their well-being and that of the society at large. Means of private ownership Islam, based on this conception of ownership, establishes its logical consequences, setting conditions for acquisition so that ownership does not conflict with the welfare of the community. For the well-being of the individual is inherently tied to the well-being of the community and can never be separated from it. Firstly, Islam decrees that ownership can only be established through lawful means sanctioned by divine law. In reality, it is the lawgiver who grants ownership to human beings by linking it to a legitimate cause. Thus, some scholars have defined ownership as a legal entitlement assigned to a person in relation to an object or its benefit, granting them the right to possess and exchange it. This principle that ownership is only affirmed by divine sanction is unanimously agreed upon by Islamic jurists, for all rights, including the right of ownership, derive solely from the lawgiver's establishment of them and his determination of their causes. Rights do not arise from the mere nature of things, but rather from God's authorization, making the cause legally effective in producing its effect. This understanding carries profound significance in clarifying Islam's perspective on ownership. Property is a grant from God to an individual within the community, something they would not have been entitled to possess had it not been for this divine bestowal. For the fundamental truth remains that all wealth belongs to God, and human beings are merely his stewards. Any authorization to privatize wealth must therefore originate, either explicitly or implicitly, from divine sanction. Labour is the only legitimate means of acquiring ownership in Islam. Labour, in all its forms and manifestations. In this principle lies the utmost justice, ensuring an equitable relationship between effort and reward. To elucidate this further, let us consider the primary lawful means of acquiring wealth in Islam. Firstly, hunting, a primordial means of sustenance in early human history, which remains a source of wealth even in advanced societies. Fishing, pearl diving, coral harvesting and sponge collection constitute vast economic resources for both nations and individuals. Likewise, the hunting of birds and animals is pursued both as a hobby and as a trade. Secondly, the reclamation of barren land that has no owner by any means that renders it productive. However, the individual must cultivate the land within 3 years of claiming it, otherwise their right to ownership is forfeited. The objective is to revive dead land for the benefit of society, and 3 years is deemed a sufficient period to determine whether the claimant has the capacity to develop it. If they fail to do so, the land reverts to communal ownership, and no individual may monopolize it. The Prophet said, "The unclaimed land belongs to God and his messenger, then to you after them. Whoever revives dead land, it is his, and no one has the right to retain unutilized land for more than 3 years." Abu Dawud. Islamic law, in this regard, is far more just than the civil law derived from the French legal system. Under the latter, mere possession of land for 15 years establishes ownership, regardless of whether the land is cultivated or remains barren. Here the rationale for ownership is lost, and the principle of fait accompli becomes the sole determinant. The difference between the Islamic approach and that of secular law is vast. Thirdly, the extraction of underground resources, rikaz. In Islam, this grants 4/5 of the extracted material to the one who discovers and extracts it, while 1/5 is designated as zakat. This ruling was established when the extracted materials were primarily gold and silver resources that, though valuable, were not essential for the survival of the entire community in the way that petroleum, coal and iron are today. Thus, a pertinent question arises: should oil, coal, iron and similar resources be classified as communal necessities akin to water, pasturage and fire, or should they be treated as rikaz, as understood in the early days of Islam? We incline toward the view of the Maliki school, which considers such resources public property, not subject to private ownership simply because they are found beneath privately owned land. For ownership of the land does not necessarily entail ownership of its hidden resources, especially when such resources are of a nature that individuals do not typically seek when acquiring land. Fourthly, the transformation of raw materials by refining or crafting them to fulfill a vital need or by enhancing their function to provide greater benefit. The value of labour, in all its forms, is evident in this process. Fifthly, trade, which encompasses various stages that may be undertaken by a single individual or by multiple parties. Ultimately, trade facilitates the transfer of raw or manufactured goods from one hand to another, increasing the utility and accessibility of resources. Sixth, working for others for wages. Islam holds this kind of work in high esteem, honouring it and calling for the prompt and full payment of wages without any diminution. The Quran urges people to labour and makes their deeds a subject of observation, judgment and evaluation. Say, "Do as you will, for God will see your deeds and so will his messenger and the believers." 9:105. In these words there is an encouragement toward excellence and perfection, as well as a reverence for labour that renders it a matter of scrutiny, anticipation and contemplation. Elsewhere, the Quran exhorts people to go forth and strive across the vast expanse of the earth in pursuit of their sustenance. Walk then in all its regions and partake of the sustenance which he provides. 67:15. The noble messenger, peace and blessings be upon him, has spoken repeatedly of the sanctity of work, saying, "Verily, God loves the believing servant who is proficient in his craft." And also, "No one has ever eaten food better than that which he has earned with his own hands." On the foundation of this noble view of labour, Islam upholds the worker's right to fair compensation. First and foremost, it calls for the fulfilment of this right and sternly warns against any injustice or exploitation by employers, threatening them with nothing less than divine retribution. The Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said, "God, the Almighty and Majestic, has declared, there are 3 with whom I shall contend on the day of judgment, a man who makes a covenant in my name and then betrays it, a man who sells a free person and consumes the price thereof, and a man who hires a labourer, benefits from his work, and then withholds his wage. The grouping of these three transgressions under one category and the unification of their punishment carry a profound significance. The first crime is a betrayal of the covenant made in the name of God. The second is the grievous offence of reducing a free man to servitude and consuming his price. And the third is the theft of an honest labourer's sweat and toil, an act akin to selling a free man. Just as the second crime constitutes a betrayal of human dignity, and the first a betrayal of the covenant of the Almighty, so too does the third amount to a grievous injustice, meriting divine opposition and punishment for its sheer wickedness and brazen treachery. Islam establishes the principles that allow society to derive this benefit while mitigating any harm that may arise from granting the individual freedom in ownership and transaction. Justice demands that the system acknowledges and satisfies the individual's aspirations and inclinations within limits that do not harm the collective, so that he is duly rewarded for his exertion, sweat, intellect, and endurance. Justice is the greatest principle in Islam, and social justice must not always be at the expense of the individual. It is for the individual as much as it is for society, provided the path of moderation is taken and justice is realized in all its forms. Beyond all this, none can assert with certainty that the suppression of natural, reasonable incentives leads to greater benefit, whether for the individual or society. It is a distrust of human nature that prescribes a singular path to justice by crushing these incentives and obstructing them, just as it is a fanciful ideology divorced from reality that assumes these impulses can be eradicated through legislation within a generation or several. Islam does not harbour such mistrust of human nature, nor does it construct its framework upon utopian ideals, ignoring the deep realities of existence. Indeed, to honour humanity is to perceive it with deeper insight, recognising the profundity of its nature, the authenticity of its instincts, and the depth of its roots. This demands greater wisdom, meticulous caution, and refined thought in guiding it and shaping its institutions. The testimony of countless millennia of human existence must not be dismissed in favour of arbitrary theories about human inclinations, nature, and behaviour imposed forcibly and heedlessly. And as for the affirmation of inheritance, its rationale was previously discussed in the chapter on social solidarity. It aligns with human nature, as we have outlined, and with justice in its highest form, while also serving the collective good by maintaining continuity between generations of humankind. Beyond that, it functions as a means of wealth distribution, as shall be elaborated upon. The nature of private ownership. Yet Islam does not leave the right of private ownership unfettered and unrestrained, as in the capitalist system. It acknowledges this right, but sets alongside it principles that ensure it serves the welfare of society just as much as it benefits the individual owner. Ownership is granted, but prescribed limits and conditions govern how it may be developed, spent and circulated, with the interests of society ever present in this regulation, alongside the well-being of the individual himself, all within the moral objectives upon which Islam builds life. The foremost principle Islam establishes alongside private ownership is that the individual is akin to a trustee over his wealth on behalf of society, his possession of it being more of a duty than an absolute entitlement. Wealth, in its essence, belongs to the community, which is entrusted with it by God, the only true owner of all things. Individual ownership arises only when one exerts personal effort to acquire a specific portion of this communal trust, believe in God and his messenger, and spend of that over which he has made you trustees. 57. 7. This verse requires no elaborate interpretation to convey its meaning. The wealth in people's hands belongs to God, and they are but his stewards over it. In another verse regarding emancipated slaves, and give them a share from the wealth of God that he has granted you, 24:33. Thus they are not giving from their own possessions, but from the wealth of God, in which they are mere intermediaries. They are but intermediaries in this, and there exist even clearer expressions of the true nature of individual ownership of wealth, its essence being the right of disposal and benefit. This is the reality, for ownership in itself holds no value if unaccompanied by the right to utilize and benefit from it. The condition for the continuation of this function is the capacity for responsible management. If one's discretion becomes impaired, then the guardian or the community has the right to reclaim the authority of disposal. And do not entrust your wealth, which God has made a means of support for you, to the feeble-minded, but provide for them out of it and clothe them. 4:5. Thus the right of disposal is contingent upon wisdom and the proper fulfillment of its function. If the owner fails to meet these conditions, then the natural consequences of ownership, namely the rights of disposal, are suspended. This principle is further affirmed by the fact that the leader of the community is the inheritor of those who leave behind no heirs. Wealth in its essence belongs to the collective, and the individual is but a trustee over it. When his tenure ends, it returns to its source. I do not assert this principle as a proclamation of communal ownership of wealth, for individual ownership is a fundamental and unequivocal right within the Islamic system. Rather, I affirm it because of the profound and beneficial insight it provides into the true nature of individual ownership, which is inherently bound by this overarching principle that governs Islam's perspective on wealth, differentiating it entirely from the capitalist notion of private property. To put it more plainly, when an individual perceives himself merely as a trustee over the wealth in his possession, a wealth that in its essence belongs to the community, it makes him more amenable to the obligations placed upon him by the system, as well as the restrictions imposed upon his transactions. Likewise, when the community is conscious of its inherent right in this wealth, it emboldens it to legislate obligations and establish limits without, however, exceeding the bounds set by the Islamic system, which we have previously alluded to. Thus, this understanding ultimately leads to principles that ensure complete social justice in the distribution and utilization of wealth. Another principle that Islam establishes regarding ownership is its aversion to wealth being confined within the hands of a select few, circulating solely among them while remaining inaccessible to others, so that it may not merely circulate among the rich among you. 59:7. The implication of this principle is that a portion of wealth is to be taken from the affluent and effectively transferred to the poor. A historical incident sheds light on this general Islamic principle. When the emigrants, Muhajirun, left Mecca with the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, some of them were able to carry their wealth with them, while others, particularly the wealthy, left their possessions behind and arrived in Medina as destitute as the poor. The Ansar, the helpers of Medina, in an extraordinary display of generosity, overcame the innate human inclination towards avarice and welcomed the emigrants as brothers in every aspect of their lives, even in their most personal matters, offering their wealth with open hearts and sincere intentions. They love those who have emigrated to them and find no hesitation in their hearts regarding what they have been given, and they give them preference over themselves, even though they themselves are in need. 59:9. Thus they became a shining exemplar of how faith transforms the human soul, setting a noble precedent in overcoming material constraints and aspiring towards loftier ideals. Yet despite their generosity, the disparity between the wealthy of Medina and the impoverished emigrants remained vast. The Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, witnessed the magnanimity and selflessness of the Ansar, and saw no need to ask more of them than what they had already willingly given, nor to burden them with redistributing portions of their wealth to the emigrants, given that they had already shared everything they possessed with them. Then came the incident of Banu al-Nadir, a tribe that surrendered to the Prophet without engaging in battle. Consequently, their wealth became an exclusive endowment for God and his messenger, unlike the spoils of war, which are divided among the combatants, with only 1/5 reserved for God and his messenger. At this juncture, the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, sought to restore some balance in the distribution of wealth among the Muslim community. Thus, he allocated the wealth of Banu al-Nadir exclusively to the emigrants, with the exception of 2 impoverished men from among the Ansar, as they too fell within the wisdom that dictated this allocation. Regarding this event, the Quran declares, "What God has bestowed as spoils upon his messenger from the people of the towns, it belongs to God and the messenger, and to near relatives, orphans, the needy, and the wayfarer, so that it may not merely circulate among the rich among you. And whatever the messenger gives you, take it, and whatever he forbids you, abstain from it. And fear God, for indeed God is severe in punishment. It is for the poor emigrants who were expelled from their homes and their wealth, seeking bounty from God and his pleasure, and aiding God and his messenger. These are indeed the truthful ones." 59:7-8. The significance of this act by the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, and the rationale behind it as articulated in the Quran, are evident and require no elaboration. They establish a clear Islamic principle: the aversion to wealth being hoarded by a privileged few, and the necessity of correcting such imbalances by redistributing wealth among the poor to restore equilibrium, so that it may not merely circulate among the rich among you. 59:7. For the unchecked accumulation of wealth in one sector of society and its deprivation in another leads to grave corruption, beyond the mere resentment and envy it engenders. Wherever surplus wealth accumulates, it manifests like surplus energy in the body. It must find an outlet. And this outlet is not always guaranteed to be pure or secure. At times, wealth finds expression in extravagant indulgences that corrupt souls and weaken bodies. At other times, it fuels desires that seek gratification in those who lack wealth, who are compelled out of necessity to sell their honour and trade in their dignity, who bow and flatter, who erase their own identities merely to satisfy the whims and vanities of the affluent. For necessity knows no bounds, and those who hoard wealth care only that their excess finds an avenue for consumption. Prostitution, alcohol, gambling, human trafficking, pandering, the loss of integrity and the erosion of honour, these are but symptoms of the concentration of wealth in the hands of a few, while the rest languish in poverty, symptoms of an imbalance in society caused by economic disparity. Beyond these, there also arise the resentments of the deprived, whose hearts turn against the wealthy with animosity, or who, in their desperation, lose all sense of self-worth, their dignity crumbling before the overwhelming dominance of money and status. They become mere human fragments, their only concern to appease those who wield wealth and power. This is precisely what transpired under the capitalist system. Despite Islam's emphasis on spiritual and moral values, it does not overlook the impact of economic realities, nor does it impose upon people burdens beyond their human capacity, no matter how much it elevates them above mere material needs. Thus, Islam detests the monopolization of wealth among the affluent alone, and makes this principle a cornerstone of its economic philosophy. and he has enjoined that a portion of this wealth be returned to the poor, so that they may have a source of livelihood that belongs to them, one that ensures their dignity and independence, enabling them to fulfill the trust of this religion by striving against wrongdoing, whether it emanates from rulers or from the ruled alike. Moreover, there exists a category of wealth that may not be monopolized by individuals. The Prophet enumerated 3 such resources: water, pasturage, and fire. He said, "The people are partners in 3, water, pasturage, and fire." Abu Dawud Ibn Majah. These, in the Arabian environment, were essential public resources necessary for the survival of the community. Their utilization was to be open to all, unrestricted by private ownership. The necessities of communal life, however, vary from one environment to another and from one era to another. And Qiyas analogy, which is one of the fundamental principles of Islamic jurisprudence, allows for the extension of this ruling to other resources of a similar nature, when applied in practice, provided that such extension does not alter the foundational principles of the Islamic order, nor lead to the complete dispossession of individuals, turning them into mere labourers under the dominion of the state. For in such a scenario, the state would wield a power of subjugation even greater than that of wealthy individuals, for it would combine financial power with political authority. A portion of wealth is also subject to zakat, and in their wealth there is a known right for the beggar and the destitute. Quran 70:24-25. This portion transitions from the ownership of those who pay zakat to that of those who are entitled to receive it. Indeed, the alms are meant only for the poor, the needy. Quran 9:60. It is a right that the community takes and then redistributes among specific individuals. Thus, the function of the community is to transfer individual ownership from one hand to another, from one group to another. It is, in essence, a rightful claim of certain needy members of society, mandated in the form of an obligation upon the wealth of others. The essence of private ownership in Islam can thus be summarized as follows. The fundamental principle is that wealth belongs to the community as a whole. Private ownership is a function regulated by conditions and limitations. Certain forms of wealth must remain communal and may not be privately owned, ensuring their benefit to all. And a portion of wealth is designated as a right that must be returned to the community to be distributed among specific groups in need for their well-being and that of the society at large. Means of private ownership. Islam, based on this conception of ownership, establishes its logical consequences, setting conditions for acquisition so that ownership does not conflict with the welfare of the community. For the well-being of the individual is inherently tied to the well-being of the community and can never be separated from it. Firstly, Islam decrees that ownership can only be established through lawful means sanctioned by divine law. In reality, it is the lawgiver who grants ownership to human beings by linking it to a legitimate cause. Thus, some scholars have defined ownership as a legal entitlement assigned to a person in relation to an object or its benefit, granting them the right to possess and exchange it. This principle that ownership is only affirmed by divine sanction is unanimously agreed upon by Islamic jurists. For all rights, including the right of ownership, derive solely from the lawgiver's establishment of them and his determination of their causes. Rights do not arise from the mere nature of things, but rather from God's authorization, making the cause legally effective in producing its effect. This understanding carries profound significance in clarifying Islam's perspective on ownership. Property is a grant from God to an individual within the community, something they would not have been entitled to possess had it not been for this divine bestowal. For the fundamental truth remains that all wealth belongs to God, and human beings are merely his stewards. Any authorization to privatize wealth must therefore originate either explicitly or implicitly from divine sanction. Labour is the only legitimate means of acquiring ownership in Islam labour in all its forms and manifestations. In this principle lies the utmost justice, ensuring an equitable relationship between effort and reward. To elucidate this further, let us consider the primary lawful means of acquiring wealth in Islam. Firstly, hunting, a primordial means of sustenance in early human history, which remains a source of wealth even in advanced societies. Fishing, pearl diving, coral harvesting and sponge collection constitute vast economic resources for both nations and individuals. Likewise, the hunting of birds and animals is pursued both as a hobby and as a trade. Secondly, the reclamation of barren land that has no owner by any means that renders it productive. However, the individual must cultivate the land within 3 years of claiming it, otherwise their right to ownership is forfeited. The objective is to revive dead land for the benefit of society, and 3 years is deemed a sufficient period to determine whether the claimant has the capacity to develop it. If they fail to do so, the land reverts to communal ownership, and no individual may monopolize it. The Prophet said, "The unclaimed land belongs to God and his messenger, then to you after them. Whoever revives dead land, it is his, and no one has the right to retain unutilized land for more than 3 years." Abu Dawood. Islamic law in this regard is far more just than the civil law derived from the French legal system. Under the latter, mere possession of land for 15 years establishes ownership, regardless of whether the land is cultivated or remains barren. Here, the rationale for ownership is lost, and the principle of fait accompli becomes the sole determinant. The difference between the Islamic approach and that of secular law is vast. Thirdly, the extraction of underground resources, rikaz. In Islam, this grants 4/5 of the extracted material to the one who discovers and extracts it, while 1/5 is designated as zakat. This ruling was established when the extracted materials were primarily gold and silver resources that, though valuable, were not essential for the survival of the entire community in the way that petroleum, coal and iron are today. Thus, a pertinent question arises: should oil, coal, iron and similar resources be classified as communal necessities, akin to water, pasturage and fire, or should they be treated as rikaz, as understood in the early days of Islam? We incline toward the view of the Maliki school, which considers such resources public property, not subject to private ownership, simply because they are found beneath privately owned land. For ownership of the land does not necessarily entail ownership of its hidden resources, especially when such resources are of a nature that individuals do not typically seek when acquiring land. Fourthly, the transformation of raw materials by refining or crafting them to fulfill a vital need, or by enhancing their function to provide greater benefit. The value of labour in all its forms is evident in this process. Fifthly, trade, which encompasses various stages that may be undertaken by a single individual or by multiple parties. Ultimately, trade facilitates the transfer of raw or manufactured goods from one hand to another, increasing the utility and accessibility of resources. Sixth, working for others for wages. Islam holds this kind of work in high esteem, honouring it and calling for the prompt and full payment of wages without any diminution. The Quran urges people to labour and makes their deeds a subject of observation, judgment and evaluation. Say, "Do as you will, for God will see your deeds, and so will his messenger and the believers." Is 9:105. In these words, there is an encouragement toward excellence and perfection, as well as a reverence for labour that renders it a matter of scrutiny, anticipation and contemplation. Elsewhere, The Quran exhorts people to go forth and strive across the vast expanse of the earth in pursuit of their sustenance. Walk then in all its regions and partake of the sustenance which he provides. 67:15. The noble messenger, peace and blessings be upon him, has spoken repeatedly of the sanctity of work, saying, "Verily God loves the believing servant who is proficient in his craft." And also, "No one has ever eaten food better than that which he has earned with his own hands." On the foundation of this noble view of labour, Islam upholds the worker's right to fair compensation. First and foremost, it calls for the fulfilment of this right and sternly warns against any injustice or exploitation by employers, threatening them with nothing less than divine retribution. The Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said, "God the Almighty and Majestic has declared, there are three with whom I shall contend on the day of judgment: a man who makes a covenant in my name and then betrays it, a man who sells a free person and consumes the price thereof, and a man who hires a labourer, benefits from his work, and then withholds his wage." The grouping of these three transgressions under one category and the unification of their punishment carry a profound significance. The first crime is a betrayal of the covenant made in the name of God. The second is the grievous offence of reducing a free man to servitude and consuming his price. And the third is the theft of an honest labourer's sweat and toil, an act akin to selling a free man. Just as the second crime constitutes a betrayal of human dignity, and the first a betrayal of the covenant of the Almighty, so too does the third amount to a grievous injustice, meriting divine opposition and punishment for its sheer wickedness and brazen treachery. Beyond calling for the full payment of wages, Islam further commands that these wages be paid without delay. It is not enough that they be given in full, they must also be given promptly. The Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said, "Give the worker his wages before his sweat has dried." Islam in this takes into account both a psychological and a practical necessity in the life of the labourer. The psychological necessity lies in the worker's sense of being valued and cared for. The prompt payment of wages conveys this meaning, making him feel that his effort is acknowledged and that his place in society is secure. The practical necessity arises from the fact that most workers depend on their wages for their daily sustenance, to meet their own needs and those of their families. Any delay in payment harms them, depriving them of the fruits of their labour at the very moment when they need it most. It weakens their motivation and diminishes their enthusiasm for work, something Islam is keen to prevent, for it desires that every capable individual work to the fullest of his ability with a contented heart and the assurance of material sufficiency. In return for this safeguarding of their rights, Islam calls upon workers to uphold their duty of perfecting their craft and performing their tasks with excellence. For in Islam, every right has a corresponding duty. This is only natural, both in terms of the balance between effort and recompense, and in terms of the ethical framework that Islam seeks to establish as the foundation of life. Negligence and deceit in labour are signs of moral corruption and deadened conscience. Persisting in them and making a habit of such laxity can only lead to the utter ruin of one's integrity and the desolation of one's soul, besides the material harm inflicted upon society as a whole through disorder and decay. We shall not delve here into the technical details of wage determination, nor the principles upon which it is based, whether remuneration should be measured by the hours spent in producing a commodity or by the broader concept of social labour as Marxist theory posits. These are intricate discussions best suited to specialised studies on Islamic economics. Seventh, warfare from warfare arises the right of ownership over salab, the personal belongings of a slain enemy combatant when his death is proven to have been at the hands of a Muslim. The messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said, "Whoever slays an enemy soldier and has proof thereof, his belongings are his." Similarly, from warfare emerges the right of ownership over ghanima, spoils of war, of which 4/5 are allotted to the warriors, while 1/5 is reserved for God and his messenger. And know that whatever spoils you acquire in war, 1/5 thereof belongs to God and the messenger, and to near relatives, orphans, the needy and the wayfarer. 841. Eighth, land grants by the ruler. The ruler has the right to grant portions of land that have no owner, whether such land has reverted to the treasury of the Muslim community from non-believers who have left no heirs, in which case the ruler stands as their legal guardian, or whether it belongs to the category of mawat land, unclaimed and uncultivated. The Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, granted land to Abu Bakr and Umar, and the caliphs after him made similar grants, always as a reward for distinguished service to Islam, but always within narrow limits and only from land that had no previous owner. When the Umayyads came to power, however, they seized land from the people and distributed it among their kin, behaving as oppressive monarchs rather than as rightly guided caliphs, as history bears witness. Ninth, need as a basis for ownership. Recognizing the necessity of financial sustenance for life, Islam has legislated that zakat funds be disbursed for specific categories of people. Indeed, alms are for the poor and the needy, those employed to distribute it, those whose hearts are to be reconciled, captives, debtors in the cause of God, and for the wayfarer. 960. Simply being among these categories entitles one to a legitimate share of zakat funds. Some among them have no claim to ownership except by virtue of their need. Here necessity serves as a makeshift substitute for labour, which Islam exalts as the primary and ultimate means of acquiring wealth. 10th, the boundaries of lawful ownership. Islam acknowledges only those means of acquiring wealth that are based on effort, whether intellectual or physical. All other means it denounces and refuses to recognise. Theft, plunder, usurpation and deceit confer no legitimate ownership. Gambling, too, is prohibited. Indeed, intoxicants, gambling, sacrificial stones and divining arrows are but defilement from the work of Satan, so shun them that you may prosper. 590. For wealth obtained through unlawful means is itself unlawful. Gambling is not labour, it is mere extortion. Moreover, it breeds enmity and hatred, contrary to Islam's fundamental aim of fostering harmony, cooperation and brotherhood. Satan only seeks to sow enmity and hatred among you through intoxicants and gambling. 591. Thus, Islam safeguards the dignity of labour and the purity of wealth, ensuring that both remain within the bounds of justice and righteousness. The wisdom behind these causes is evident in their reliance upon the exertion of effort. For effort has its due reward. It is one of the essential pillars of life, contributing to the cultivation of the earth, the benefit of society, the refinement of the soul, the purification of the conscience, and the strengthening of the body. There is nothing like work to discipline the spirit, to fortify the physique, and to preserve the entirety of human existence from the perils of lethargy, indolence, and stagnation. And since labour, in all its forms, is the means to ownership, the affirmation of individual property rights within the limits we have outlined harms no one. Rather, it serves as an incentive for the individual to exert the utmost effort in pursuit of acquisition, as long as he operates within lawful bounds, causing no harm to others. If he transgresses these bounds, the path to justice lies in restoring him within them, not in halting his activity, nor in equating him with the idle and the indolent, nor in curtailing his right to ownership altogether under the pretext of preventing misuse. For misuse has its remedy, and intervention may be exercised to curb it as necessity demands. In harmony with Islam's conception of property ownership from its very inception, it intervenes in the manner of its transfer, ensuring that freedom in this regard is not left unrestrained. This is evident in the regulations governing inheritance, bequests, sales, and all other contracts. Yet, gifts and donations alone are exempt from any restriction, left entirely to the discretion of the owner, who may bestow his wealth upon whom he pleases while he lives, in whatever manner he desires. This is because they are bound by an internal restraint that the owner of wealth does not usually give away or donate more than a portion of his possessions, and thus no harm befalls an heir, as may occur in bequests. If he is excessive in his giving, he is deemed irresponsible in his conduct and may be placed under legal restraint, thereby losing the right to manage his wealth. However, when his hand is lifted from his wealth, and it passes on to his heirs or to those designated in his bequest, it does so in accordance with a system that has its wisdom and justification. No bequest may be made in favour of an heir, hadith, and no bequest may exceed 1/3 of the estate, which is the maximum limit. The bequest has been legislated, as we have mentioned, to address cases where close relatives whose ties warrant that they receive a share are deprived of inheritance because their degree of kinship causes them to be excluded by other heirs. In this sense, it is also a form of benevolence and charity. Wealth is transferred through inheritance in accordance with the system detailed in the 2 verses of inheritance, whose text has previously been cited in the chapter on social solidarity. The general principle in apportioning shares is that the male receives the portion of 2 females, a principle whose wisdom we have already elucidated. The male agnate heir, asib, takes precedence over the uterine relative, though there are instances where the latter may receive a more substantial share. This is a just recompense, corresponding to the distribution of responsibilities in proportion to rights. The male agnate heir bears greater financial obligations toward the deceased. The son, for example, inherits everything after allotments are made to the grandfather and grandmother, for he is primarily responsible for supporting the father if he is ever in need during his lifetime. The full brother excludes the half-brother from inheritance, for he is the one upon whom financial support is legally incumbent should his brother become destitute. And thus, within this system, burdens and benefits, duties and rights are apportioned with fairness and equity. We have already expounded upon the wisdom of the principle of inheritance in the chapter on social solidarity, demonstrating its harmony with Islam's fundamental principles in fostering communal cohesion, in its perspective on familial relations and intergenerational ties, and in its careful balance between natural inclinations, individual needs, and the well-being of the collective. Here, however, we shall consider the wisdom of the inheritance system in relation to the broader society. Islam disapproves of the accumulation of wealth in a few hands, and the Islamic inheritance system serves as a mechanism for fragmenting large fortunes across successive generations. A single estate is distributed among numerous descendants and relatives upon the owner's death, breaking it down into moderate or small holdings. Rarely does an estate remain intact under this system, except in exceptional cases, such as when the deceased leaves behind only a single son who inherits the entire estate, having no father, mother, wife, or daughter. But in the vast majority of cases, wealth is divided among multiple heirs. If we compare this system with the English system, for instance, where the entire estate is inherited by the eldest son, the wisdom of Islam becomes strikingly clear in its approach to dispersing concentrated wealth. In addition to its inherent justice among heirs, which prevents resentment from festering against the eldest son, ways of developing wealth, In accordance with Islam's perspective on property ownership, it also regulates the manner in which wealth is developed and utilized, ensuring that the owner's freedom in this regard is not absolute. For, beyond the interest of the individual lies the interest of the community with which he engages in transactions. Every individual is therefore free to develop his wealth, but only within lawful bounds. He may cultivate the land, transform raw materials into manufactured goods, engage in trade and so forth. But he is not permitted to deceive, to monopolize essential goods, to lend money at usurious interest, or to exploit laborers by underpaying them in pursuit of greater profits, for all of this is forbidden. Islam permits only lawful and ethical means for the growth of wealth, and lawful means by their very nature do not lead to the excessive accumulation of capital that creates vast disparities between social classes. It is through fraud, usury, wage exploitation, monopolization, the manipulation of necessity, extortion, plunder, and outright theft that wealth accumulates so egregiously under the capitalist system through crimes that lurk behind modern methods of economic exploitation. Islam does not permit such transgressions. Let us now proceed to elucidate Islam's rulings and wisdom concerning the methods of wealth acquisition and development. Islam prohibits deceit in transactions. Whoever deceives us is not of us. Hadith. The buyer and the seller have the right to choose whether to proceed with the transaction or not, as long as they have not parted. If they speak truthfully and clarify any defects, their transaction will be blessed, but if they conceal and lie, the blessing of their transaction will be erased. Hadith. You are free to sell and to buy, provided you do not deceive neither in the commodity nor in the currency. If a defect exists, you must disclose it. Otherwise, you are guilty of deception, and your profit becomes illicit. You will not be absolved of wrongdoing by giving this unlawful gain in charity, for charity is only accepted when given from lawful earnings. Abdullah ibn Mas'ud, may God be pleased with him, narrated that the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said, "A servant does not acquire wealth unlawfully and then give charity from it, expecting it to be accepted. Nor does he spend from it, hoping for it to be blessed, nor does he leave it behind, except that it becomes his provision to the fire. Truly God does not erase evil with evil, but erases evil with good. The impure does not remove the impure." Hadith. And he also said, "No flesh that has grown from unlawful wealth will be nourished, except that the fire is more deserving of it." Hadith. Islam, in this regard, adheres to its moral principles, just as it upholds its teachings of preventing harm and fostering cooperation among people. Deceit is a corruption of conscience, a means of harming others, and a cause of enmity and discord. There can be no cooperation within society without trust. Moreover, the fruit of deceit is an unearned gain, and Islam's universal principle is that there should be no gain without effort, just as there should be no effort without reward. Monopolizing essential goods is not recognized by Islam as a legitimate means of earning or increasing wealth. Whoever hoards commodities is a wrongdoer. Hadith. Monopoly is an obstruction of free trade and industry. The monopolist prevents others from importing what he imports or producing what he produces, thereby seizing control of the market and imposing prices upon people at his whim. This burdens them with hardship, afflicts them with suffering, and harms their livelihood and necessities. Furthermore, it shuts the door of opportunity to others who might strive as he has striven, or even surpass him in excellence. At times, the monopolist may even cut off supply or destroy surplus goods to enforce an artificial price, thereby diminishing or eliminating the provision that God has made available to humanity upon this earth. Islam's determination to prevent this method of wealth accumulation is so strong that it considers monopoly as severing the monopolist from the fold of faith. Whoever hoards food for 40 days has disassociated himself from God, and God has disassociated himself from him. Hadith. Such a person is no true Muslim, the one who inflicts such harm upon society, spreading fear and depriving people of necessities, merely to attain illicit gain and amass private wealth at the expense of the public good. Usury is a forbidden practice that Islam vehemently abhors, condemning it in the strongest terms and warning its practitioners of the gravest consequences. O you who believe, do not consume usury, doubled and multiplied, but fear God so that you may prosper. Quran 3:130. The prohibition here is not limited to excessive interest while permitting smaller rates. Rather, this merely describes the prevailing reality. The prohibition applies to the very essence of usury, as is made clear in other verses. Those who devour usury shall not rise except as one whom Satan has confounded with his touch. That is because they say, trade is just like usury. But God has permitted trade and forbidden usury. So whoever receives an admonition from his Lord and desists may keep what has already passed, and his case rests with God. But whoever returns to it, such are the companions of the fire, wherein they shall abide. Quran 2:275. O you who believe, fear God and give up whatever remains of usury, if you are indeed believers, but if you do not, then be prepared for war from God and his messenger. And if you repent, you shall have your capital, neither shall you wrong, nor shall you be wronged. Quran 2:278-279. Islam's condemnation of usury reaches such an extent that it curses everyone involved in its transactions, even the scribe and the witnesses. Jabir, may God be pleased with him, reported that the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, cursed the one who consumes usury, the one who pays it, its scribe and its witnesses. And he said, they are all equal in sin. Hadith. Islam adheres to its principles regarding wealth, ethics, and the welfare of society. Wealth is a trust placed in the hands of its owner, and he is appointed as its custodian for the benefit of all. He has no right to misuse this trust to harm others or to exploit them, seizing the moment of their need to extract from them more than he has given. This need may be for food to sustain life, for medicine to cure illness, for expenses to pursue knowledge, or for other essential matters. Either these needs are left unfulfilled, or the wealthy impose their authority over the desperate, lending them little and demanding much in return, thus oppressing them in their toil, so that they labour and strive merely to pay off the usurer's interest, while the debt accumulates year after year. This surplus wealth is enjoyed by the lender, though he has done nothing but possess money. It is the sweat and blood of others that he greedily devours, drawing it in with insatiable hunger while he himself remains idle. But Islam, which sanctifies labour and makes it the primary means of ownership and profit, does not permit wealth to grow in the hands of the idle, nor does it accept that money should breed money. Rather, it is only labour that may generate wealth otherwise. It is unlawful gain. Islam is concerned with the moral purity of the individual, just as it is concerned with fostering goodwill within the community. A usurer is devoid of character and conscience, and where usury prevails, there can be no love or cohesion among people. The one who lends me a dinar only to demand 2 in return is my adversary. How can I bear him any affection or hold him in any regard? Cooperation is a fundamental principle of Islamic society, but usury undermines it and weakens its foundation. That is why Islam abhors it. Another wisdom behind this prohibition, which has become more evident in the modern era, is that usury leads to the excessive concentration of wealth in the hands of a few, without any effort or productive work. This allows a class of idle individuals to rely solely on this method to amass fortunes, leading to a culture of indolence, unemployment and extravagance at the expense of the hard-working poor, who are forced to borrow on interest in times of hardship. This results in 2 grave social maladies: the unrestrained expansion of wealth and the widening chasm between the rich and the poor. It also creates a privileged class that neither labours nor contributes to production, yet reaps all the benefits, as though the wealth in their hands were snares set to trap more wealth without even the need to bait these traps. The needy fall into them unwittingly, driven by necessity, walking toward their own exploitation with their own feet. For devouring usury contradicts the foundational principle of the Islamic worldview, that wealth belongs to God, and that mankind is entrusted with it according to the conditions set by the true owner God, the Most High, not according to the whims of men. Usury is built upon the premise that human life operates independently of God's will and guidance. Man is the master of this earth from the very beginning. He is bound by no covenant with God, nor is he obligated to follow his commands. Each individual is free in the means by which he acquires wealth and in the ways he increases it, just as he is free in his enjoyment of it. He is not bound by any divine obligation or condition in this regard, nor is he restricted by any consideration for the welfare of others. Thus, it is of no consequence if millions suffer as long as he can add to his treasury and expand his fortune. At times, man-made laws may intervene to partially limit this freedom, such as by capping interest rates, or by prohibiting certain forms of fraud, deceit, extortion, plunder, and exploitation. Yet even this intervention is dictated solely by human consensus and the whims of those in power, not by any fixed, divinely ordained principle. This entire system is founded upon a corrupt and erroneous premise that the ultimate purpose of human existence is to amass wealth by whatever means, and to indulge in its pleasures as one desires. Thus man becomes enslaved to wealth and its enjoyments, trampling upon every principle and disregarding the well-being of others in his ruthless pursuit. In the end, this system creates an order that crushes humanity, inflicting misery upon individuals, communities, nations, and entire peoples, all for the benefit of a handful of usurers. It degrades human beings morally, psychologically, and spiritually. It distorts the natural cycle of wealth and prevents the healthy growth of the global economy. The modern era has culminated in a reality where true power and influence over humanity have been concentrated in the hands of a small clique, the most wicked and depraved of God's creation, those devoid of any regard for human dignity, treaties, or sacred trusts. These are the ones who lend to individuals as they lend to governments and nations, both within their own lands and beyond, so that the true fruits of all human toil, labour, sweat and blood ultimately flow back to them in the form of usurious interest, without them having exerted any effort of their own. They do not merely possess wealth, they wield power. And because they have no principles, no ethics, no religious or moral conscience, indeed, because they scoff at faith, morality and ideals, they naturally use this immense power to shape economic policies, ideologies, and institutions in ways that serve their insatiable greed, with no regard for decency or restraint. One of their most effective tools is the corruption of human morality, dragging society into a cesspool of base desires and indulgences, pleasures, for which many will sacrifice their last coin. Thus wealth flows into the traps they have set, while they manipulate the course of the global economy to serve their narrow interests, regardless of the recurring economic crises this causes. Industrial and economic production, which should serve the collective good of humanity, is instead subverted to benefit the financial elites who hold the strings of global wealth in their hands. The catastrophe of the modern era, one that was not as grotesque even in the days of pagan Jahiliyyah, is that these usurers, who once existed merely as individuals or financial houses, have now transformed into powerful banking institutions. Through their terrifying influence both within global governance structures and beyond, and through their control over the world's media, including newspapers, books, universities, scholars, broadcasting stations, cinemas and more, they have managed to instill a corrupt mindset among the unsuspecting masses. These poor souls, whose bones and flesh are devoured, whose sweat and blood are drained by the usurers, have been indoctrinated with the poisonous belief that usury is the natural and rational foundation of economic growth, that it is the very basis of Western civilization's advancement. Those who seek to abolish it are dismissed as unrealistic idealists, accused of relying on mere ethical theories and lofty notions detached from reality. They are ridiculed as dangerous dreamers who would destroy the entire economic system if allowed to interfere. Even those who critique the usurious system from within are mocked, despite the fact that they themselves are the hapless victims of this same system. They suffer just as the global economy suffers, forced by the financial cartels to function in an unnatural and unstable manner, subjected to periodic orchestrated crises. Rather than serving humanity, the global economy is held hostage by a handful of wolves. The usurious system is flawed even from a purely economic perspective, so much so that even some Western economists, despite having been raised within its confines, have begun to recognize its defects. Among the foremost critics of this system was Dr. Hjalmar Schacht, former director of the Reichsbank of Germany. In a lecture delivered in Damascus in 1953, he demonstrated mathematically that, in an infinite progression, all the wealth of the world would inevitably end up in the hands of a very few usurers. This is because the lending usurer always profits from every transaction, whereas the borrower is exposed to both profit and loss. Thus, by the sheer logic of mathematics, all wealth must ultimately flow into the hands of the lenders alone. And indeed this theory is nearing full realization, as the majority of the world's wealth is now truly owned by a mere few thousand individuals. Meanwhile, industrialists, factory owners, merchants, and even the workers who labor under them, who all depend on bank loans, are nothing more than employees working for the financial elite who reap the true rewards of their toil. But this is only one of the many evils of usury. When the economic system is built upon a foundation of usury, the relationship between capital owners and those engaged in trade and industry becomes one of constant conflict and exploitation. The usurer seeks to extract the highest possible interest rate. To achieve this, he hoards money, waiting until commercial and industrial enterprises become desperate for capital, thereby driving interest rates higher. He continues to raise interest rates until businesses find it unprofitable to borrow, as the cost of interest exceeds their potential earnings. At this point, economic activity contracts, factories reduce production, workers are laid off, and purchasing power declines. Only when the demand for capital diminishes or stalls entirely does the usurer reluctantly lower interest rates, enticing businesses to borrow once again. Thus, the cycle of economic boom and bust continues endlessly, forcing humanity to revolve within it like a herd of cattle. Beyond this, all consumers pay an indirect tax to the usurers. Manufacturers and merchants do not absorb the interest costs on their loans. Rather, they pass them on to consumers by inflating prices. Thus, the burden of usury is distributed across all of humanity, ultimately enriching the usurers themselves. Similarly, when governments borrow from financial houses to fund infrastructure projects and public works, it is the citizens who bear the cost. Governments are compelled to raise taxes to service these debts and their interest, ensuring that every individual ultimately contributes to the enrichment of the usurers. Rarely does the matter end here. More often than not, debt leads to colonization, and colonization in turn leads to war. Thus, war becomes the final consequence of usury-driven imperialism. But these wars are not fought for justice or the liberation of humanity. They are not waged to uphold dignity, morality, or righteousness. They are driven by the greed of financial elites who command empires, manipulate governments, and enslave nations solely for profit. The world remains entrapped in this vicious cycle unless and until it turns back to the divine order, the only system that can restore balance, justice, and true prosperity. And indeed, it is all the same whether a loan is taken for consumption or for production in the understanding of Islam. For if it is taken for consumption, that is, to be spent by the borrower on his essential needs, it is not permissible to burden him with a repayment exceeding the principal of his debt. It suffices that he returns the original sum when ease is granted to him, and if it is for production, the fundamental principle is that profit is earned by the effort exerted, not by the mere possession of capital, except through partnership, which entails the sharing of both profit and loss. Therefore, usury is prohibited in all its forms, and lending to those in need is made obligatory in all circumstances. And if the borrower becomes distressed, then let there be respite until ease. 280. And I see that this phrase is an imperative, for it is structured as a condition followed by its consequence. And if he is in hardship, then let there be respite until ease. 280. This formulation conveys obligation rather than mere encouragement. And alongside this command, we find the exhortation towards kindness and generosity, as in the saying of the messenger, "May God have mercy on a man who is lenient when he sells, when he buys, and when he claims his due." For leniency in seeking repayment preserves the dignity of the debtor, plants affection in his heart for his creditor, and motivates him to exert himself in repaying as best as he can. And the Prophet said, "Whoever relieves a debtor in distress or grants him respite, God will relieve him from a distress on the day of resurrection." And he also said, "Whoever grants respite to an indebted person in hardship, or forgives part of his debt, will be shaded by God under his throne on the day when there is no shade but his." At the same time, Islam enjoins upon the debtor to strive in repaying his debt, thereby clearing his conscience, reciprocating the favour of the loan with the virtue of fulfilment, and fostering trust in transactions among people. Whoever takes the wealth of people with the intention of repaying it, God will assist him in repaying it, and whoever takes it intending to squander it, God will destroy him. Thus, one who borrows with the intent of repaying will toil and strive to earn his livelihood, and sincerity of purpose often leads to success and prosperity. But one who borrows with the intent of wasting will persist in living off the wealth of others, abandoning work and effort, sinking into apathy, and ultimately bringing ruin upon himself. And the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, said, "A wealthy person's delaying of payment is an injustice." A man once asked, "O Messenger of God, if I am slain in the cause of God, will my sins be wiped away?" The Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, replied, "Yes, if you are slain while patient, seeking reward, advancing and not retreating." Then he asked again, and the Prophet reaffirmed, "Yes, except for debt, for Gabriel has informed me of this." Thus, even if a debtor fights and is slain in the path of God, his debt remains upon him, for it is the right of others upon him, not merely the right of God, so long as he is capable of repaying it. But as for one who is truly unable, he has a rightful share in the alms. Indeed, the alms are only for the poor and those in debt. 960. Thus, charity is permitted for him so that he may settle his debt. Abu Sa'id al-Khudri, may God be pleased with him, narrated that a man suffered a calamity during the time of the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, due to fruits he had purchased, and his debt became overwhelming. The Prophet said, "Give charity to him," and the people gave, but it was not sufficient to cover his debt. So the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, said to his creditors, "Take what you find, and you shall have no more than that." And the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, took a further step when wealth became available after the early days, for he began to settle the debts of deceased debtors from the public treasury. Abu Hurairah, may God be pleased with him, narrated that when a deceased person was brought to the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, he would ask, "Has he left anything to settle his debt?" If he was informed that he had left behind wealth for its repayment, he would pray over him. Otherwise he would say, "Pray upon your companion." But when God bestowed upon him the wealth of conquests, he declared, "I am closer to the believers than their own selves. Whoever dies leaving behind a debt with no means to repay it, I shall settle it. And whoever leaves behind wealth, it is for his heirs." Thus, Islam is diligent in ensuring the restoration of rights to their rightful owners, just as it is keen on aiding the distressed and facilitating their repayment. It weaves together all aspects of the matter, securing the interests of all, balancing rights and duties with perfect justice. Those are the limits that Islam sets for the growth of wealth through transactions. As for its spending, it does not leave it without guidance. The owner of wealth is not at liberty to withhold it as he pleases, nor to spend it as he wishes. Though such acts may seem personal, in Islam the individual is not left to act without bounds. He has his freedom, but within a framework of moral constraints. Moreover, few personal actions are truly without consequence for others, whether directly or indirectly. A hand that is clenched tight, refusing to spend, is just as blameworthy as a hand that is recklessly extravagant. Islam rejects both extremes, for each carries harm whether to the individual or to the society. And do not keep your hand chained to your neck, nor stretch it forth to its utmost reach, lest you sit down blameworthy, destitute. 1729. O children of Adam, beautify yourselves at every place of worship, and eat and drink, but do not be excessive. Indeed, he does not love those who are excessive. 731. Withholding one's wealth is a deprivation of lawful enjoyment, even though Islam commands individuals to partake in permissible pleasures. It dislikes for people to impose upon themselves unnecessary deprivation, for life must be lived with a sense of beauty and joy without indulgence or excess. Islam does not impose asceticism, nor does it call for renunciation of life's blessings. Rather, it commands mankind to adorn themselves with what is fitting, as mentioned in the verse above. And the Quran, in a tone of rebuke, asks, "Say, who has forbidden the adornments of God which he has brought forth for his servants, and the wholesome things of sustenance?" 732. Islam calls for the enjoyment of life's reasonable pleasures for all young and old, rich and poor alike. Hence the address here is to O children of Adam, 731. And if at times it calls for patience and contentment, this is not an invitation to asceticism and deprivation, but rather a means to preserve inner peace in times of hardship until relief comes. Beyond that, every individual is encouraged to enjoy lawful pleasures, and society is obligated to ensure that all its members have access to them. Thus, Islam grants the poor, not merely those in dire poverty, but all below the threshold of wealth, a portion from zakat, not just for subsistence, but for comfort. For Islam does not merely invite to subsistence, but to a life of enjoyment beyond mere necessity. If Islam grants the poor an excess from zakat to expand their means and partake in life's comforts, then all the more should one spend and enjoy life in a reasonable manner. Wealth is not to be hoarded, but circulated, for its hoarding disrupts economic life, halts production, and denies opportunities to those in need. Islam thus prohibits such hoarding, for it obstructs both private and public welfare. But extravagance stands at the opposite extreme. It is as ruinous to the individual as it is to the community. Let us first make clear that spending wealth in the cause of God, even to the point of exhausting it entirely, is not extravagance. For has it not been conveyed to us that the messenger of God spoke of a mountain of gold, and how he wished that if it were his, he would leave not even 2 small coins of it unspent in God's way? No, true extravagance lies in spending excessively upon oneself, and this is what Islam has condemned. Extravagance in this sense is but the self-indulgence that Islam loathes with an intense aversion. Islam despises the hoarding of wealth among the affluent few, lest its unchecked accumulation lead to its reckless expenditure on vain pleasures. It regards wealth as a potential source of corruption, both for its possessor and for the society in which he dwells, and thereby it is a vice that the community is duty-bound to combat, lest it bring upon itself destruction. The Quranic verses and the sayings of the Prophet warning against luxury and indulgence are numerous and emphatic, making it clear that it is among the most loathsome of all that God and his messenger have forbidden. For while Islam encourages people to enjoy the wholesome bounties of life and abhors the renunciation of lawful blessings, calling instead for a life that is neither ascetic nor indulgent, this very Islam abhors prodigality and self-indulgence with an aversion both severe and vehement. At times the Quran describes the self-indulgent as weak in resolve, feeble in strength, and lacking in vigour. And when a surah is revealed saying, "Believe in God and strive alongside his messenger," the affluent among them ask you for leave, and they say, "Let us be with those who remain behind." 9:86. When we consider how Islam upholds the virtue of striving in God's cause, how it exalts those who volunteer for it so much, so that the Prophet declared, "Whoever dies without having fought in battle, nor having even considered it in his heart, dies upon a branch of hypocrisy." Muslim. Then we come to understand how much it scorns these affluent ones for their hesitation and their retreat from the ranks of the warriors. And this is no surprise, for the self-indulgent are soft and sluggish, weak of will, delicate and lacking in manliness. Unaccustomed to hardship, their resolve has withered, their vigour has faded. The demands of struggle disrupt their base pleasures and deprive them, even momentarily, of their animalistic delights that for them are the only meaning of existence. Elsewhere the Quran speaks of the self-indulgent across history, portraying them as those who stand in the way of guidance both for themselves and for the weak who follow them. For wherever there are self-indulgent elites, there are always the downtrodden who serve them, who cater to their arrogance, who live and perish in their service like insects. And never did we send a warner to any society without its affluent ones saying, "Verily, we disbelieve in that with which you have been sent." 34:34. And the leaders among his people, those who disbelieved and denied the meeting of the hereafter, and whom we had granted ease in the life of this world, said, "This is but a man like yourselves. He eats what you eat, and drinks what you drink. And if you obey a man like yourselves, then surely you shall be the losers." 23:33-34. And they will say, "Our Lord, indeed, we obeyed our chiefs and our great ones, and they led us astray from the right path. Our Lord, give them double the punishment and curse them with a mighty curse." 33:67-68. No wonder, then, that the self-indulgent are the foremost adversaries of faith and guidance, for they are fiercely protective of their decadent and perverse way of life, of their pleasures and indulgences, and of the submissive entourage they maintain around them. Faith and righteousness would deprive them of much that they covet, would impose upon them limits they resent. To them, the lawful pleasures permitted by God seem meagre and insufficient, unable to satisfy the sickness of their souls or the bloated cravings of their desires. Moreover, faith, elevates the worth of all people, denying them the absolute dominion they crave over the weak whom they wish to keep as mere instruments, docile and subservient. Faith strips away the myths and superstitions they weave around themselves to manipulate the ignorant and the submissive. Thus they are enemies of every light of truth and every spark of knowledge. And beyond all this, consider what indulgence does to the conscience, what excess does to the heart, how it dulls the senses and deadens the soul. And on the day when he will gather them and those they worship besides God, he will say, "Was it you who misled these my servants, or did they stray from the path on their own?" They will say, "Glory be to you. It was not for us to take any protectors besides you, but you granted them and their fathers ease until they forgot the reminder and became a people ruined." 25:17-18. Here indulgence prolonged and inherited across generations leads to heedlessness and spiritual stagnation. The expression "a people ruined" is striking and profound. For just as barren land yields no fruit, so too are their hearts, their souls and their lives arid, lifeless, incapable of bearing anything of meaning or virtue. And the prophet referred to the homes of the self-indulgent as the houses of devils, for the corruption that brews within them and the temptations that emerge from them. He said, "There shall be camels of the devils and houses of the devils." When asked what he meant, he explained, "As for the camels of the devil, I have seen them one of you rides out upon well-fed she-camels, pampered and fattened, yet he does not lend a ride to his brother who has been left behind. And as for the houses of the devil, I can see none but these lofty enclosures draped in luxurious silks." Ahmad: If in his time the Prophet saw extravagance in well-fed camels, while others struggle to find even a mount, then what would he say of today, where luxury cars glide through the streets for the most trivial of errands, while thousands cannot even afford a tram fare, and hundreds have lost their very legs to disease and hardship? And if he saw the houses of the self-indulgent in silk-draped enclosures, then what of the palatial mansions of today, adorned with comforts undreamed of in his time? Indeed, throughout history, indulgence has been a cause of ruin. It breeds arrogance. And how many a town have we destroyed for their wanton arrogance in their livelihood, and now their dwellings stand deserted after them, save for a few. 28:58, and it leads to punishment in the hereafter for the sins to which it gives rise. And those of the left, what of those of the left? Amid scorching wind and scalding water, and the shadow of black smoke, neither cool nor refreshing. Indeed, before this, they were indulging in luxury, and they persisted in great sin, and they used to say, "What? When we are dead and become dust and bones, shall we be raised again, and our forefathers too?" 56, 41, 48. But ruin and punishment do not befall the self-indulgent alone, they befall the entire society that tolerates their existence. And when we intend to destroy a town, we command its affluent ones, and they transgress therein. Thus the word comes to pass against them, and we utterly annihilate them. 1716. For when a society permits extravagance, remains silent before it, and fails to eliminate its causes, then destruction is inevitable. This is the law of cause and consequence, the divine decree over life and existence. And so the responsibility falls upon the community, for indulgence inevitably leads to corruption, and corruption leads to ruin. A community is responsible for the evil that arises within it. Luxury inevitably leads to vice by its very presence in a society. As we have already explained, surplus energy must find an outlet. There is surplus wealth and energy in itself. There is surplus physical vitality, another form of energy. There is surplus time, unoccupied by toil or thought, yet another energy. And so the pampered youth, both young men and women who possess wealth, leisure and vigour, will inevitably stray into dissolution. They will seek outlets for the energies of their bodies, their wealth and their time. More often than not, these outlets will be frivolous, shaped by the prevailing era and environment, but always converging upon shallowness, decadence, and both moral and sensory corruption. On the other side stand the exploiters, the profiteers, and the needy, those who trade in human flesh, the jesters, the sycophants, and the hangers-on of the affluent. They spread debauchery and decadence, cheapen every noble value, and scorn the earnestness of life, a life which does not appeal to those who revel in luxury and indulgence. Then this disease seeps into all aspects of life until the community inevitably reaches its fated end. The normalization of lewdness, the spread of unbridled permissiveness, the slackening of both body and mind, the decline of spiritual and moral fortitude. And thus the decree of God becomes inevitable, and he destroys such a community utterly. This is how Islam perceives the crime of extravagance. What begins as an individual failing, if left unchecked by the community and not opposed with hand, tongue, and heart, soon bears its poisoned fruit. The plague takes root in the body of society, dooming it in the end, for consequences are bound to their causes and effects to their catalysts, and never will you find any change in God's way. 35:43. But what then is the limit between extravagance and deprivation, and where lies the balance between the two? If we return to the earliest days of Islam, we find a society marked by hardship, where austerity and scarcity prevailed. The Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, prohibited men from wearing silk, saying, "Whoever wears silk in this world shall not wear it in the hereafter." Sahih Muslim. Ali, may God honour his countenance, narrates that the Prophet forbade him from wearing garments of kasi and muasfa, as well as from adorning himself with a gold ring, for gold and silk were forbidden to men. However, for women, silk and gold were permitted, though the Prophet disliked that his daughter Fatima should wear gold. This was a special standard he upheld for his own household, which he did not impose upon others. Yet we do not believe we are declaring lawful what Islam has forbidden when we say that Islam does not call for hardship, unless the conditions of the society necessitate it. It is true that wearing silk and elaborately coloured garments often diminishes the dignity of men, softening them, especially in times of struggle. But the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, did not tolerate austerity to the point of dishevelment and neglect. Jabir narrates that the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, once visited them and saw a man whose hair was unkempt and dishevelled. He said, could he not find something to smooth his hair? He also saw a man wearing filthy garments and remarked, could he not find something to wash his clothes with? Abu Ahwas al-Jashami relates from his father that the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, saw him wearing worn-out garments and asked, do you have wealth? He replied, yes. The Prophet asked, what kind of wealth? He responded, God has given me gold and silver, camels and sheep. The Prophet then said, if God has granted you wealth, let the signs of his bounty and generosity be seen upon you. Sunan Abi Dawud. The Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, also said, indeed God is beautiful and loves beauty. He is generous and loves generosity. He is pure and loves purity. So clean your courtyards and do not resemble the Jews. Jami at-Tirmidhi. We have already encountered God's command to the children of Adam. O children of Adam, take your adornment at every place of worship and eat and drink, but be not excessive. Indeed, he does not love the extravagant. 7:31. Thus we derive that the general standard of living in a community determines what constitutes extravagance or deprivation. When God granted the Muslims dominion over new lands, increasing their collective wealth and raising their standard of living, their attire and customs changed accordingly. They enjoyed blessings they had not previously known, and this was not condemned except when they exceeded moderation. The Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, said, eat what you wish and wear what you wish, so long as two things do not come upon you, extravagance and arrogance. Sunan Ibn Majah. Nevertheless, we affirm that simplicity remains the hallmark of Islamic life, and that self-restraint from indulgence is the disposition Islam seeks for its followers, so that they do not become slaves to material pleasures. Wretched is the slave of the dinar, wretched is the slave of the dirham, wretched is the slave of fine garments, wretched and lost is he, and if he is pricked by a thorn, may he find no relief. Sahih al-Bukhari. Thus, Islam teaches an attitude of detachment from wealth while allowing a balanced engagement with it. The heart that submits to God perceives when it has reached the golden mean. Now let us speak of zakah, the foremost social pillar of Islam, and the most integral aspect of financial justice within its system. Zakah is the right of wealth. It is both an act of worship and a social obligation. If we adhere to Islam's view of worship and social duty, we recognize that zakah is a social obligation imbued with devotional significance. It purifies both the conscience and the wealth of its payer. It cleanses the soul from the innate stinginess and self-centeredness of man. For wealth is beloved, dominion is cherished, so when the soul parts with its wealth for the sake of others, it is purified, elevated, and illuminated. Zakah is also the rightful due of society upon the individual, ensuring that certain segments of the community are lifted above mere subsistence and granted some measure of comfort. Through this, Islam fulfills its fundamental principle, so that wealth does not merely circulate among the rich among you. 59:7. For Islam despises destitution, and it commands that every individual should secure his livelihood through his own effort when possible, and through the community support when necessary. Islam despises poverty because it seeks to relieve humanity from the weight of material struggle, allowing them to aspire to loftier pursuits, the dignities that God has bestowed upon the children of Adam. Indeed, we have honoured the children of Adam and carried them on land and sea and provided them with good things and preferred them over much of what we have created with definite preference. 1770. If a man has been honoured with intellect, emotion and spiritual longing, if he is shackled by the struggle for mere survival, he is robbed of this divine honour. No, even animals often find their sustenance with ease, some leap in joy, others sing melodiously. How then can a human, who has been ennobled above all creation, be consumed by nothing but the pursuit of food and drink? Thus, a society that permits such disparity, where the affluent revel in opulence while others languish in deprivation, is a society that has forsaken Islam. And the Messenger says, any people among whom a person wakes up hungry, the covenant of God is absolved from them. Musnad Ahmad Shakir, 4880. Or he says, none of you truly believes until he loves for his brother what he loves for himself. Agreed upon. Islam abhors these disparities for the rancour and resentment they breed, which erode the very foundations of society. For the selfishness, greed and harshness they instill, corrupting the soul and conscience, and for the dire straits, they drive the needy into forcing them either into theft and usurpation or into the humiliation of honour and dignity, the selling of their self-respect. All of these are precipices from which Islam seeks to safeguard the community. Moreover, Islam detests that wealth should circulate solely among the affluent of the nation, while the majority finds nothing to spend, for such an order ultimately leads to the stagnation of life, labour and production within the society. In contrast, when wealth is distributed among the largest possible number of people, it is spent on the necessities of life for this vast multitude, thereby increasing the demand for goods. This in turn fosters greater production, which generates full employment for labourers. Thus the wheel of life, work, production and consumption turns in its natural and fruitful cycle. For all these reasons, Islam has legislated zakat, making it an obligation upon wealth and a right of its rightful recipients, not a favour granted by the giver. It has set a threshold for it, ensuring that all those who possess beyond a certain amount partake in its payment. The highest exemption limit is 20 gold mithqal, equivalent to 30 Egyptian pounds in our currency, provided that this sum exceeds the owner's essential needs, is free from debt, and has remained in their possession for a full year. For indeed, a person cannot be required to give in zakat while they themselves are eligible to receive it. As for agricultural produce and fruits, zakat is seasonal, determined by the time of harvest. In trade goods, it is assessed based on the value of gold or silver, while in livestock, specific rates apply, approximating 1/4 of a tenth. As for treasure troves, rikas, 1/5 is due, with differences of opinion regarding whether such wealth belongs to the landowner or to the collective community. The rightful beneficiaries of zakat are those designated in the Quran, the poor, al-fuqara, those who possess less than the minimum threshold, or whose threshold is entirely consumed by debt. Clearly, these individuals own something, but it is meagre. Islam seeks not only to provide sufficiency, but also something beyond mere subsistence, enabling them to partake in the pleasures of life as much as possible. The destitute, al-masakin, those who own nothing at all. They are, by nature of their condition, even more deserving of aid than the poor. Yet, the fact that the poor are mentioned before them in the Quranic verse suggests that owning a meagre amount is no better than having nothing. For Islam's aim is not mere survival, but a degree above bare necessity. Those employed in its collection, al-amiluna alayha, the tax collectors. Even if they are wealthy, they are given a portion of zakat as compensation for their work, akin to a salary. This falls under the category of labour and wages rather than that of need and relief. Those whose hearts are to be reconciled, al-mu'allafatu qulubuhum, those who have newly embraced Islam, to strengthen their hearts and attract others through them. However, this category was discontinued after God had strengthened Islam through the wars of apostasy during the time of Abu Bakr. Since then, Islam has had no need to win hearts through material means, and though these recipients were explicitly mentioned in a Quranic verse, Umar found no difficulty in suspending their allocation. For the liberation of slaves, fi al-rikab, those who have entered into a contractual agreement with their owners to buy their freedom to ease their path to emancipation. Those burdened with debt, al-gharimun, those whose wealth has been consumed by debt, provided that the debt was not incurred in sin or extravagant indulgence, giving them a portion of zakat serves to settle their debts and free them from financial bondage, thereby aiding them in leading a dignified life. In the path of God, fi sabilillah, a broad category defined by circumstances including the equipping of warriors, the treatment of the sick, the education of those unable to afford learning, and all other endeavours that serve the communal welfare of the Muslim society. The scope of this category extends to all forms of social welfare, adaptable to the conditions and needs of different times and places. The wayfarer, ibn as-sabil, one who, despite possessing wealth, finds themselves cut off from it due to travel, such as emigrants fleeing war, raids or persecution, having left their wealth behind with no means of retrieving it. Yet Islam does not grant these groups their right to zakat until they have exhausted all their personal means of sustenance, for Islam is deeply concerned with human dignity. Thus it insists that everyone should have an independent source of livelihood that belongs to them, free from the control of even the collective society. Therefore, Islam emphasizes self-sufficiency through work and establishes as the foremost duty of the community the provision of employment for every individual. A man once came to the Prophet asking for alms, and the Prophet gave him a coin, instructing him to buy a rope and gather firewood to sell, saying, "It is better for one of you to go and gather firewood, carry it on his back, and sell it, than to beg from others, who may give him or may withhold from him." Agreed upon. Thus, zakat serves as a final social safeguard, a guarantee for those who have exerted themselves to the utmost, yet still find themselves in need, or those who attain only the bare minimum, or even those who achieve mere subsistence. At the same time, it ensures that wealth circulates among all people, completing the full and wholesome cycle of production, consumption, and labour. In this way, Islam harmonizes several imperatives, ensuring that each individual works to the best of their ability without relying on social aid to the point of idleness, ensuring that those in need receive enough to cover their shortcomings and alleviate their distress, and ensuring the sound circulation of a nation's capital so that wealth does not stagnate among a privileged few. Zakat is the foundation of a society built upon solidarity and mutual support, a society that has no need for the guarantees offered by the usurious system in any aspect of its life. Yet the true image of zakat has faded in our consciousness, as well as in the hearts of those unfortunate generations who never witnessed the system of Islam implemented in the realm of reality, who never saw this system standing upon the foundation of faith, nurtured by the discipline of faith, adorned with the ethics of faith. For Islam shapes the human soul in a unique manner, then establishes for it a system wherein its purified perceptions, its noble morals and its lofty virtues may breathe freely. It makes zakat the bedrock of this system, in contrast to the system of Jahiliyyah, which is built upon the edifice of usury. It enables life to flourish and the economy to rise through individual effort or through collective cooperation untainted by the stain of usury. But this image has been so thoroughly effaced in the minds of these unfortunate, ill-starred generations that were born and raised in the midst of a materialistic system founded upon usury. They have witnessed nothing but miserliness and greed, rivalry and cutthroat competition, the cold-hearted individualism that governs men's consciences so that wealth no longer reaches those in need except through the disgraceful mechanism of usury. They have seen people living without any guarantees, unless they possess financial reserves of their own, or have invested a portion of their wealth in usurious insurance schemes. They have seen commerce and industry stifled by the absence of capital unless it is obtained through the means of usury. And so it has become deeply ingrained in the consciousness of these ill-fated generations that no system exists but the system that life itself cannot function except upon this foundation. Thus the image of zakat has faded to the point where these generations now imagine it to be nothing more than a feeble act of individual charity incapable of sustaining a modern social order. But how vast would be the wealth amassed through zakat, when it encompasses 2.5% of private capital along with its profits? And how willingly would it be paid by people who have been moulded by Islam's unique method of formation, who have been nurtured by its distinctive discipline through its guidance, its legislations and its way of life, which elevates its vision far beyond the narrow minds of those who have never lived within it? And this wealth would be collected by the Islamic State not as an act of charity, but as a right that is mandated, ensuring that every individual whose means fall short is provided for. Thus, each person would feel secure in the knowledge that his life and the life of his children is guaranteed in every circumstance. And from this wealth, the debts of the indebted would be settled, whether these debts arose from commerce or from other causes. The essential matter is not the mere outward structure of the system. What truly matters is its spirit. A society nurtured by Islam, through its guidance, its legislation and its system, is in complete harmony with its form and its mechanisms. Its laws and directives are organically interwoven so that the spirit of solidarity arises both from the conscience of the people and from the institutions that govern them, each reinforcing the other in a seamless unity. This is a reality that may elude those who have been raised under materialistic systems. But we, the people of Islam, know it well. We taste it with the discerning sweetness of faith. And if they are deprived of this experience, if they remain blind to this blessing, then it is only their misfortune, their ill fate, and the ill fate of humanity itself, which has entrusted its reins into their hands. Let it be so, then. Let them be deprived of this goodness, with which God has given glad tidings, those who believe and do righteous deeds and establish prayer and give zakat. 277. Let them be denied the tranquility and contentment that come with it, just as they are already deprived of the reward and recompense, for it is by their ignorance, their jahiliyah, their misguidance and their obstinacy that they deprive themselves. Zakat, however, is not the sole obligation upon wealth, and yet we observe a kind of tacit collusion among those who speak of zakat in our times, portraying it as if it were the absolute limit of what Islam demands from wealth. This collusion must be exposed, for it is deliberately perpetuated by professional clerics, just as it is upheld by those who wish to depict the Islamic system as unfit for the age of civilization. In truth, zakat is merely the minimum obligation that Islam imposes upon wealth when the needs of the community are met by zakat alone. But when this is insufficient, Islam does not remain idle. Rather, it grants the leader who implements God's law broad authority to levy additional contributions from wealth taking from it, an amount determined by necessity, within the limits required for social welfare. The Prophet explicitly stated, "Indeed, in wealth there is a right beyond zakat." And the domain of public interest, masali mursala, and preventing harm, sad al-darai, is vast, encompassing all measures that secure the collective welfare and safeguard against all forms of harm. In elucidating the scope of these principles, we turn to the book Imam Malik by Sheikh Muhammad Abu Zahra, Professor of Jurisprudence at the Faculty of Law, Cairo University. Public interests that are not explicitly affirmed by a specific legal text are termed masalih mursala. Whether they constitute an independent legal principle has been a matter of debate among scholars. Al-Karafi claimed that all jurists have, in practice, relied upon them in particular cases, even if many denied them as a general legal foundation. He remarked, "Masali mursala, others may explicitly reject them, but when deriving rulings, they often justify them based on pure benefit, without demanding textual evidence as proof. Indeed, they rely solely on rational suitability, and this is precisely what constitutes masali mursala." Whether this claim is entirely accurate or not, there is no doubt that scholars have differed over the extent to which such interests should be considered. Even those who accept them as a principle may diverge on the degree to which they are applied. The views of scholars on this matter can be categorized into 4 groups. First, the Shafi'is and those who follow their approach, who do not accept masali mursala unless there is explicit textual support for them. They rely exclusively on scriptural sources and analogy, qiyas, which must be based on a clearly defined legal rationale linking the precedent to the derived ruling. Second, the Hanafis and those who resemble them, who employ istihsan, juridical preference, alongside analogy. Their application of istihsan, though disputed, often implicitly depends on unrestricted public interests. Third, the extremists who prioritize public interest to the extent that they override textual injunctions in social transactions, arguing that such interests can even supersede consensus. Fourth, the moderates, who are the most perceptive among them, the majority of the Malikis, who upheld masali mursala as a legitimate basis for legislation, provided it did not contradict an unequivocal text. Indeed, Malik's application of Masalih Mursala was not an innovation, but a continuation of established principles. 1. It was observed that the companions of the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, undertook matters after his passing that had not been practiced during his lifetime. They compiled the noble Quran into a single codex, though such a compilation had not been arranged during the time of the Prophet. For necessity dictated this course of action. They feared that the Quran might be forgotten with the deaths of its memorizers, particularly after witnessing their eager participation in the battles of apostasy. Dreading the loss of the Quran with their passing, they consulted Abu Bakr and advised him to gather it into a single manuscript. The companions reached a consensus on this matter and accepted it wholeheartedly. 2. Likewise, the companions of the Prophet, peace be upon him, unanimously agreed to establish the punishment for drinking wine as 80 lashes, basing this ruling on considerations of public welfare and unrestricted reasoning. They perceived that indulgence in intoxicants led to slander and the defamation of chaste women due to the rampant delirium it caused. Similarly, the rightly guided caliphs decreed that craftsmen should be held liable for the goods entrusted to them, even though the fundamental principle dictated that their hands were to be regarded as trustworthy. However, it became evident that if they were not held accountable, they would grow negligent in safeguarding the property of the people. Given that society had a pressing need for their services, the best course of action was to impose liability upon them so that they might exercise due diligence in protecting what was placed under their care. Regarding this, Ali, may God be pleased with him, declared, "People will not be set aright except by this." 4. Moreover, Umar ibn al-Khattab, may God be pleased with him, would confiscate half the wealth of governors whom he suspected of corruption, as their personal wealth had become intermingled with the wealth they had acquired through the authority of their office. This, too, was a measure rooted in public welfare, for he saw in it the rectification of rulers and a deterrent against exploiting their positions to amass unlawful gains. It is also narrated that he, may God be pleased with him, poured away milk that had been adulterated with water, as a disciplinary measure against those who engage in deceitful practices. This was done in the interest of the general good, so that people might not fall prey to fraud. Furthermore, it has been reported that Umar ibn al-Khattab, may God be pleased with him, ordered the execution of multiple individuals for jointly murdering a single person. This was because public welfare necessitated such a ruling, as no explicit text existed on the matter. The reasoning behind this was that the victim's life was sacred, and he had been slain deliberately. To leave his blood unavenged would undermine the very foundation of retributive justice and encourage murderers to conspire together in their crimes, knowing that no retribution would be exacted against them. If it were said that such a ruling was an innovation, that it involved executing individuals who were not on their own solely responsible for the murder, then the response would be that the act of killing was attributable to the collective group as a whole. Thus, executing them all was akin to executing a single murderer, for the crime was ascribed to them jointly, just as it would be to an individual perpetrator. Those who had gathered for the purpose of committing murder were thus treated as a single entity. Public interest demanded this ruling, for it served to preserve lives and safeguard society. Among the general considerations of public welfare is that if the state treasury becomes empty or the needs of the army exceed what is available, the leader has the authority to levy a temporary tax upon the wealthy, sufficient to meet the immediate needs, until funds become available in the treasury or sufficient resources are obtained. Furthermore, he has the discretion to impose this levy during the seasons of harvest and fruit gathering, so as to avoid alienating the affluent by burdening them unfairly. The rationale behind this is that if a just ruler refrains from such measures, his authority may weaken and the land may fall into chaos, becoming vulnerable to internal strife and external conquest by those who covet it. One might argue that instead of imposing such a levy, the ruler should seek loans on behalf of the treasury. However, al-Shatibi responded to this by stating, borrowing in times of crisis is only feasible when there is a foreseeable source of revenue from which the debt may be repaid. But if no such revenue is anticipated and the financial resources remain insufficient, then the imposition of a tax becomes unavoidable. On blocking the means to corruption, Saad al-Dara'i. The term dari'ah signifies a means to an end, and the principle of Saad al-Dara'i refers to the prevention of such means when they lead to harm. The essence of this principle is that whatever serves as a conduit to something prohibited is itself prohibited, while whatever leads to an obligatory act becomes obligatory. Thus, fornication is forbidden, and so too is gazing upon the private parts of a stranger, for such a gaze may lead to fornication. Likewise, the Friday prayer is an obligation, and so attending it becomes obligatory, as does refraining from commercial transactions at the time of its performance. Similarly, the pilgrimage is obligatory, and so the journey to the sacred house of God and the performance of its rites become obligatory in consequence. The foundation of this principle lies in examining the consequences of actions. If an action leads to benefits that align with the higher objectives of human interaction, then it is to be pursued in proportion to its alignment with those objectives. Conversely, if an action leads to corruption, then it must be prohibited in accordance with the degree of harm it entails. The assessment of consequences, however, is not based on the intentions of the individual actor, but rather on the outcome of the action itself. A person may be rewarded or punished in the hereafter according to his intentions, but in the realm of worldly affairs, actions are judged by their tangible results. This is because the world is governed by considerations of public interest, justice, and equity, which often require focusing on outcomes rather than inner motives. For instance, if someone insults the idols worshipped by polytheists with the sincere intention of exalting God, his intention may be noble. However, God has forbidden such actions if they provoke the polytheists into blaspheming against him, and do not insult those whom they invoke besides God, lest they insult God in enmity without knowledge. 6:108. Here, the divine prohibition is based not on the purity of intention, but on the consequence that would ensue. Similarly, the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, refrained from executing the hypocrites, because such an act could serve as a pretext for his enemies to claim that he was killing his own companions. He also forbade a lender from accepting a gift from his debtor unless it was deducted from the debt. This was because such a practice could become a means of extending the debt in exchange for favours, effectively transforming it into usury, where the lender ultimately benefits from his own loan. Among these principles is that the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, prohibited the amputation of hands during military expeditions, lest it become a cause for the punished to defect to the enemy, fleeing to their ranks. Similarly, legal punishments are not enforced during military campaigns, so that the heat of the blow does not drive a person to misguidance, this being of the same nature. And among them is that the foremost among the early emigrants, Muhajirun, and the helpers, Ansar, granted inheritance to a woman irrevocably divorced by a man on his deathbed, suspecting him of intending to deprive her of her rightful share. Even if this intent was not explicitly proven, the divorce itself was deemed a means to that end, a daria, pretext. And among them is that the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, forbade hoarding and said, "Whoever hoards is a sinner." for hoarding is a means of constricting the sustenance of people, particularly when it involves essentials. Thus, hoarding is not prohibited in cases where it does not harm the people, such as in matters of adornment and luxuries that do not fall under the necessities or significant needs of life. And among them is that the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, prohibited a person who has given something in charity from purchasing it back, even if he finds it being sold in the marketplace. This was to block the means to circumventing divine injunctions that one should not reclaim what was offered for the sake of God, even in exchange for wealth. If a donor is prohibited from repurchasing his charity, then taking it back without compensation is even more strongly forbidden. Moreover, allowing such transactions could open the door to deceit. A person might give his wealth in charity only to buy it back at a lower price, exploiting the needy who, thinking they have received something to alleviate their hardship, might readily agree to the sale. Thus, numerous reports have come down to us from the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him and his companions, and Ibn al-Qayyim in Ilam al-Muwaqqi'in has documented nearly 90 instances where prohibitions were established based on the principle of blocking the means, Sad al-Dariya. Indeed, legal pretexts and their implications constitute half of Islamic jurisprudence. This includes the principle of maslaha mursala, unrestricted public interest, and the principle of Sad al-Dariya, blocking the means to harm. When applied on a broader scale, they grant the ruler who upholds the divine law a vast authority to counteract every potential social harm. This extends even to financial policies, ensuring the protection of the public good and the realization of complete social justice. The principle of private ownership in Islam does not exclude, therefore, the right of the state to levy a share of profit or even a portion of capital itself, so long as it remains within the bounds of Islamic governance. The fundamental rule remains preserved that people shall have their private properties and investments constrained only by lawful avenues of growth. Any financial intervention by the state must be limited to urgent necessities so that the hearts of people do not grow estranged, their aspirations do not wane, nor their motivation for wealth, creation and productivity diminish. Above all, and more important than all, is that people retain their sense of security regarding their livelihoods, that they do not become mere subjects of the state, fearing that if they speak the truth or oppose authority, their sustenance may be severed. For every Muslim, every single Muslim is divinely mandated to hold the ruler accountable and to restrain him from deviating from the commands of God. But how can he fulfill this duty if his very livelihood is not in his hands, if he possesses no wealth except what the authorities permit him? Clarifying this matter is essential to exposing the collusion that seeks to confine discussions solely to zakat, as though it were the only financial obligation in Islam. It is necessary to unmask those who sell God's revelations for a paltry price, consuming nothing but fire in their bellies. It is necessary to unveil those who belittle the significance of Islamic financial safeguards, claiming their insufficiency only to then declare that Islam itself is inadequate for the modern world. Such assertions are nothing but conjecture and fabrication, born of ignorance of Islam's essence, ignorance of its economic system, and ignorance of the historical reality that this system has inscribed upon the annals of time. And yet we do not seek here to expound upon the Islamic economic system in its entirety, for that would require addressing every facet of its framework. Rather, we are writing about fiscal policy in relation to social justice. It is true that no aspect of Islam's comprehensive and integrated method of life can be entirely detached from another. However, the nature of this book does not allow for an exhaustive exposition of the Islamic economic system. Therefore, we shall suffice by stating that the fundamental principles of this system are as follows. 1. It rests upon the principle of conditional stewardship, istiklaf mashrut. God, the Almighty, is the sole creator and owner of all provisions, sustenance, and wealth upon the earth. He has entrusted humankind with stewardship over this domain, but on the condition that they manage it according to his divine law. Any deviation from this condition invalidates the stewardship and nullifies the covenant of trusteeship. 2. This trusteeship is universal, yet individuals attain the right of private ownership in return for work. Hence, the lawgiver God, the Most High, allocates a portion of wealth to them and fortifies this right with all necessary guarantees to ensure that the individual remains dignified, secure in his livelihood, and free to dedicate himself to the duty of upholding God's law. 3. Private ownership, though foundational to this system, is subject to conditions in its acquisition, its development, and its expenditure. These conditions ensure both individual and communal benefit and prevent the tyranny of either the individual over the community or the community over the individual. 4. Social solidarity, while preserving private ownership, is the bedrock of life in the Muslim nation. This principle imposes specific obligations upon private wealth as outlined in the divine law. Obligations that are entirely sufficient to realize comprehensive social welfare. 5. Social justice is best achieved through this system far more effectively than through any man-made system, wherein error and imperfection are inevitable. From the historical reality of Islam, we may, with full confidence, call it the spirit of Islam. This spirit is perceptible to anyone who traces the nature of this faith and its history alike. It is felt as a force underlying its laws and directives, woven into its legislations and guidance. It is a spirit so vivid and powerful that none who contemplates it can remain untouched, nor resist being immersed in its atmosphere. Yet, like every profound and all-encompassing perception, or every comprehensive and holistic vision, it eludes precise expression within the confines of words. It manifests itself in orientations and objectives, in events and occurrences, in conduct and rituals impossible to confine within a limited verbal mould. This spirit delineates the loftiest horizon to which Islam calls its adherents to aspire towards it, to strive to attain it, not merely through the fulfillment of obligations and duties, but through voluntary self-giving beyond what is required. This summit is arduous to reach, yet even more arduous is maintaining one's footing upon it. For the impulses of human nature and the pressures of worldly necessity do not readily allow most people to ascend to such heights, nor to remain there for long, even if they should reach it in a momentary surge of longing and aspiration. This ascent demands immense sacrifices of self and wealth, of sentiment and conduct. Perhaps the most burdensome of these sacrifices is the constant vigilance that Islam imposes upon the individual conscience, the acute sensitivity it awakens within one's soul toward rights and duties toward oneself, toward the community in which one lives, toward the humanity to which one belongs, and above all, toward the Creator, who watches over all, knowing both the secret and the whispered thought. Yet the difficulty of this ascent, and the near impossibility of maintaining oneself upon it for long, does not mean that Islam is a mere poetic fancy, a utopian ideal that stirs the emotions but remains beyond the reach of deeds. This loftier horizon is not an obligation imposed upon every individual in all times. Rather, it is a goal set for humanity to strive toward today as in the past and as in the future. At times, humankind has reached it. At other times, it has fallen short. It is an ideal that embodies a profound trust in human nature, in its conscience and capacities, and a testimony to the belief that humanity is not beyond hope, whether in the near or distant future. Yet below this horizon lies a vast expanse of attainable effort and practical reality. For God does not burden any soul beyond its capacity, 2:286. The magnanimity of Islam accepts from each what they are able to offer within defined boundaries that ensure life does not descend below a certain standard. For all, there are degrees in accordance with what they have done. 6:132. The path to the loftier horizon remains forever open, and the obligations and duties of Islam in themselves are sufficient to establish righteousness and order in life. This spirit of Islam, to which we have alluded, has left its unmistakable imprint upon the historical reality of Islam, transforming it from a mere creed and vision into living personalities and tangible events. Islam did not remain an abstract philosophy, nor a collection of admonitions and exhortations, nor an unreachable ideal. It became human exemplars, living embodiments, concrete realities witnessed by the eye and heard by the ear, leaving their mark upon the course of life and the annals of history. It was as though this spirit infused itself into these individuals, reshaping them, forging them anew, bringing them forth in a wholly transformed state. This is the most truthful explanation for the astonishing array of remarkable personalities that Islamic history has preserved from its inception and throughout its epochs. It is the key to understanding those extraordinary events and occurrences that might, to the uninformed, seem like legends spun by an overreaching imagination, though, in truth, they were realities inscribed upon the fabric of existence and recorded by history itself. The annals of history can scarcely enumerate the countless instances of spiritual purification, moral fortitude, self-sacrificing devotion, total immersion in faith, profound spiritual and intellectual insight, and heroic deeds in every sphere of life. Yet we must not study these acts of heroism and exceptional achievements in isolation, scattered across time, without linking them to the potent spirit of Islam which gave birth to them all. To examine these feats in isolation, attributing each to the inherent genius of its individual protagonist, while neglecting the original, radiant source that animated them, would be an incomplete and misleading approach to the fundamental truths of existence and life. It would reduce each remarkable personality to an isolated phenomenon, ignoring the unifying force that propelled them all, the same force that drives the hands of time and shapes the course of events, sweeping all into its powerful and surging current, a tide in which individual brilliance, historical circumstances, and unfolding events are all but waves upon a vast and boundless ocean. We would not err in attributing the emergence of all these extraordinary figures and the unfolding of all these heroic acts to the influence of this mighty spirit, for it is a cosmic movement, an all-encompassing force, gathering within it these ostensibly individual energies, which in reality are part of a greater universal design. The measure of each individual's greatness is the extent to which they are prepared to receive this divine outpouring. Thus, it is no wonder that the greatest of all greatness, the mightiest of all human achievements, was the prophethood of Muhammad, son of Abdullah, peace and blessings be upon him. His being alone received this divine effusion in its entirety, comprehended it in full, and bore its weight with unwavering patience. For his essence was not merely an individual force, it was a cosmic energy. Beneath the horizon of prophethood, greatness unfolds in descending degrees. First in the companions of Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, then in the believers who embraced his faith throughout history, each according to their capacity to absorb the spirit embedded in this magnificent religion. This spirit, which has awakened human souls, ignited the flames of genius, manifested unparalleled acts of heroism, and altered the very course of human history. It is this comprehensive vision that unveils to us the presence of this spirit not only in the grand events of history, but also in the seemingly ordinary incidents of everyday life. For spiritual greatness is not measured by quantity or scale, but by quality and significance. The same spirit that empowered a handful of desert Arabs to overthrow the mighty empires of Persia and Byzantium in an astonishingly brief span of time, a feat unparalleled in history, was also at work in the unwavering endurance of Bilal, the Abyssinian slave, against the tortures of Quraysh. Under torment beyond human endurance, he remained steadfast in his faith, lying upon the burning sands with scorching stones pressed against his chest, suffering hunger, thirst, and unbearable agony, yet all he uttered was one, in the face of torment that defied imagination. This same spirit touches the ordinary man in the street, one without wealth or power, enabling him to stand before the mightiest of rulers and confront him with the word of truth, fearing none but God. Just as it manifests in the caliph who commands vast dominions, yet remains content, humble, and untainted by arrogance. Both draw from the same inexhaustible wellspring, the powerful, transformative, and deeply penetrating spirit of Islam. And speaking of the Arabs' triumph over the empires of Khosrau and Caesar, we must take into account that spirit, the spirit that prevailed over the immense material forces arrayed against it, amassed in those two vast empires, forces to which the Arabs in and of themselves were no match except through that very spirit. The victory of Islam in this context is, in essence, the victory of a creed that took possession of human souls, and therein lies a powerful confirmation of the Islamic interpretation of history, an interpretation before which all others falter, for they are inevitably incapable of explaining this astonishing triumph. Moreover, the profound psychological transformation that Islam wrought in the Arabs of the peninsula in their perceptions and conduct, in their aspirations and goals, in their social and economic organization, is no less significant in this context than the conquests themselves. Indeed, it is even clearer and more profound. For what economic development occurred in the life of the peninsula between the advent of the Prophet and his passing that could have engendered such a sweeping revolution in thought and sentiment, in structure and orientation? It was, in truth, the creed that wrought all these marvels. And it is difficult in this space to fully survey the magnitude of this transformation. Yet let us suffice with a single glimpse one testified to by a witness from among the Arabs themselves at that time, in the presence of those who denied this faith, who found no rebuttal to refute his words. This was when a group of Muslims emigrated to Abyssinia, fleeing with their faith from the persecution of Quraysh in the early days of the Islamic call. Fearing that this sanctuary might provide the Muslims with respite, Quraysh dispatched 2 envoys to the Negus of Abyssinia, urging him to send the emigrants back. These envoys were Amr ibn al-As and Abdullah ibn Abi Rabi'ah, who said, "O king, a band of foolish youths from among us has taken refuge in your land. They have abandoned the religion of their people without embracing yours, but rather have brought forth a new creed, one we do not know, nor do you. We have been sent to you by their noble kinsmen, their fathers and tribes, to return them, for they are more knowledgeable about what faults they have found in them, and what they have reproached them for." When the Negus inquired of the Muslims, "What is this faith for which you have forsaken your people's religion without entering into mine or into any of the other faiths?" Their spokesman, Ja'far ibn Abi Talib, may God be pleased with him, answered, "O king, we were a people steeped in Jahiliyyah. We worshipped idols, consumed carrion, committed abominations, severed kinship ties, mistreated our neighbours, and the strong among us devoured the weak. We remained thus until God sent to us a messenger from among ourselves, one whose lineage, truthfulness, trustworthiness, and chastity we knew well. He called us to worship God alone and to forsake the stones and idols that we and our forefathers had worshipped in his stead. He commanded us to speak the truth, to fulfill our trusts, to maintain our family ties, to treat our neighbours well, and to refrain from forbidden deeds and the shedding of blood. He forbade us from indecency, false testimony, consuming the wealth of orphans, and slandering chaste women. And he commanded us to worship God alone, without associating anything with him, and enjoined upon us prayer, charity, and fasting. Ibn Ishaq, as narrated by Salama in Sirat ibn Hisham, Volume 1. And though both envoys were present, one of whom was Ammar, whose eloquence and resourcefulness were well known, neither could refute Jafar's depiction of the state of the peninsula before Islam, nor his portrayal of the new faith and its ideals, for indeed it was a true and faithful account of what was and what had become. This is a testimony preserved in the annals of history regarding the Arabian Peninsula. And here is another testimony from a man who was not Muslim, speaking of the entire world in that era. J. H. Denison, in his book Emotions as the Basis of Civilization, writes, "In the 5th and 6th centuries the civilized world stood on the brink of chaos. The creeds that had upheld civilization had collapsed, and there was nothing to replace them. It seemed then that the great edifice of civilization, painstakingly built over 4,000 years, was on the verge of disintegration, and that humanity was about to revert to the state of barbarism. Tribes were warring and feuding, law and order were absent. Even the institutions created by Christianity were working toward division and decay, rather than unity and order. Civilization, like a mighty tree whose shade had spread over the entire world, stood trembling, its very core rotted away. And amidst this universal decay, there was born a man who united the entire world. And yet this discourse is vast, and the purpose of this book is not to expound upon Islam in general, but rather upon social justice in Islam. Thus, it shall suffice us to present select glimpses from history relevant to this theme. But before we begin with these examples in this direction, let us first present a few in another realm, one that lies deeper within the conscience of Islam, and upon which the entire foundation of Islam is built. We have spoken briefly of the perpetual vigilance that Islam imposes upon the conscience of the individual, of the keen sensitivity it awakens in one's soul. And history has preserved countless examples of this unceasing vigilance and profound sensitivity, far too many to enumerate here. Yet a few well-chosen instances shall suffice in place of many. Buraida narrates, Ma'iz ibn Malik came to the Prophet and said, "O Messenger of God, purify me." The Prophet said, "Woe unto you! Go back, seek forgiveness from God, and repent unto him." So he turned away, but he had not gone far before he returned, saying, "O Messenger of God, purify me." The Prophet repeated what he had said before. This continued until, on the 4th occasion, the Messenger of God said to him, "From what shall I purify you?" He said, "From adultery." The Prophet then inquired, "Is he afflicted with madness?" He was informed that Ma'iz was not mad. He then asked, "Has he consumed wine?" A man stood up and smelled his breath, but found no trace of wine. Finally, the Prophet asked, "Did you truly commit adultery?" He replied, "Yes." So the Prophet ordered that he be stoned. 2 or 3 days later, the Messenger of God came and said, "Seek forgiveness for Ma'iz ibn Malik, for he has repented with such a repentance that had it been distributed among an entire nation, it would have sufficed them." Then a woman from the Gamid clan of the Azd tribe came and said, "O Messenger of God, purify me." He said, "Woe unto you! Go back, seek forgiveness from God, and repent unto him." She said, "Do you wish to turn me away as you turned away Ma'iz ibn Malik? Nay, I am pregnant from adultery." He asked, "Is it truly so?" She said, "Yes." He said to her, "Then wait until you have given birth." A man from among the Ansar took responsibility for her until she had delivered her child, Then he came to the Prophet and said, "The Ghamidiyya woman has given birth." The Prophet said, "Then we shall not stone her and leave her child without a caregiver." At that, a man from among the Ansar stood and said, "O Prophet of God, I shall take care of the child's nursing." So the Prophet ordered her to be stoned. It is related that he said to her, "Go and nurse him until you wean him." When she had weaned him, she brought the child, carrying in his hand a piece of bread, and said, "O Prophet of God, I have weaned him, and he now eats food." The Prophet handed the child over to a man from among the Muslims, and commanded that a pit be dug for her up to her chest. Then he ordered the people to stone her. Khalid ibn al-Walid approached with a stone and struck her head, causing her blood to spatter onto his face. In anger he cursed her. The messenger of God said, "Gently, O Khalid, by him in whose hand is my soul, she has repented with such a repentance that, had it been undertaken by a tax collector, he would have been forgiven." Then he ordered that she be given the funeral prayer and buried. Muslim, al-Nasa'i. Thus was Ma'iz ibn Malik, and thus was his companion. Neither of them, neither he nor she, was ignorant of the severe punishment that awaited them, nor the grievous fate that would befall them, nor had anyone witnessed their crime so as to prove it against them. Yet they persisted in seeking out the messenger of God, and whenever his mercy and the mercy of Islam sought to avert their confession, they insisted and pressed on, closing every door and sealing every passage upon themselves. Indeed, the woman even confronted Muhammad, the messenger of God, with the charge that he was attempting to turn her away as he had turned away Ma'iz. It was as though she were on the verge of challenging the very law of God itself. Why all this? In their words, "Purify me, O messenger of God," lies the indication of that overpowering force within them, one that prevailed over the mere desire to live. It was the awakening of conscience, the acute sensitivity of the soul. It was the desire for purification from a sin that none had witnessed save God. It was the shame of meeting God on the morrow without having been cleansed of their transgression. This is Islam, in its piercing sensitivity which manifests within the soul of the sinner, in its profound mercy which is seen in the Prophet's reluctance to proceed with their confession, and in its resolute justice which is upheld in the execution of the prescribed punishment once the crime is established, so resolute that neither the nobility of confession nor the magnitude of repentance can deter it. For here the sinner and the lawgiver meet upon the shared desire that this faith should stand upon its firm foundation, and this pertains to the prescribed punishments. So what then of the social considerations for which life itself is sometimes sacrificed? It is the story of Khalid's dismissal from the command of the army in Syria, and the appointment of Abu Ubaidah in his place. Khalid, who until then had never suffered defeat in battle, who was the soldier in whose very being the spirit of war had coursed, both in the days of Jahiliyyah and in Islam. This Khalid was deposed from command, yet he bore no grudge, nor was he overcome by pride so as to withdraw from the battlefield, let alone entertain the thought of rebellion. Rather, he remained steadfast in the fight, with the same determination and the same desire to uphold the faith of God and attain martyrdom in his cause. He paid no heed to these considerations, for the unceasing vigilance imposed by Islam upon the conscience of the believer and the acute sensitivity it awakens in the soul stand above all these matters and beyond all circumstances. And this incident has its significance from another perspective as well, the perspective of Umar ibn al-Khattab. Khalid's dismissal resulted from this very sensitivity itself. For Umar had taken issue with Khalid's actions during Abu Bakr's caliphate actions that had stirred his conscience and provoked his acute sense of justice. He held against Khalid his haste in executing Malik ibn Nuwaira and then marrying his wife immediately thereafter. He also reproached him for a similar incident, his marriage to the daughter of Mujah during the war against Musailimah the liar. at a time when 1,200 of the finest companions had just been slain in battle. Not even the fact that Khalid was the greatest of commanders and most victorious in battle, not even the dire necessity that the Muslim Ummah had for his military genius. As it stood at the brink of monumental wars in Syria and Iraq, none of this could silence Umar's conscience regarding Khalid's grave mistake, nor his conviction that Khalid had to be removed not just from command, but from the army altogether. Added to all this was Khalid's independent approach to the matters entrusted to him, an approach that did not align with Umar's method of meticulous oversight, born from his acute sense of responsibility. One might ask, why then did Abu Bakr retain Khalid if these were his errors? The answer is that Abu Bakr's perception of Khalid was not as severe as Umar's. He saw that Khalid had erred in judgment, but not out of deliberate sin or transgression. Thus, his forgiveness could encompass him, even though he was angered by his actions, especially the latter one, for which he wrote him a letter that dripped with blood. But since Abu Bakr deemed Khalid's actions to fall within the realm of error in interpretation, he found no reason to dismiss him. And this is the true interpretation, one that aligns with the sensitivity of the Islamic conscience in that era. And yet it is most astonishing that a man like Dr. Haykal should offer an explanation for Abu Bakr's position that contradicts the spirit of Islam, even though it may align with the political machinations of the modern age. He said in his book Al-Siddiq Abu Bakr, pages 150, 152, "The divergence of opinion between Abu Bakr and Umar regarding the incident of Malik ibn Nuwayra reached the extent that I have described. Both men without a doubt desired what was best for Islam and the Muslims. But was their disagreement merely a difference in assessing what Khalid had done, or was it a divergence regarding the political course that ought to be pursued in this critical juncture of Muslim history, the time of apostasy, and the eruption of rebellion across the Arabian Peninsula? In my view, this disagreement was one of policy and approach, rather than of mere judgment regarding Khalid's actions. And this difference aligns with the very nature of these two men. As for Umar, who was the embodiment of stern, uncompromising justice, he saw that Khalid had transgressed against a Muslim man and had taken his wife before the completion of her waiting period. Thus, it was inconceivable for him that Khalid should remain in the army, lest he repeat such actions and corrupt the affairs of the Muslims, while staining their standing among the Arabs. Nor could he be left without punishment for his transgression against Layla. Even if one were to assume that he had misinterpreted the matter of Malik, and this was something Umar would never concede, then surely what he had done with Malik's wife was sufficient cause for the prescribed penalty to be executed upon him. Being Saif Allah, the sword of God, or a commander who carried victory in his wake, was no justification. If such excuses were accepted, then the sacred limits of God would be violated with impunity by Khalid and those like him. And that would be the most pernicious precedent for the Muslims in their adherence to the Book of God. For this reason, Umar persisted in bringing the matter up with Abu Bakr and pressing him insistently until Abu Bakr summoned Khalid and reproached him for his deed. As for Abu Bakr, he saw the situation as far graver than to be weighed against such incidents. Whether it was the killing of one man or a group of men, whether due to misinterpretation or otherwise, the entire state was encircled by peril, and rebellion was ablaze across the land of the Arabs from end to end. And this very commander, accused of error, was among the greatest forces by which calamities were repelled and dangers averted. What was the taking of a woman against the customs of the Arabs, or even union with her before her purification, if such a thing occurred at the hands of a conqueror? Was he not entitled, by the law of conquest, to have captives who would become rightfully his? A rigid application of the law should not be imposed upon men of extraordinary stature, men like Khalid, especially when such rigidity would harm the state or expose it to peril. The Muslims were in dire need of Khalid's sword, more so on the day Abu Bakr summoned him and reproached him than ever before. For Musaylima was entrenched in Yamama with 40,000 of Banu Hanifa, and his rebellion against Islam was the most ferocious of all. He had already triumphed over Ikrimah ibn Abi Jahl, one of the Muslim commanders, and the highest hopes were pinned upon Khalid's sword to vanquish him. Should Khalid then be dismissed for the killing of Malik ibn Nuwayra, or for the sake of Layla the Beautiful, who had ensnared his heart? Should the Muslim armies be exposed to Musaylima's domination, and should the religion of God be left vulnerable to what might befall it? Nay, Khalid was a sign of God, the very sword of God. Let Abu Bakr's policy, then, be that of summoning him, reprimanding him, and at the same time commanding him to march forth to Yamama to confront Musaylima. This, in my view, is the true portrayal of the disagreement between Abu Bakr and Umar in this incident. And perhaps Abu Bakr's command for Khalid to advance against Musaylima came after Banu Hanifa had overpowered Ikrimah, so that the people of Medina, and particularly those who shared Umar's view, might see that Khalid was a man for dire moments, and that when Abu Bakr gave him this command, he cast him forth into a blazing inferno, either to be consumed and meet his end, which would serve as the ultimate retribution for what he had done to Tamim and her husband, or to emerge from the crucible of battle, purified by victory, triumphant and laden with spoils, having calmed the fears of the Muslims so much so that his deed at Al-Buta would no longer be of any significance in comparison. This is the true depiction of the matter according to Dr. Haykal. And if there is a marvel to behold, then it is the marvel of a man who lives in his mind and soul within the atmosphere of that era of Islamic history, amidst those men of keen, soaring consciences and acute sensitivity, yet fails to elevate his own conscience and perception above this base interpretation, which is drawn directly from the political circumstances of our materialistic age rather than from the spirit of Islam and its history in that period. This is but the politics of our own times, the politics that justifies the means by the ends, that reduces human conscience to the level of transient expediencies, and that considers such manoeuvring to be political acumen and skill in governance. How small Abu Bakr appears in this depiction, which Dr. Haykal deems the true one. Were it not for the fact that Abu Bakr was far greater and loftier than the narrow lens through which a man, confined to an age in decline, attempts to observe him an age incapable of rising to that exalted, boundless horizon. Moreover, there is the glaring ignorance of the most elementary principles of Islamic law. Once again, Dr. Haykal, in his book Al-Faruq Umar, Volume 1, attempts to portray the thoughts of Umar as he resolved to dismiss Khalid. Yet he is once more shackled by the intellectual decline of his own era, burdened by the mindset of a party leader, preoccupied with immediate interests and pressing necessities, incapable of sensing the spirit of Islam in its towering heights. Thus he writes on pages 99, 100. How could Umar dare to dismiss Khalid while he was at the head of the Muslim forces in Syria, and while those forces were in a precarious position? They stood there, facing the Romans, unable to engage them, just as the Romans could not make a decisive move against the Muslims. This was their state before Khalid arrived from Iraq, and it remained so even after his arrival. Each side awaited the opportunity to break the deadlock and strike at its adversary. Was the Caliph not concerned that removing Khalid might weaken the resolve of the Muslims, making their situation even more precarious? Would it not have been wiser for him to wait until Khalid extricated the Muslims from the predicament they were in, after which he could issue whatever command he wished? These considerations undoubtedly carry weight in the unfolding of combat, and we shall later see that Abu Ubaidah took them into account, undeterred by any displeasure or censure from the Caliph. But Umar viewed the matter from a different perspective. If he delayed Khalid's dismissal until after the battle, it would undermine his policy and disrupt his strategy, for the battle could have only two outcomes. Either the Muslims would be defeated, in which case Khalid's removal would be of no consequence, or they would be victorious under his command, in which case it would be unthinkable for Umar to dismiss a leader at the peak of his triumph. If he did so, it would be a grave misstep. And Umar was determined that Khalid should not remain in supreme command, neither in Syria nor elsewhere. Thus he hastened to issue the order for his removal. Thus does Haykal Pasha think in the 20th century, then anchor his thought in Umar at the dawn of Islam, just as he had once thought before, and anchored his thought in Abu Bakr. And this is the assertion of a man whose soul has never been touched by the spirit of Abu Bakr, nor by the spirit of Umar, nor has his life within the atmosphere of Islam for even a fleeting moment been able to wrench him away from the entanglements of the 20th century, with all its twists and turns, its cunning stratagems, and its opportunistic grasping at chances on the account of conscience, or truth, or faith. And what does Haykal presume of Umar? Would Umar have kept Khalid in his post if the circumstances had been other than they were, if the opportunity had been other than it was, while he, in the depths of his conscience, believed, as Haykal Pasha portrays him, that Khalid was guilty in the case of Malik ibn Nuwara, and guilty before God and religion? Is this Umar the man who accords weight to such considerations, who bows his head before them, he who would bring down the loftiest peaks yet never bend, who would face the storm with faith and never yield? Such a thing might be done by the kings of Banu Umayyah or the kings of Banu Abbas, and people would deem it craftiness and shrewdness on their part. But as for Umar, never, and as for Abu Bakr, never as well. Yet some imagine such things of them only because of the shallowness of the modern spirit and the decline of its standards and measures. And so I have dwelled at length in presenting and refuting this mode of thinking, so that I might correct the profound error committed by those who attempt to portray the modes of thought and feeling in an era when the Islamic spirit was at its zenith, using the perspectives of our materialistic age, which is far removed from that refined spirit. For this error leads to a grave misunderstanding of the realities of human conscience and its capacity for elevation and sensitivity. I do not seek to cloak those men in garments too vast for them, nor to portray them as free from all human frailty. Rather, I seek to restore confidence in human conscience within people's hearts, just as I seek to depict that period of Muslim history in its true light, a light that every soul, endowed with a readiness to aspire towards those distant horizons, can feel with intensity. Let us now proceed in our review of instances of refined sensitivity in its myriad manifestations. Here is Umar ibn al-Khattab, the Caliph, approaching with a waterskin upon his back. His son, in astonishment, asks him, "Why have you done this?" He replies, "I admired myself, so I wished to humble it." What a sentiment! The soul of the man had sensed, deep within, a trace of pride in his caliphate, in the conquests, in the grandeur that lay ahead. He loathed for his soul to be engulfed in this pride, and so he hastened to humble it, humbling it in the sight of the people, heedless of the fact that he was the caliph, the ruler over a realm that now encompassed most of the lands formerly under the empires of Khosrow and Caesar. And here is Ali ibn Abi Talib, the caliph, trembling from the cold of winter, clad in a summer garment with no other covering. The treasury is within his grasp, yet his conscience ever watchful deters him. His soul, ever attuned, restrains him. And here is Abu Ubaidah, amidst his soldiers in Amwas, where the plague had struck with devastating force. Umar, fearing for the safety of the trustee of the Ummah, writes to him, "After this a matter has arisen that I wish to discuss with you in person. I have resolved that upon reading this letter you shall not set it down before hastening to me." Abu Ubaidah reads the letter and discerns Umar's intent. He realizes that the caliph seeks to extract him from the deadly plague. He responds, "May God forgive the commander of the faithful." Then he writes back, "I have understood your need for me, yet I am among a host of Muslims, and I do not wish to seek safety for myself apart from them. I shall remain with my soldiers until God decrees concerning me and them. So relieve me of your command, O commander of the faithful, and let me stay with my men." When Umar reads the letter, he weeps. Those around him ask, "Has Abu Ubaidah died?" He answers, his tears choking him, "No, but it is as if he already has. Is it not the deep faith in God's decree that keeps Abu Ubaidah steadfast in his course?" Indeed, it is, and along with it, the profound sensitivity that prevents him from fleeing for his own life while leaving his soldiers behind. He and they are together, warriors in the path of God. And here is Bilal ibn Rabah, the Prophet's muezzin. His fellow Muslim, Abu Ruwayha al-Kathami, asks him to intercede on his behalf for a marriage proposal to a family from Yemen. Bilal addresses them, saying, "I am Bilal ibn Rabah, and this is my brother Abu Ruwayha. He is a man of poor character and weak in faith. If you wish to marry him, then do so, and if you wish to decline, then decline." Thus he does not deceive them, nor conceal anything about his brother, nor exploit his own standing as an intermediary to obscure his responsibility before God regarding what he says. Yet they agree to the marriage, assured by his honesty sufficing them that their daughter's suitor has such a man as Bilal as his advocate. And here is Abu Hanifa sending goods to his business partner Hafs ibn Abd al-Rahman, informing him that one of the garments among them has a defect and must be disclosed to the buyers. Hafs sells the merchandise but forgets to mention the flaw, receiving full payment for an imperfect item said to have been worth 30 or 35,000. Abu Hanifa refuses to keep the money and insists on finding the buyer. When they fail to locate him, he refuses to add the amount to his lawful earnings and instead donates it entirely in charity. And it is narrated that Yunus ibn Ubayd had garments of varying prices, some worth 400, others worth 200. As he stepped away for prayer, he left his nephew in charge of the shop. An Arab came seeking a 400 dirham garment, and the nephew, by mistake, sold him one of the 200 dirham garments at the higher price. As the Arab walked away with his purchase, Yunus encountered him, recognized the garment, and asked, "For how much did you buy this?" The man replied, "For 400. Yunus said, "It is not worth more than 200. Return it and take back your money." The Arab insisted, "But in my land it is worth 500, and I am content with it." Yet Yunus replied, "Go back, for honesty and faith is better than all the wealth of this world." This, then, is the sensitivity that Islam instills in the human heart when it is truly imbued with its spirit, when it is suffused with its radiance. And beyond these few examples, there are tens, even hundreds like them in every domain and every direction. Yet these alone suffice to glimpse the horizons to which Islam aspires in purifying the human conscience and elevating it so that it transcends all constraints and necessities, all desires for self, for wealth, for status. Absolute equality among all human beings was the message of Islam, an unreserved emancipation of the soul from all values and considerations that might tarnish this equality. We have already spoken of Islam's doctrine of equality and liberation, and of the unequivocal texts that leave no room for doubt regarding the profundity of this concept and its deep roots in the Islamic vision of human society. Now let us turn to how this doctrine was implemented in the realm of life itself. Slavery, in every corner of the earth, had always constituted a class distinct from that of the free. Arabia was no exception. Yet Muhammad, the son of Abdullah, may God's blessings and peace be upon him, married his cousin Zainab bint Jahsh, a noblewoman of the Hashemite clan of Quraysh, to his freedman Zayd. Marriage, being a profoundly sensitive matter, is where the principle of equality is tested at its highest peak. No one but this prophet, and no force but that of this faith, could have accomplished this miracle, a miracle that remains unachievable to this day outside the lands of Islam. Even in the United States, where slavery has been abolished by law, a black man is still forbidden not only from marrying a white woman, any white woman, but also from entering schools and universities, from dining in the same restaurants, from sitting beside whites in public transport, and from lodging in the same hotels and inns until this very moment. When Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, established a bond of brotherhood between the emigrants, Muhajirun, and the helpers, Ansar, at the dawn of the migration, he paired his uncle Hamza with his freedman Zayd as brothers. He did the same with Abu Bakr and Kharija ibn Zayd, and with Abu Ruwayha al-Kathami and Bilal ibn Rabah. This brotherhood was not a mere formality. It was a living bond that equalled the ties of blood kinship in soul, in wealth, and in all aspects of life. Then the messenger, peace and blessings be upon him, appointed Zayd, his freedman, as the commander of the army dispatched to the battle of Mu'tah. Later, he would appoint Zayd's son, Usama, as the leader of the expedition against the Romans, an army that comprised many of the foremost Muhajirun and Ansar, including Abu Bakr and Umar, the Prophet's closest aides, and the future caliphs of Islam, unanimously recognized by the Muslims. Among them was also Sa'd ibn Abi Waqqas, a relative of the Prophet from his maternal clan of Banu Zuhra, and one of the earliest converts to Islam. God had expanded his heart to the faith when he was but 17 years old, and he was a man of wealth, strength in battle, and brilliance in jihad. When the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, passed away, Abu Bakr insisted on dispatching Usama's army, preserving the very leadership that the Prophet had appointed. As he bid farewell to the departing troops outside Medina, Usama rode while Abu Bakr, the caliph, walked on foot. Usama felt ashamed to remain mounted while the elderly successor of the Prophet walked alongside, and he said, "O Caliph of the Messenger of God, either you ride or I shall dismount." But Abu Bakr swore, "By God, you shall not dismount, and by God I shall not ride. What harm is there if I let my feet gather dust in the path of God even for an hour?" Yet Abu Bakr soon realized his need for Umar, for the burdens of the caliphate lay heavy upon his shoulders. But Umar was but a soldier in Usama's army, and Usama was his commander. Thus the caliph had to seek his permission. "If you see fit to grant me Umar's assistance, then do so, O God. If you see fit to grant me Umar's assistance, then do so." These are heights beyond the reach of mere words or commentary. Time moved forward, and Umar ibn al-Khattab became caliph. He appointed Ammar ibn Yasir, a former slave, as governor of Kufa. One day, Suhail ibn Amr, Abu Sufyan ibn Harb, and a gathering of Quraysh's nobles stood at Umar's door. While before them were admitted Suhaib and Bilal, both freedmen, both poor because they had been among the people of Badr and the earliest companions of the Prophet. Abu Sufyan's nose flared with anger at this precedence, and he muttered with the arrogance of old, "Never have I seen such a day. These slaves are granted entry while we remain at the door." On another occasion Umar passed through Mecca and saw servants standing while their masters ate, forbidding them from joining. His face darkened with disapproval, and he rebuked their masters. "What is this? What makes some people hoard food from their servants?" Then he ordered the servants to sit and eat with their masters from the same dish. As governor of Mecca, Umar appointed Nafi ibn al-Harith. Meeting him at Aswan, he asked, "Whom have you appointed over the people of the valley?" Nafi replied, "I have appointed Ibn Abza." Umar asked, "And who is Ibn Abza?" Nafi said, "A man from among our freedmen." Umar was taken aback. "You have appointed a freedman over them?" Nafi explained, "He is a reciter of the Book of God, knowledgeable in the laws of inheritance, and a judge." At this, Umar's face softened, and he said, "Indeed, your Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, has said, 'Verily God raises some people through this book and lowers others by it.'" Muslim. But Umar's question had not been one of disapproval. Rather, it was a genuine inquiry, for he wished to know what qualities distinguished Ibn Abza, whom he did not personally recognize. Otherwise, he was the very same Umar who, in his final testament regarding the 6 members of the Shura, Consultative Council, said, "Had Salim, the freedman of Abu Hudayfa, been alive, I would have appointed him as caliph. To him, Salim was more worthy than the very men of the Shura Uthman, Ali, Talha, Zubair, Abd al-Rahman ibn Auf, and Sa'd ibn Abi Waqqas, as well as his own son, Abdullah ibn Umar." Once a freedman proposed marriage to the sister of a Qurayshi man and offered her a generous dowry. The Qurayshi refused, saying, "O Commander of the Faithful, we have our lineage, and he is not our equal." Hearing this, Umar rebuked him. "Has he not brought the nobility of this world and the next? The nobility of this world is wealth, and the nobility of the hereafter is piety. Marry her to him if she is willing." Her brother consulted her, and she consented, so he gave her in marriage. We have already seen how Bilal, the freedman, was the mediator for Abu Ruwayha, an Arab, in his marriage proposal to the people of Yemen. They honoured Bilal and accepted the proposal because of him. The doors were wide open for freedmen to ascend to the highest ranks of honour in every field. Ibn Abbas would be mentioned alongside his freedman Ikrimah, Abdullah ibn Umar alongside his freedman Nafi, Anas ibn Malik with his freedman Ibn Sirin, and Abu Huraira with his freedman Abd al-Rahman ibn Hurmuz. In Basra, Al-Hasan al-Basri was its foremost scholar. In Mecca, Mujahid ibn Jabir, Atta ibn Abi Rabah, and Tawus ibn Kaysan were its jurists. In Egypt, during the time of Umar ibn Abd al-Aziz, the chief mufti was Yazid ibn Abi Habib, a freedman, a black man from Dongola. With this very spirit, the Muslims viewed labourers. A man who toils with his hands is honoured and respected not merely in the realm of ideals and theories, but in the tangible reality of life. The dignity of a worker is not diminished by the nature of his craft, for all labour has its own nobility regardless of its form. Nor does his profession prevent him from acquiring knowledge, excelling in it, and being acknowledged for his mastery and wisdom. Abu Hanifa was a fabric merchant. Many of the great scholars who followed him were traders and craftsmen. Here is the esteemed scholar Al-Kasaf, Ahmad ibn Umar ibn Mihyar, whose father was a disciple of Muhammad and Hassan, the companions of Abu Hanifa. Al-Kasaf authored Kitab al-Karaj for the Caliph al-Muhtadi Billah, composing his magnificent works on jurisprudence while earning his livelihood by mending shoes. Then there was Al-Karabisi, who sold coarse cloth, and Al-Kafal, whose hands bore the marks of locksmithing, saying, "These are the traces of my labour in the beginning." Ibn Qutb worked as a tailor, and Al-Jassas, the greatest scholar of his time, was known by his association with plasterwork. Likewise, there was Al-Safar, who sold brassware, Al-Saydalani, a perfume merchant, Al-Halwani, whose father sold sweets, Al-Dakak, Al-Sabuni, Al-Na'ali, Al-Bakal, Al-Kuduri, and many others. These men, spanning the annals of history, bear witness that from the dawn of Islamic civilization, this Ummah had already realized what the Western world has struggled for centuries to achieve, and has yet to fully grasp, that there are no lofty professions and no lowly ones, only men of nobility and others who lack it. Yet this vision of human equality is not complete until one understands how the Islamic society treated its highest ranks. It is not enough for the lowly to be honoured and uplifted. Rather, the highborn must descend to stand with them on equal footing, distinguished only by their deeds, by their labour, and their labour alone, not by lineage, wealth or social status. Abu Yusuf recounts in Kitab al-Kharaj, Abd al-Malik ibn Abi Sulaiman narrated from Atta that Umar ibn al-Khattab, may God be pleased with him, wrote to his governors, summoning them to meet him at the time of pilgrimage. They gathered before him, and he addressed the people, saying, "O people, I appoint these men as governors over you in fairness and truth. Not so they may seize your skins, your blood, or your wealth. If anyone has been wronged by one of them, let him come forward." Only one man stood up that day and said, "O commander of the faithful, your governor struck me with 100 lashes. Umar responded, "Shall I have him flogged 100 times in return? Rise and take your retribution." At this, Amr ibn al-As interjected, saying, "O commander of the faithful, if you open this door upon your governors, it will become a burden for them, and those who follow you will adopt it as a precedent." Umar replied, "Shall I not exact retribution from him when I have seen the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, exact retribution from himself?" Then he instructed, "Rise and take your due." Amr pleaded, "Let us offer him compensation instead." Umar permitted it, saying, "Go ahead." So they settled the matter by offering the man 200 dinars, 2 dinars for each lash. Amr ibn al-As had managed to shield himself from the lash, but he could not protect his own son when the latter struck a Copt in Egypt. Umar commanded that the Copt take his due from him, saying, "Strike the son of the noble ones." And Amr himself came close to facing the same justice had the Copt not relented and forgiven him. Once Umar was distributing wealth among the people when a crowd gathered around him. Sa'd ibn Abi Waqqas, whose lineage and valour in Islam have already been mentioned, pushed his way through, shoving others aside to reach Umar. Seeing this, Umar struck him with his staff and said, "Did you not fear the authority of God on this earth? I wish to teach you that the authority of God does not fear you." One might say, but that was the Caliph. Let us now consider how much freedom of speech and expression rulers and kings received from their people, freedom born of that spiritual liberation which Islam instilled in the conscience, of that absolute equality it established in word and deed, and of that political, economic and social system that guaranteed every individual his existence, dignity, justice and fairness, whether against the mighty or the weak. Here is Umar addressing his people as their caliph. "If you see me deviating from the right path, straighten me." A man from the common folk stood up and declared, "By God, if we see you deviate, we will correct you with the edge of our swords." Umar did not react with anger or offence, rather he praised God, saying, "All praise is due to God, who has placed among the people of Umar those who would correct him with the edge of their swords." When the Muslims captured fine Yemeni garments, Umar was allotted a single cloak, just like any other man among them. But being tall, it was not enough for him to fashion a full robe. His son, Abdullah, gave him his share so that Umar could stitch them together into a complete garment. When Umar stood before the people to address them, he said, "O people, listen and obey." Salman al-Farisi interrupted, saying, "We shall neither listen nor obey." Umar asked, "Why not?" Salman replied, "Because you have clothed yourself in 2 garments, while each of us received only 1, and you are a tall man." Umar did not react with fury or suppression. Instead, he called out, "O Abdullah!" Since many in the crowd were named Abdullah, no one immediately responded. He clarified, "O Abdullah ibn Umar." His son answered, "At your service, O commander of the faithful." Umar asked, "I adjure you by God, was that cloak yours which you gave me?" Abdullah affirmed, "By God, yes." Salman then said, "Now we shall listen and obey." And yet one may still say, but that was Umar. Here is Abu Jafar al-Mansur establishing his rule amidst tyranny and oppression, yet even he cannot wield unchecked power, for the authority of Islam stands as a shield, guarding the people even from despots. Sufyan al-Thawri entered upon him and said, "O commander of the faithful, what do you say of the wealth you have spent from the treasury of God, and the wealth of the Ummah of Muhammad, without their permission? Did not Umar, when he performed Hajj and spent 16 dinars on himself and his companions, say, 'I fear we may have been excessive with the treasury of God'?" A court flatterer, Abu Ubaid, objected, "Is this how one speaks to the commander of the faithful?" Sufyan rebuked him harshly. "Be silent. It was the likes of you who destroyed Pharaoh with Haman, and Haman with Pharaoh." Then, undeterred, he departed, having spoken truth to power, fearless before tyranny, his soul elevated above worldly fears, devoted solely to God. And here is Al-Wathiq, one of the despotic kings before whom enters a venerable scholar from among the theologians. The scholar greets him with peace, but Al-Wathiq does not return the greeting. Instead he says, "May God not grant you peace," to which the man responds with calm composure, "Ill-taught indeed were your manners, for God the Most High has said, and when you are greeted with a salutation, greet with one better than it, or return it in like manner." Quran 4:86. Once Abu Yusuf sat in judgment as a Qadi, judge, and before him was brought a dispute between an ordinary man and Al-Hadi, the Abbasid caliph, concerning the ownership of an orchard. Abu Yusuf saw that the right belonged to the common man, yet the caliph had witnesses in his favour. The judge then declared, "The plaintiff requests that Al-Hadi take an oath affirming the truthfulness of his witnesses." But Al-Hadi refused to swear, as he deemed it beneath his dignity to take such an oath. Thus the orchard was restored to its rightful owner. Likewise, Harun al-Rashid was once required to take an oath in a case presented before him. When a certain witness testified before Al-Fadl ibn al-Rabi, the judge dismissed his testimony. The caliph asked him in rebuke, "Why did you reject his testimony?" The judge replied, "I heard him say, 'I am your slave.' If he spoke the truth, then a slave's testimony is not valid, and if he lied, then he is indeed unworthy of trust." This flame, kindled by Islam within the conscience, never faded, even during the darkest epochs of history. Scattered throughout time, we find countless examples of this spiritual elevation, this transcendence above all worldly powers and circumstances. In Egypt, Ahmad ibn Tulun held great respect for Bakr ibn Qutayba, the Hanafi judge. When he attended his gatherings, he would sit quietly beside him unnoticed. But when Ibn Tulun demanded that Bakr publicly curse al-Muwaffaq, the Abbasid crown prince, the judge hesitated and instead uttered, "Indeed, the curse of God is upon the wrongdoers." Quran 11:18. It was said to Ibn Tulun, "He meant you by those words." In anger, the ruler demanded that Bakr return the gifts he had previously bestowed upon him. Without hesitation, the judge handed them back, still sealed with their original signet rings, and was subsequently imprisoned in a house rented for the purpose. Yet even in captivity he continued to teach, addressing his students from a small window for which they sought permission from Ibn Tulun. When illness befell Ibn Tulun, an illness that would lead to his death, he sent word to Bakr seeking his pardon. But the judge sent back his message saying, "Tell him, I am but an old man, and you are an ailing man. Soon we shall meet, and God shall judge between us." And when Ibn Tulun passed away, Bakr merely remarked, "The wretched one has died." Thus he spoke not out of vengeance, but because he had witnessed first-hand the ruler's arrogance, and he understood that kingship, no matter how vast, did not shield a man from misery. During the Ayyubid era, when King al-Ismail allied himself with the Crusaders, surrendering to them Sidon and other fortresses in order to secure their support against his rival, Najm ad-Din Ayyub, the great scholar Izz ad-Din ibn Abd as-Salam openly denounced this betrayal. In fury, the king dismissed and imprisoned him. Later he sent a messenger promising to restore his rank and grant him even greater honours if only he would humble himself before the Sultan. When the envoy conveyed the offer, Ibn Abd as-Salam replied with unwavering resolve, "By God, I would not even be pleased if he were to kiss my hand. O people, you are in one valley and I am in another." During the reign of Sultan Baybars, the esteemed Sheikh Muhi ad-Din an-Nawawi resided in Damascus. He was known for his fearless counsel to the ruler, writing to him from afar when he was in Egypt, and speaking truth to him directly when he was in Damascus. Jalal ad-Din as-Suyuti, in Husn al-Muhadhara, recorded many of these correspondences, most of which were pleased to alleviate certain taxes imposed upon the people due to their dire circumstances. In one such letter he wrote, "The people of Syria are enduring great hardship this year due to the scarcity of rainfall, the soaring prices, the depletion of crops and livestock. You know well that it is the duty of the ruler to show compassion for his subjects, to guide them with wisdom, and to prioritize their well-being just as he must safeguard his own. For indeed the religion is but sincere counsel." Yet the Sultan responded harshly, rebuking the scholars for their silence during the Mongol invasion when the land was trampled under their horses' hooves. But the sheikh remained unshaken, replying with firm conviction, "As for what was mentioned that we did not speak against the Mongol tyrants while they occupied the land, how can one compare the kings of Islam, the people of faith, and the followers of the Quran to the oppressors among the disbelievers? By what means could we have admonished the Mongol tyrants when they did not recognize any part of our religion? As for myself, no threat will deter me from advising the Sultan, for I hold this to be an obligation upon me and upon others. Whatever consequences arise from fulfilling this duty shall only bring me closer to God. I place my trust in him alone, for he is all-seeing of his servants. And the messenger of God commanded us to speak the truth wherever we may be, and to fear none but God in doing so." A test of principle. The Sultan, however, remained unmoved by these words and continued his taxation, arguing that war required funds and supplies. He gathered the scholars to secure their endorsement of his measures, and they all complied except for Imam an-Nawawi. The Sultan summoned him and demanded that he sign the decree as the others had. But this time the Sheikh's response was not in gentle counsel. It came forth as a thunderous rebuke. "I know well that you were once a slave to Bundukdar, and that you possessed no wealth. Then God granted you kingship. Yet now I hear that you own 1,000 Mamluks, each adorned with a belt of gold, and that you have 100 concubines, each adorned with priceless jewels. If you were to relinquish all of this, if your Mamluks were to wear simple woolen garments instead of gilded finery, and your concubines were to dress in plain attire without their lavish adornments, then, and only then, would I permit you to levy taxes upon the people." The Sultan, enraged, ordered him to leave Damascus. The Sheikh complied without hesitation, saying, "I hear and obey." He departed for his hometown of Nawa, but soon the jurists of Damascus protested, "This man is among our greatest scholars and pious men. He is a guiding light among us." Reluctantly, Baybars decreed his return. Yet the Sheikh refused, declaring, "I shall not set foot in Damascus while the Sultan remains there." And so it was. Within a month, Sultan Baybars perished. Even in more recent history, echoes of this dignity have been witnessed. Two such incidents were recounted to me, one by the late historian Ahmad Shafiq Pasha concerning Khedive Ismail, and another frequently narrated regarding Khedive Tawfiq. The first incident took place when Sultan Abdul Aziz visited Egypt during the days of Ismail. Ismail was eager for this visit, for it was part of his grand design to obtain the title of Khedive, along with several privileges in the governance of Egypt. As part of the visit's programme, the Sultan was to receive the scholars at the royal palace. And since such an exalted audience had its own traditions among them that the entrant must bow to the ground, perform the Turkish salutation 3 times, and then observe other such antiquated and absurd customs that ran counter to the very spirit of Islam, it became imperative for the palace officials to train the scholars in the proper manner of reception for several days, lest they should err in the Sultan's presence. And when the appointed time arrived, the esteemed scholars entered. Alas, they forgot their faith and traded it for worldly gain. They bent before a mere mortal like themselves, performing those servile bows. They lifted the greeting from the ground to their heads, then to their mouths, and then to their chests. They exited the room walking backward, keeping their faces toward the Sultan, as instructed by the masters of protocol. All save for one scholar, Sheikh Hassan al-Adawi. He remembered his faith and forgot his worldly concerns. He summoned to his heart the truth that no one is mighty except God. He entered with his head held high, as befits men who believe in God. He greeted the Caliph with the salutation of Islam, "Peace be upon you, O Commander of the Faithful," and he immediately addressed him with the advice that a scholar must offer a ruler. He called him to fear God, to be mindful of his punishment, to uphold justice, and to show mercy to his subjects. When he concluded, he bid farewell and departed, his head unbowed, as befits men who believe in God. The Khedive and the palace officials were struck with dismay. They feared that all their efforts had been in vain, that the Sultan must certainly be enraged, and that all their hopes were now dashed. But a word of truth spoken with faith never goes to waste. It must strike the hearts with the very force and heat with which it was uttered. And so it was. The Sultan declared, "You have among you only this one true scholar," and he bestowed upon him a robe of honour excluding all others. The second incident took place at Dar al-Ulum between Khedive Tawfiq Pasha and Sheikh Hassan al-Tawil. The sheikh was dressed in a simple robe and an unadorned outer garment, for he was a teacher at the institution. One day the headmaster learned that the Khedive would be visiting the school. He made his preparations, adorning the institution, and among his arrangements was a demand that Sheikh Hassan al-Tawil change his attire, donning a kaftan and an embroidered robe, so that he might present himself in a manner befitting an audience with rulers. The sheikh heard the headmaster's request and nodded in agreement. On the morning of the visit, he arrived just as he was, carrying a Mahlawi handkerchief, within which was a bundle of clothes. When the headmaster saw him thus, his face darkened with displeasure. He asked with evident anger and distress, "Where is the robe and the kaftan, O sheikh?" The sheikh pointed to the bundle and said, "Here." The headmaster assumed that he would don them upon the arrival of the esteemed guest, and thus he was reassured, though perplexed by this strange behaviour. Time passed, and the school trembled with anticipation at the arrival of the awaited visitor. Then came the grandest surprise for the headmaster, for the teachers, and for all. The sheikh approached the Khedive with the bundle in his hand and said in utter simplicity, confidence and dignity, "They told me that I must present myself in a robe and kaftan, so I have brought them with me. If it is the robe and kaftan that you seek, here they are, but if it is Hassan al-Tawil that you desire, then here he stands before you." The Khedive responded at once, "Of course, It is Hassan al-Tawil that I seek. These were souls imbued with faith who took pride in nothing except the dignity of Islam. Their hearts and consciences had been liberated from all false values and fleeting considerations. They had grasped the essence of Islam, felt it deep within their being, and drawn inspiration from its lofty and powerful spirit. Hence, they had no need to seek the favour of any human being. And this is Islam. Now let us turn to another aspect of human equality, spiritual emancipation and absolute justice. It is fitting that we speak of the historical reality regarding the treatment of conquered lands and the non-Muslim communities residing within the realm of Islam. This represents a form of justice and equality that transcends individuals and extends to entire nations, justice that goes beyond the boundaries of Islam to embrace the entirety of humankind. To speak of conquered lands is to be led into a discussion of the nature, causes and objectives of the Islamic conquests. This is a vast subject, but we shall content ourselves with that which is essential and most closely related to the broader theme of social justice in its universal scope. The call of Islam was founded upon an appeal to reason, conscience and the human soul. It was untainted by any form of coercion, even the kind of metaphysical compulsion found in earlier religions through miraculous signs. Islam is a faith that honours the faculties of perception and consciousness in man, addressing them without force or supernatural compulsion. It follows, then, that Islam would never resort to material coercion by the sword as a means of conversion. There shall be no compulsion in religion. 256. Call to the way of your Lord with wisdom and goodly exhortation, and argue with them in the most gracious manner. 125. But Quraysh, at the outset, stood in the way of this new faith with brute force. They tormented those whose hearts God had opened to Islam, drove the early Muslims from their homes and families, conspired to starve them to death through a merciless boycott, and left no means of oppression unused in their effort to extinguish this religion. Thus Islam had no choice but to defend itself and repel the injustice meted out against its followers. Permission to fight has been granted to those who are being fought because they have been wronged, and verily God is most capable of aiding them. 22:39. And fight in the cause of God against those who wage war against you, but do not transgress, for indeed God does not love the transgressors. And 190. Once the Arabian Peninsula had been secured for Islam, the conquests extended beyond its borders. But what were these conquests? Islam, as we have stated, is a universal creed and a faith for all humankind. It does not confine itself to the limits of Arabia, rather it seeks to reach all corners of the world, yet it found before it the mighty empires of Persia and Byzantium powers that stood as obstacles, barring its preachers from spreading the truth. Thus these conquests were not wars of aggression against peoples, nor were they colonial enterprises for economic exploitation, as seen in later centuries. Rather, they were a means of removing oppressive regimes that prevented nations from freely embracing the new faith, a spiritual liberation of peoples, and a material overthrow of tyrannical rulers who subjugated them. And thus Islam came to fulfill the divine command and fight them until there is no more oppression and the religion is entirely for God. 839. Such was the purpose of these conquests, so that all may hear the truth, free from coercion, and choose their path without compulsion. Here, religion signifies submission dinuna, and what is meant is that the sovereignty of God alone shall be acknowledged by humankind, that they shall break free from the dominion of fellow men, and that they shall be left to choose their creed without coercion. These Islamic conquests, then, were never an assault upon nations by force, nor were they a form of colonial expansion designed for economic exploitation, as was the case with imperialist endeavours in later centuries. Rather, they were aimed at dismantling the material power of those states that stood as barriers between the people and the new faith. They were, in essence, a spiritual conquest, a liberation of souls from the yoke of falsehood. And at the same time, they were a material conquest, a removal of tyrannical governments that subjugated their peoples, obstructed them from the truth through brute force and oppression, and kept them in servitude to self-proclaimed deities among men. In accordance with the truth that Islam is a religion for all of humankind, and that it does not rely on coercion or brute force, it has placed before the peoples of the world 3 paths, allowing each to choose freely among them: Islam, the jizya, tribute, or combat. As for Islam, it is the path of guidance, the new and complete vision of divinity, the universe, life and man. It is the bridge over which the non-Muslim crosses, and from the very first moment he becomes a brother to all Muslims, equal to them in rights and responsibilities. No lineage, wealth or status elevates them above him, nor does race, colour, nationality or tribe distinguish him from them. As for the jizya, it is because the Muslim individual bears the burden of blood tax, sacrificing his life for the defence of the state, and he also pays zakah to support the welfare of society. The non-Muslim individual, in turn, enjoys security under the protection of the Islamic State, benefiting from its internal and external defence, as well as from all public services it provides to its inhabitants. He also benefits from social welfare in times of disability and old age. It is thus only just that he contributes financially to these shared benefits. Yet, as zakah is not merely a financial obligation but also an act of worship in Islam, the faith, out of its profound sensitivity toward those who do not embrace it, did not wish to compel them to perform an Islamic act of worship. Instead, it took from them a financial duty in the form of jizya rather than as zakah, considering in its assessment the fact that Muslims alone bear the burden of military service. Moreover, the jizya is a mark of submission, that is, an acknowledgement of Islam's right to exist and to reach people freely, without obstruction or resistance. This is the fundamental objective of Islam. As for combat, it is because rejecting both Islam and the jizya is a clear indication of an obstinate resolve to block the path of Islam and its message from reaching the people. Such material obstruction must therefore be removed by material force, for this is the final recourse when all else has failed. Islam fully achieved its objectives in the lands it entered. It guaranteed absolute equality between the people of those lands and the inhabitants of Arabia in the case of their embracing Islam. It ensured dignified human rights for those who remained under its rule by paying the jizya. And it upheld the principles of just and humane warfare, even in the case of battle. Islam even upheld some of the local rulers in the lands it conquered, provided they embraced Islam. Thus, Bazan, the Persian ruler, was confirmed by Abu Bakr as the governor of Yemen. Similarly, Fairuz was appointed as the ruler of Sana'a. And when he was later expelled by the Arab Qais Ibn Abd Yaghuth, Abu Bakr reinstated him, choosing to support a Persian Muslim over an Arab Muslim. Likewise, many officials in the newly governed lands who remained upon their original faith and demonstrated loyalty to the public good were retained in their administrative roles, as long as these did not involve ultimate authority. Islamic principles permitted the conquerors to seize all that belonged to those who rejected both Islam and the jizya and chose to fight against the Muslims. Yet, when Persia fell during the caliphate of Umar ibn al-Khattab, he acted in accordance with the spirit of Islam. He left the land in the possession of its people and imposed upon it a land tax, Karaj, considering both 1. The welfare of the conquered people, even though they had fought against the Muslims, so that they might retain their means of livelihood and sustenance. 2. The long-term interests of future Muslim generations, ensuring that the land would not become the exclusive property of a single generation of conquerors. Instead, the tax revenues would be used for the benefit of the coming generations, funding public welfare and ensuring that resources were distributed justly over time. A striking feature of Islam's treatment of conquered lands is that it governed them with noble human principles. It granted them full access to all the goodness Islam had to offer, allowing them to enjoy its blessings without restriction or condition. It actively invited all to partake in this goodness and benefit from these privileges. Islam erected no barriers based on race, ethnicity, religion, or language. Everyone was free to contribute their natural talents and energies for the greater good. We have already mentioned how scholars from non-Arab backgrounds and the sons of the conquered lands excelled even in the most Islamic of sciences, such as jurisprudence and hadith. No public office was monopolized by the Arab conquerors, not even high government positions, which were sometimes granted to non-Arabs. Furthermore, the wealth of each land was primarily spent on its own people. Only the surplus was sent to the central treasury. Thus, the conquered lands were never colonies, exploited for the benefit of foreign rulers, living off the blood and wealth of the natives. One of the most remarkable aspects of Islamic governance was the religious freedom it ensured for the people of the conquered lands. It upheld the protection of their churches, synagogues and temples, as well as their priests and monks. It honoured its treaties with unparalleled fidelity, a level of commitment unmatched in the annals of international relations, whether ancient or modern. To this day, Islamic traditions remain alive in this domain. When placed side by side, Islam stands as a towering, noble and exalted reality in its historical practice across all ages, especially when compared to the so-called Western civilization and its treatment of lands that fall victim to the misfortune of colonial rule. Under Western colonialism, countries are systematically denied genuine access to the true benefits of modern civilization, education, economic stability and development, so that they may be kept as milking cows for their oppressors for as long as possible. This is in addition to the humiliation of every form of human dignity, both individual and collective, the deliberate spread of moral corruption with malicious intent, the stoking of sectarian and political divisions, planting seeds of discord and nurturing their growth, the systematic plundering and pillaging of individuals, communities and entire nations. As for the religious freedom that some in the modern era boast of, it was preceded by the atrocities of the Spanish Inquisition in Andalusia and the horrors of the Crusades in the East. Even today, this supposed religious tolerance remains a mere facade. Until very recently, Christian missionaries in southern Sudan were backed by the full force of the state, while Muslims were barred even from entering for trade. And here is General Allenby, the British commander during the Great War, upon his entry into Jerusalem declaring, "Only now have the Crusades truly ended." And here is General Catroux, the French commander, standing in Damascus during the Syrian revolt of 1940, proclaiming, "We are the descendants of the Crusaders. If anyone does not like our rule, let him leave." The injustice of materialistic civilizations and the social justice of Islam. A similar sentiment was echoed by one of his peers in Algeria in 1945. Meanwhile, in the communist bloc, Muslims faced systematic oppression on a massive scale. Within just a quarter of a century, their numbers in Russia dwindled from 42 million to 26 million. They are now bound by ration cards, without which it is impossible to obtain even the most basic necessities. And they are told, You are free to pray to God if you wish, but you shall receive no food from the state. Ask your God for sustenance instead. A similar fate befalls them in China, Yugoslavia, and elsewhere. Islam, by contrast, stands as the pinnacle of comprehensive social justice, a height that European civilization has yet to reach and never will, for it is a civilization of lifeless materialism, of slaughter and strife, of conquest and conflict. The Islamic model of mercy and social solidarity. We have already spoken of Islam's methodology in mercy, kindness and social solidarity, a system that encompasses both the strong and the weak, the rich and the poor, the individual and the community, and the ruler and the ruled. Now, let us turn to historical examples drawn from the vast annals of Islamic history which illustrate the reality of this system in action. Here is Abu Bakr. When he embraced Islam, he possessed 40,000 dirhams saved from the profits of his trade. He continued to prosper in business even after becoming Muslim. Yet, by the time he migrated to Medina with the Prophet, all that remained of his wealth was 5,000 dirhams. Where did the rest go? He spent it ransoming enslaved Muslims who were subjected to the most brutal forms of torture at the hands of their pagan masters. He spent it caring for the poor and needy. And here is Umar ibn al-Khattab, a man of humble means who came into possession of a piece of land in Khaybar. He approached the Prophet and said, "O Messenger of God, I have acquired land in Khaybar, and I have never owned anything more valuable to me than this. What do you command me to do with it?" The Prophet replied, "If you wish, retain its ownership and donate its yield in charity." Thus, Umar dedicated the land as a charitable endowment, Bu'akef, for the poor, relatives, the emancipation of slaves, the cause of God, and the wayfarer. He stipulated that its custodian may benefit from it in moderation, but must not seek personal gain from it. This was a practical embodiment of the divine command. Never will you attain righteousness until you spend from that which you love. 3:92. And here is Uthman ibn Affan. Before his caliphate, when a caravan of 1,000 camels laden with wheat, oil and raisins arrived from Syria during a time of famine in Medina. The merchants rushed to him, saying, "Sell to us what you have received, for you know how dire the people's need is." He replied, "With pleasure. How much will you offer me?" They said, "We will give you 2 dirhams for every dirham you spent." He responded, "I have been offered more than that." They said, "O Abu Amr, there are no other merchants in Medina besides us, and none have preceded us to you. Who then has offered you more?" He replied, "God has promised me 10-fold for every dirham. Can you offer more than that?" They said, "No." So Uthman declared, "Bear witness, O people, that this entire caravan and all it carries are a charity for the poor and needy among the Muslims." And here is Ali ibn Abi Talib and his household, who gave away their last 3 loaves of barley bread, 1 to a needy person, 1 to an orphan, and 1 to a captive, leaving themselves without food, so that others might eat. And here is Al-Hussein ibn Ali, burdened with debt, yet refusing to sell the well of Abu Nizar, because the poor Muslims drew their water from it. He endured the weight of his debts rather than deprive the needy of their source of sustenance, for he was the noble son of nobility, from the very heights of the house of Hashim. And here are the Ansar of Medina, who welcomed the Muhajirun emigrants into their homes, sharing their wealth and shelter with them. They treated them as their own kin, stood by them in times of need, ransomed their captives, and intertwined their lives with theirs. The Quran describes them. And they give them preference over themselves, even though they are in need. 59:9. Islamic social solidarity in later generations. The spirit of Islam continued to manifest itself in this way as long as the lands of Islam remained untouched by the materialistic influences of Western civilization. Professor Abd al-Rahman Azam, in his book The Eternal Message, narrates an encounter with the Tuareg tribes of North Africa, saying, "I saw among the Tuareg tribes of North Africa a way of life rooted in this spirit of mutual solidarity. No one lives for himself alone, but for his community. The greatest source of pride and honour for any individual is what he contributes to the well-being of his people." The first thing that drew my attention to their way of life was a settler in Fezzan, who had fled the French colonialists and found refuge among the Tuareg. They welcomed him and sustained him. Later, he left to seek his livelihood elsewhere, leaving his family under their care. However, fortune did not favour him, and he was unable to earn anything. In his desperation, he came to Misrata seeking assistance. We helped him return to his family, but 7 months later he returned. I assumed he had come back due to hardship, but he said, "No, I have not come back out of necessity. I have returned because now at last I have something to offer my people." I asked, "To your children?" He replied, "To the Tuareg first, for they cared for my children in my absence. Now it is my turn to care for the children of those among them who are away. I will divide what I have earned equally between my children and the children of my neighbours." I asked, "Does your entire community live this way?" He responded, "All of us share in both prosperity and hardship alike. The honour belongs to the one who gives, and no one returns to the encampment empty-handed, not out of shame before his family, but out of shame before his people." The enduring spirit of Islamic brotherhood, Professor Azam reflects on this encounter, stating, "This spirit of mutual care is not exclusive to the Tuareg or other desert tribes, nor is it merely a product of tribal loyalty. Rather, it is the embodiment of the Islamic spirit, most evident among those who have remained untouched by modern materialistic life. I have witnessed it in Islamic villages and military garrisons, whether their inhabitants were Arabs or non-Arabs, white or black, in the East or the West. In many such communities, Muslims still live in solidarity and cooperation, supporting one another in goodness. They remain closer to the ideal society envisioned by the Prophet than the millions who have fallen under the spell of Western materialism. These latter individuals live only for themselves, even if their entire society perishes. They prioritize their own desires over the well-being of their families, let alone their neighbors. This solidarity, which the spirit of Islam so eloquently inspires, was never left solely to the conscience of individuals or the collective sentiment of society. Rather, it was upheld and enforced by the ruler himself. Thus we find Umar ibn al-Khattab instituting stipends from the public treasury for the weaned child, the elderly and the sick, above and beyond the well-defined allocations of zakat. And we see him suspending the prescribed punishment for theft during the year of famine when hunger afflicted the people, for starvation constitutes a compelling necessity that casts doubt upon the act of theft itself. And the prescribed punishments are averted in the presence of doubt. Perhaps the following incident from the life of Umar bears a decisive significance in the practical application of social solidarity and in defining the rightful limits of private ownership within the broader framework of the community. It is narrated that some slaves belonging to Ibn Hatib ibn Abi Balta'a stole a camel from a man of Muzayna. They were brought before Umar and confessed. He ordered Kathir ibn al-Salt to carry out the prescribed punishment and cut off their hands. But as Kathir was about to proceed, Umar recalled the order and said, "By God, were it not that I know you employ them and keep them hungry so much so that, were one of them to consume what is forbidden, it would become lawful for him, I would have cut off their hands." Then he turned to Abd al-Rahman ibn Hatib ibn Abi Balta'a and said, "By God, had I not refrained, I would have imposed upon you a fine so severe that it would cause you pain." Then he said to the man from Muzayna, "For how much was your camel taken from you?" The man replied, "For 400. So Umar said to Ibn Hatib, "Go and give him 800. And thus the thieving slaves were spared the prescribed punishment, for their master had driven them to theft by starving them and leaving them with no means to stave off their hunger. What further augments the majesty of this social solidarity in the history of Islam is that it was not confined to the bounds of the Muslim community alone, but extended outward to embrace all of humanity. Umar once saw an elderly blind man begging at a doorway. He inquired, and upon learning that the man was a Jew, he asked, "What has compelled you to this state I now see you in?" The man replied, "The jizya, my need and old age." So Umar took him by the hand, led him to his own house, and provided him with what sufficed him for that moment. Then he sent word to the keeper of the public treasury, saying, "Look after this man and those of his kind. By God, we have not done justice if we consumed from their youth and abandoned them in their old age. Indeed, the charities are for the poor and the needy." 9:60. And this man is among the needy of the people of the book. And so he exempted him and those like him from the jizya. And when Umar journeyed to Damascus, he passed by a land where a group of Christians afflicted with leprosy resided. He commanded that they be given from the public charity, and that provisions be granted to them. Thus the lofty spirit of Islam raised Umar to this noble humanitarian horizon more than 10 centuries ago, establishing social security as a fundamental human right, unbound by religion or creed, unobstructed by faith or law. Behold, this is the towering height to which humanity aspires today, yet still finds itself unable to ascend. As for the governance and financial policies of the state in their official capacity, history bears witness to a singular period in the life of Islam, one that, regrettably, did not endure for long. And we shall later examine the cause of this to discern whether the flaw lay within the very nature of the Islamic system itself, as some claim, or whether it stemmed from other circumstances unrelated to the essence of this system. Let us begin with the discourse on governance, for the financial policies in historical reality were but a consequence thereof, an offshoot of its conception. When the Prophet, may God's blessings and peace be upon him, felt the approach of death, he summoned Abu Bakr to lead the people in prayer. When Aisha objected, saying that Abu Bakr was a man of tender heart, and that if he were to stand in prayer before the people they would not hear his voice, the Prophet, peace be upon him, became angry, and recalled the tale of the women who conspired against Joseph. Yet he insisted upon summoning Abu Bakr to lead the prayer. Was this the Prophet's designation of Abu Bakr as his successor in the cave? And did the Muslims understand from this a clear indication of succession? We dismiss both suppositions, for had the Prophet, peace be upon him, intended to appoint a successor, and had such an appointment been a religious obligation, he would have declared it openly, just as he proclaimed every other obligation of his faith. And had the Muslims clearly understood from this that he was appointing Abu Bakr as his successor, there would have been no debate in the Saqifa between the Muhajirun and the Ansar. The Ansar would not have contested a matter that was indisputably the command of the Messenger of God. Thus the matter was left to consultation among the Muslims, to persuasion and conviction regarding who was most deserving of leadership. And though the debate at the Saqifa concluded with the caliphate being conferred upon the Muhajirun, this was not an Islamic ordinance, but rather an agreement among the Muslim community. The Ansar were within their right to reject it, and no blame would have been upon them save that they accepted it as the most suitable choice, acknowledging the precedence of the Muhajirun in Islam, as well as certain local factors relating to the Aws and Khazraj in Medina. If on that day it was agreed that the caliphate should belong to the Muhajirun, there was nothing binding that it must be exclusive to the Quraysh. Had this been the case, Umar would not have said when appointing the members of the consultative council after him, "Had Salim, the freed slave of Abu Hudayfa, been alive, I would have appointed him." Salim was certainly not of Quraysh, and the spirit of Islam and its principles reject the notion that Quraysh should hold a rank above the rest of the Muslims merely by virtue of lineage or their relation to the Prophet. For the Messenger, peace be upon him, himself declared, "Indeed, whoever is slowed by his deeds will not be hastened forward by his lineage." Muslim 2699. Indeed, Abu Bakr had appointed Umar as his successor, yet this was by no means an imposition upon the Muslims. They retained the freedom to accept or reject his nomination. And so Umar did not ascend to the caliphate merely by virtue of Abu Bakr's designation, but rather through the pledge of allegiance given to him by the people. Likewise, when Umar designated 6 men for the council of consultation, instructing them to choose one from among themselves, this too was not binding upon the Muslims. They were not compelled to select one of the 6, but they did so willingly, because reality itself bore witness that these 6 were the most virtuous, and Umar's designation of them was in harmony with this reality. It was from this recognition that their commitment arose. As for the pledge of allegiance given to Ali, some accepted it while others rejected it, and thus, for the first time, war erupted among the Muslims. This was followed by calamities that struck at the very soul of Islam, its principles of governance and wealth, as well as matters beyond governance and wealth. This brief survey unveils for us the fundamental principle of governance in Islam, that the absolute choice of the Muslims is the sole legitimate qualification for rule. This was the understanding of the early Muslims, who did not hesitate to place Ali, cousin of the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, and the nearest of men to him in lineage after others in leadership. Indeed, Ali may have been wronged by this delay, especially after the caliphate of Umar. Yet this very delay served a profound purpose. It established through practical demonstration the Islamic doctrine of governance in such a way that left no room for doubt or suspicion regarding any claim of hereditary succession, a notion utterly alien to the spirit of Islam and its principles. Regardless of whatever injustice may have befallen the noble Imam, may God ennoble his countenance, the affirmation of this foundational principle was far greater in significance than any personal grievance. The Umayyads and the transformation of the Caliphate. But when the Umayyads came to power and the Islamic Caliphate was transformed into an oppressive monarchy confined within the lineage of Banu Umayyah, this was not inspired by the guidance of Islam. Rather, it was a remnant from the age of ignorance, Jahiliyyah, one that extinguished the radiance of Islam's spiritual essence. It suffices here to mention some of the narratives surrounding the circumstances of the oath of allegiance to Yazid ibn Muawiyah. After securing the pledge of allegiance for Yazid in Syria, Muawiyah entrusted Sayyid ibn as with the task of persuading the people of the Hijaz, but when Sayyid failed in his mission, Muawiyah himself journeyed to Mecca, bringing with him both soldiers and wealth. He summoned the leaders of the Muslims and addressed them, "You are well aware of my conduct among you and my care for the ties of kinship that bind me to you. Yazid is your brother, your cousin. I wish for you to present him for the caliphate, and in return you shall retain authority, you shall appoint and dismiss, collect wealth and distribute it as you see fit." At this, Ibn al-Zubayr responded, offering 3 alternatives: either the example of the Messenger of God, who appointed no successor, or the precedent of Abu Bakr, who entrusted leadership to a man unrelated to his own lineage, or the practice of Umar, who left the matter of succession to a council of 6 men, among whom there was neither his son nor anyone from his clan. Muawiyah, enraged, demanded, "Is this all you have to say?" Ibn al-Zubayr replied, "Yes, that is all." Muawiyah then turned to the others and asked, "And what of you?" They answered, "We stand with Ibn al-Zubayr in what he has said." Thereupon Muawiyah, issuing a menacing warning, declared, "Let it be known that I have given you fair warning. In the past I would address you in sermons, and if one among you stood to contradict me publicly, I would bear it with patience and forbearance. But today I shall speak words, and I swear by God, if any one of you dares to refute me, no word shall return to him, but that his head will part from his body before it does. Let every man then be mindful of his own life." From that moment Muawiyah's chief of security stationed 2 armed guards beside each of the leading figures of the Hijaz who opposed the pledge to Yazid. Muawiyah commanded them, "If any man among them dares to respond, whether in affirmation or denial, strike him down with your swords." Then Muawiyah ascended the pulpit and proclaimed, "These noble men before you are the leaders of the Muslims, their best and most honoured. No decision is made without them, nor is any matter settled except by their counsel, and they have of their own accord accepted and pledged allegiance to Yazid. So now pledge your allegiance to him in the name of God." And thus the people pledged their allegiance. On this basis, which Islam does not acknowledge in the least, the reign of Yazid was established. But who was Yazid? He is the one about whom Abdullah ibn Hanzala said, "By God, we did not rise against Yazid until we feared that stones would rain down upon us from the sky." A man who marries mothers, daughters and sisters, who drinks wine, and who neglects prayer by God, even if I had no supporter among the people, I would still have striven against him for the sake of God. And if this is what Yazid's opponents said of him, then his actual deeds, the brutal killing of al-Hussein, may God be pleased with him, in such a heinous manner, the siege of the sacred house and its bombardment bear witness that Yazid's detractors were not greatly exaggerating in their accusations. Whatever the case may be, no one dares to claim that Yazid was the most righteous of Muslims to assume the caliphate, while among them were the companions and the followers. It was merely a matter of monarchical inheritance within the Umayyad household, a course of action that struck a fatal wound in the very heart of Islam, in its system and in its direction. In order to exonerate Islam, its essence and its principles from this hereditary rule, which was an innovation introduced into it, we must establish these facts clearly so that the true nature of Islamic governance may be properly understood. To grasp the depth of this reality, we must examine the governance of different eras. Under Abu Bakr and Umar, under Uthman and Marwan, under Ali the Imam, and then under the monarchs of the Umayyad dynasty, followed by those of the Abbasid dynasty after that early upheaval in the history of Islam. When the Muslims appointed Abu Bakr as the Caliph of the Messenger of God, he regarded his task as nothing more than the implementation of God's religion and his law among the Muslims. It never occurred to him that this responsibility granted him something that was previously forbidden to him as an ordinary member of the community, nor did it bestow upon him any new privilege, nor did it exempt him from any single obligation that he had been bound by, whether towards himself, his kin, or his lord. After the pledge of allegiance was concluded at the Saqifa, he stood before the people and addressed them. "O people, I have been appointed over you, though I am not the best among you. If I do well, help me, and if I do wrong, correct me. Truthfulness is a trust, and lying is treachery. The weak among you is strong in my sight until I restore his right to him, if God wills, and the strong among you is weak in my sight until I take from him what is due, if God wills. No people abandon striving in the cause of God, except that God afflicts them with humiliation. No immorality spreads among a people, but that God envelops them in tribulation. Obey me as long as I obey God and his messenger. But if I disobey God and his messenger, then you owe me no obedience. His residence was a humble dwelling in Al-Sun, near Medina. When he assumed the caliphate, he did not change it nor expand it. He would walk on foot from his house to Medina and back, sometimes riding a horse that was not taken from the treasury. When the burdens of his office increased, he moved to Medina. He lived off his own earnings in trade, and when he became caliph, he intended to continue his business. But the Muslims prevented him, saying, "This matter cannot be managed alongside commerce." He then asked, as though he knew no other means of sustenance, "Then how shall I live?" They deliberated and eventually allocated him a stipend from the public treasury, sufficient for his needs and those of his family, in return for his full-time commitment to governance. When death approached him, he instructed that whatever he had taken from the treasury be returned from his own wealth and land, out of piety and scrupulousness regarding the wealth of the Muslims. He regarded himself as responsible for the welfare of every individual under his rule, driven by the ever-vigilant conscience that Islam instills in both ruler and subject, and by the profound sensitivity that Islam awakens in the hearts of all. He reached such a degree of humility that he would personally milk the sheep of the weak and needy living near his home in Al-Sun. When he became caliph, a young girl lamented, "Today no one will milk our sheep for us." But he replied, "No, by my life I shall indeed continue to milk them for you." And so he did, even asking the girl, "O little one, do you prefer me to froth the milk for you, or to leave it plain?" And she would answer according to her wish, and he would do as she desired. Umar ibn al-Khattab, during Abu Bakr's caliphate, used to take care of an elderly blind woman in Medina, tending to her needs. One day he found that someone had already taken care of her affairs before his arrival. He waited and observed, only to discover that it was Abu Bakr himself who was serving her needs, despite the burdens of his caliphate. Overcome with admiration, Umar exclaimed, "By God, it was you all along." This was Abu Bakr's conception of governance, and when Umar succeeded him, that understanding did not change. He did not see his new position as granting him any new rights of any kind, except that it increased his responsibilities in implementing the law of God. After the Pledge of Allegiance, he addressed the people, saying, "O people, I am but one of you. If I had not hated to refuse the command of the Caliph of the Messenger of God, I would not have taken on this burden." In his second speech he declared, "O people, you have certain rights over me, which I shall remind you of, so hold me accountable for them. You have the right that I do not take anything from your taxes or from what God has granted you, except in its rightful place. You have the right that whatever comes into my possession shall not leave except in its due course. You have the right that I do not cast you into destruction, nor station you recklessly at the frontiers. And when you are away on campaigns, I shall be like a father to your families." He would say, "I consider the wealth of God as I would the wealth of an orphan. If I am self-sufficient, I shall abstain from it, and if I am in need, I shall take of it only in a lawful manner." When asked what he deemed permissible for himself from the public treasury, he replied, "I shall tell you. I am entitled to 2 garments, one for winter and one for summer, a mount upon which to perform Hajj and Umrah, and sustenance for myself and my household equal to that of an average Qurayshi, not the wealthiest among them, nor the poorest. Beyond that, I am just a man among the Muslims, sharing in their lot." And thus he lived. Yet he often refrained even from what he had allowed himself. Once, when he fell ill, he was advised to take honey as a remedy. There was a jar of honey in the public treasury. So he ascended the pulpit and said, "If you permit me to take from it, I shall do so. Otherwise, it remains forbidden to me." The people granted him permission. Seeing his austerity, some Muslims approached his daughter Hafsa, the mother of the believers, saying, "Your father has made things too hard on himself. Though God has expanded his provision, let him partake of the treasury as he sees fit, for he is entrusted with it." When she relayed this to him, he replied, "O Hafsa, daughter of Umar, you have advised your people well, but you have deceived your father. My family's right is in myself and my wealth, but not in my faith and my trustworthiness." And he felt, with the deepest of sentiments, the necessity of equality between himself and the members of his flock. So when famine struck during the year of ashes, he took an oath upon himself. He would not taste butter or meat until the people had enough to sustain them. And he remained thus until his skin darkened and his face grew gaunt from subsisting on oil. Then, one day, a jar of butter and a vessel of milk arrived at the marketplace, purchased by his servant for 40 dirhams. The servant came to him, bringing the glad tidings that God had now absolved him of his oath, for the market had received a supply of butter and milk, and he had acquired some for him. But when he learned of the price, he said to him, "You have overpaid. Give it in charity, for I abhor extravagance." He then paused for a moment in contemplation and said, "How can I concern myself with the affairs of my people if I do not partake in their suffering?" For he believed with utmost sincerity that he must deprive himself as they were deprived, so that he might truly feel what afflicts them. And deep within his soul he did not perceive his rule as bestowing upon him rights and privileges that were denied to others. He was certain that if he were not just, he would not be deserving of the people's obedience. Indeed, the tale of the Yemeni garments and his own acknowledgment that his legitimacy would collapse unless he upheld justice has already been recounted. It affirms a fundamental principle in the governance of Islam. There is no obedience to a ruler who is unjust, even if he professes that sovereignty belongs to God alone and that he governs by the divine law, yet fails to uphold justice in his judgments. This Islamic sentiment was deeply ingrained within him, accompanying him in all his dealings. On one occasion he bargained with a man over the price of a horse, then mounted it to test its strength, but it faltered and became lame. He sought to return it to its owner, but the man refused. They took the matter to Shurayh, the judge, who listened to both their arguments and then ruled, "O Commander of the Faithful, keep what you have purchased, or return it as it was when you bought it." To this, Umar responded, "Is this not what justice demands?" And in recognition of his fairness, he appointed Shurayh as the judge of Kufa. For Umar, the rulings of justice were absolute, leaving no room for favoritism towards the ruler's kin over the common people. If his own son Abd al-Rahman drank wine, he must be punished accordingly, as was well known. If the son of Amr ibn al-As wronged an Egyptian, there must be retribution. And as for wealth, his governors were held accountable for any increase in their fortunes after assuming office, lest their gains were made at the expense of the Muslim treasury or through the undue influence of their position. His principle was clear: from where did you acquire this? A law he applied to each of his governors whenever he found reason to do so. He took half the wealth of Amr ibn al-As, his governor in Egypt, and that of Sa'd ibn Abi Waqqas, his governor in Kufa. He even confiscated the wealth of Abu Hurairah, his governor in Bahrain. Indeed, the essence of governance in Umar's vision was simple. The people owed obedience and sincere counsel within the bounds of religion, while the ruler owed them justice and kindness. He accepted without resentment when a man from his subjects declared, "If we find you deviating, we shall straighten you with our swords." And Umar affirmed this principle, acknowledging the people's right to correct their ruler. One day he addressed the people, saying, "I have not appointed my governors over you so that they may strike your backs, insult your honor, or seize your wealth. Rather, I have appointed them to teach you the book of your Lord and the sunnah of your Prophet. If any governor wrongs a person, that person has no need of my permission. Let him come straight to me, and I shall grant him justice." Thus, he set clear limits on the authority of rulers over their people, which they were not to transgress. And due to his profound sense of the burdens of leadership, he did not wish for two members of his family, the Banu al-Khattab, to bear this responsibility. He therefore refused to nominate his son Abdullah for leadership, even though he included him among the Council of Consultation. He declared his famous words, which articulate his understanding of the caliphate. "We have no desire for your affairs. If it was a blessing, then we have had our share of it. And if it was a burden, then it is enough that one man from the house of Umar will be held accountable for it." This vision of governance, however, underwent a change, though not a complete departure, during the caliphate of Uthman. By then, Uthman was an elderly man, and behind him stood Marwan ibn al-Hakam, steering affairs with significant deviation from the principles of Islam. Moreover, Uthman's gentle nature and deep affection for his kin played a role in certain decisions that many of the companions disapproved of, leading to consequences that would later prove grave. On the night of his daughter's wedding, Uthman granted her husband, Al-Harith ibn al-Hakam, a sum of 100,000 dirhams from the public treasury. The following morning, Zayd ibn Arqam, the keeper of the Muslims' wealth, came to him, his face heavy with sorrow and tears welling in his eyes. He asked to be relieved of his duty. Uthman inquired about his distress, and upon learning that it stemmed from the gift he had bestowed upon his son-in-law from the public treasury, he expressed surprise. "Do you weep, O Ibn Arqam, because I have honoured my kin?" But the man, whose heart was steeped in the essence of Islam, replied, "No, O Commander of the Faithful, but I weep because I fear you have taken this wealth as recompense for what you spent in the way of God during the life of the Messenger of God. By God, even if you had given him 100 dirhams, it would have been too much." Uthman grew angry at this man whose conscience could not tolerate such indulgence from the public treasury, and said, "Throw down the keys, O Ibn Arqam, for we shall find another to replace you." And such instances were numerous in Uthman's rule. He granted Zubair vast lands, bestowed 200,000 dirhams upon Talha, and ceded a fifth of the tribute of North Africa to Marwan ibn al-Hakam. A group of companions, led by Ali ibn Abi Talib, reproached him for this, to which he replied, "I have kinsmen and family ties." But they objected, "Did Abu Bakr and Umar not also have kin and family?" To this he answered, "Abu Bakr and Umar refrained from giving to their kin, seeking reward in that restraint, but I seek reward in giving to mine." And so they left his presence, saying, "By God, we prefer their way over yours." Beyond wealth, the provinces lavished favours upon the governors from among the kin of Uthman. Among them was Muawiyah, upon whom the gates of dominion were widened so that Palestine and Hims were added to his authority. He was granted command over the 4 military divisions, and the way was paved for him to seek the throne during the caliphate of Ali, having already secured both wealth and an army. Among them also was Al-Hakam ibn al-As, the one whom the Messenger of God had banished, yet whom Uthman took in, and whose son Marwan ibn al-Hakam he appointed as his chief minister and executor of affairs. Likewise among them was Abdallah ibn Sa'd ibn Abi Sa'd, his brother through fosterage. Many of the companions beheld these grave and ominous developments, and so they would hasten to Medina, seeking to safeguard the traditions of Islam and to rescue the Caliph from his predicament. Yet the Caliph, in the frailty of his old age, was powerless in the face of Marwan's influence. Difficult indeed is it to cast doubt upon the sincerity of Islam in the heart of Uthman, but equally difficult is it to absolve him of error, an error whose roots lay in his appointment of Marwan as his minister, and in the weight of years that bore down upon him. So the people gathered and entrusted Ali ibn Abi Talib with the task of entering upon Uthman and speaking to him. When he entered, he said, "The people are behind me, and they have spoken to me regarding you. By God, I do not know what to say to you, nor do I know of anything unknown to you, nor can I guide you to a matter of which you are unaware. Verily, you know what you know. We have not preceded you in anything so that we might inform you of it, nor have we been privy to anything that we might convey to you, nor have we been distinguished with knowledge to the exclusion of yourself. You have seen and heard, you have accompanied the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, and you have been honoured with his kinship. Neither is the son of Abu Kuhafa more entitled to uphold the truth than you, nor is the son of Al-Khattab more deserving of any good than you. You are indeed closer in kinship to the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, and you have partaken of his bond of marriage in a manner neither of them attained, nor did they precede you in anything. So fear God with regard to yourself. For verily, by God, you are not one whom blindness obscures, nor are you one whom ignorance must be taught. The path is clear, and the signs of the faith stand manifest. Know, O Uthman, that the most beloved of God's servants to him is a just leader who is guided and guides others, one who upholds an established tradition and abolishes a forsaken innovation. By God, all is evident. The traditions stand firm with their markers, and indeed the most wretched of people before God is a tyrant who has gone astray and leads others astray, one who abolishes an established tradition and revives a forsaken innovation. And I heard the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, say, On the day of judgment the unjust ruler shall be brought forth, without ally and without excuse, and he shall be cast into hellfire. At this Uthman replied, By God, I knew that you would say what you have said. Yet, by God, had you been in my place, I would not have rebuked you, nor would I have abandoned you, nor would I have found fault with you. Is it a crime that I have maintained ties of kinship, alleviated distress, sheltered the destitute, and appointed those akin to those whom Umar used to appoint? I implore you by God, O Ali, do you not know that Al-Mughira ibn Shu'bah is not here? Ali said, Yes. Uthman continued, Do you know that Umar appointed him? He said, Yes. Uthman said, Then why do you reproach me for appointing Ibn Amir, who is of my kin and blood? Ali replied, I shall tell you. Umar, whenever he appointed someone, would keep his heel upon his neck. If he heard so much as a whisper against him, he would seize him and bring him to account with the utmost severity. But you do not do so. You have shown weakness and leniency toward your kin. Uthman said, And your kin as well. Ali replied, Indeed, by my life they are close to me in blood, but virtue lies elsewhere. Uthman said, Do you not know that Umar had entrusted Muawiyah with the entirety of his rule? I have merely continued that appointment. Ali said, I adjure you by God. Do you not know that Muawiyah feared Umar more than a servant fears his master? Uthman remained silent. Ali continued, Verily Muawiyah executes matters without your knowledge, and then he declares to the people, This is the command of Uthman, and when word reaches you, you do not censure him. At last the storm broke upon Uthman, and truth and falsehood became entangled, good and evil interwoven. Yet whosoever gazes upon matters with the eye of Islam, whose heart is imbued with the spirit of faith, must acknowledge that this uprising, in its essence, was a surge from the soul of Islam itself, without, however, disregarding the treachery of the Jew Ibn Saba, upon whom be the curse of God. Our plea in defence of Uthman, may God be pleased with him, is that the caliphate came to him in his old age, when the Umayyad faction had already surrounded him while he was nearing his 80th year. Thus did his condition become as Ali ibn Abi Talib described. If I remain in my house, they say, you have forsaken me, my kin, and my rights. But if I speak, then my words serve their purpose, and Marwan plays with them, leading him as he pleases this, after his advanced years and his companionship with the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him. Indeed, it was the premature entrenchment of worldly power in the nascent faith upon the hands of the third caliph in his old age that prevented its practical traditions from taking firmer root upon the foundations of its theoretical teachings for a longer span of time. Thus, during Uthman's long rule, the Umayyad authority grew in strength, its dominion expanding in Syria and beyond. Wealth accumulated due to Uthman's policies, as we shall see, and the revolt against him shook the very structure of the Muslim nation at an exceedingly early stage. And though this period of history holds radiant glories for this faith, revealing a vision of life and governance far removed from the comprehension of many, the turmoil that erupted cannot be underestimated in its gravity or in its far-reaching consequences. Uthman departed to the mercy of his Lord, having left behind a fully formed Umayyad state by virtue of what he had enabled upon the earth, particularly in Syria, and by virtue of the principles he had set, which diverged from the spirit of Islam, establishing hereditary rule and monopolization of wealth. This caused a tremor in the very soul of Islam, unsettling its spirit, and it was not insignificant, whether true or false, that such thoughts began to take root in the hearts of the people, that the Caliph favoured his kin, granting them hundreds of thousands, that he dismissed the companions of the Messenger of God only to appoint the very enemies of the Messenger of God, that he banished the likes of Abu Dar because he denounced the hoarding of wealth and condemned the indulgence of the affluent, calling instead to that which the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, had called for: charity, righteousness, and abstinence from excess. Naturally, when such ideas spread, whether in truth or in falsehood, some hearts would be inflamed, while others would wither. The souls, imbued with the essence of faith, would rise in righteous indignation and moral outrage, while those who merely wore Islam as a garment, whose hearts had never truly embraced its light, would falter, swept away by worldly desires, surrendering themselves to the current. All this was the state of affairs toward the end of Uthman's reign. Thus, when Ali, may God honour his countenance, assumed the mantle of leadership, it was by no means an easy task to restore balance with gentleness. For those who had profited under Uthman's rule, especially amongst the Umayyads, knew well that Ali would not remain silent in the face of their excesses, and so, by the very nature of their interests, they aligned themselves with Muawiyah. Ali came to restore the true Islamic vision of leadership, both in the minds of rulers and in the hearts of the people. He came to live on barley, ground by the hands of his own wife, and he himself would seal the sack of barley, saying, "I do not wish to eat except that which I know to be pure." There were times when he would sell his sword simply to buy clothing and food. He refused to dwell in the White Palace of Kufa, preferring instead the humble dwellings of the poor. It is narrated that Al-Nadr ibn Mansur, on the authority of Uqba ibn Alqama, said, "I entered upon Ali, peace be upon him, and before him was sour milk, whose acidity stung my senses, and coarse dry bread. I said, 'O Commander of the Faithful, do you eat such food?' He replied, 'O Abu al-Junub, the Messenger of God ate food even more meagre than this, and he wore garments rougher than these, and he pointed to his clothes. If I do not follow in his footsteps, I fear that I may never reach him.'" Likewise Harun ibn, Antara, on the authority of his father, said, I entered upon Ali in the winter while he was staying in Al-Kernak. He was trembling in a tattered cloak. I said, O Commander of the Faithful, verily God has allocated a portion of this wealth for you and your family, and yet you do this to yourself. He replied, By God, I take nothing from you. This is but my own cloak, which I brought with me from Medina. Did Ali impose such austerity upon himself and his family out of ignorance? Did he not know that the faith did not demand of him more than he endured? That in truth his rightful share of the public treasury at that time, simply as a Muslim, was many times greater than what he took? That his salary as the commander of the faithful, rendering the highest service to the Ummah, was far less than what Umar had allocated to some of his governors? For instance, when Ammar ibn Yasir was appointed as governor of Kufa, his stipend was set at 600 dirhams per month for himself and his aides, in addition to his allotted share from the treasury, half a sheep and half a measure of flour. Likewise, Abd Allah ibn Masud received 100 dirhams and a quarter of a sheep for his role in educating the people and overseeing the public treasury in Kufa. And Uthman ibn Hunayf was granted 150 dirhams daily, along with his annual stipend of 5,000 dirhams. Did Ali not know all this? Indeed he knew, but he also knew that a ruler is both a temptation and an example, a temptation to indulge in wealth, for it lies under his authority, and an example to both governors and subjects in scrupulousness and restraint. He therefore held himself to the highest standards of Abu Bakr and Umar in this matter, for the loftiest horizon is the one most befitting of the successors of the Messenger of God in the religion of God. Thus Ali, may God honour his countenance, persisted on his path, restoring to governance its original image, as it had been shaped by the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, and the two caliphs after him. He once found his armour in the possession of a Christian man. So he took the matter before his judge, Shurayh, disputing with him as any common citizen would, saying, This is my armour, I have neither sold it nor gifted it. Shurayh then turned to the Christian and asked, What do you say in response to the claim of the commander of the faithful? The Christian replied, The armour is mine. However, the commander of the faithful is not one to lie. Shurayh then turned to Ali and asked, O commander of the faithful, do you have any proof? Ali laughed and said, Shurayh has spoken correctly, I have no proof. Thus Shurayh ruled in favour of the Christian, who took the armour and walked away while the commander of the faithful looked on. Yet the man had not walked far before he turned back and said, By God, these are indeed the judgments of the prophets. The commander of the faithful brings me before his judge, who rules against him. I bear witness that there is no God but God, and that Muhammad is his servant and messenger. By God, O commander of the faithful, the armour is yours. I had followed your army as you marched to Siffin, and it fell from your camel. Ali then said, Now that you have embraced Islam, the armour is yours. Such was the path he had laid down, clearly outlined in his sermon following his pledge of allegiance. O people, I am but a man among you. I have what you have, and upon me is what is upon you. I shall carry you upon the path of your prophet, and I shall implement among you that which I have been commanded. Behold, every grant that Uthman bestowed, every wealth he distributed from the treasury of God, shall be returned to the public treasury. For truth cannot be nullified by anything. Even if I find that wealth has been used for marriages, for concubines, or has been dispersed across cities, I shall restore it. For in justice there is vastness, and whosoever finds truth burdensome, tyranny shall be even more burdensome upon him. O people, let none among you say tomorrow, those whom the world has engulfed, who have acquired vast estates, channeled rivers, ridden fine horses, and taken delicate maidens as concubines, let none say when I return them to their rightful due, Ibn Abi Talib has deprived us of our rights. For verily, Any man from the Muhajirin and Ansar who thinks himself superior due to his companionship with the Messenger of God, let him know that true merit lies with God, and its reward and recompense are with him. Whosoever has responded to the call of God and his Messenger, who has embraced our faith and faced our Qibla, has earned the rights and obligations of Islam. You are all the servants of God, and the wealth belongs to God. It shall be distributed among you equally, with no favour to any over another. And for the God-conscious, with God is the best of rewards. And so it was only natural that those who had profited under the old order would not be pleased with Ali, nor would those accustomed to privilege accept the law of equality. Thus, in the end, they aligned themselves with the opposing camp, the camp of the Umayyads, where they saw their ambitions fulfilled at the cost of justice and truth, which Ali, may God be pleased with him, so resolutely upheld. Those who perceive in Muawiyah a shrewdness and brilliance that they do not see in Ali, attributing Muawiyah's eventual triumph to these qualities, fail to properly assess the circumstances, just as they fail to understand Ali and his duty. Ali's foremost and ultimate duty was to restore the strength of Islamic traditions, to revive the spirit of the faith, and to remove the veil that had obscured its essence at the hands of the Umayyads during the later years of Uthman's caliphate. Had he employed the same methods as the Umayyads in his struggle, his true mission would have been nullified, and his victory in the caliphate would have lost its true worth in the life of this religion. Ali had to be Ali, or else let the caliphate slip from his grasp, nay, even let his own life be taken along with it. This was the profound understanding that never eluded him, may God ennoble his countenance, as he declared, if indeed the report is authentic, by God, Muawiyah is not more cunning than I, but he cheats and commits wickedness. And were it not for my abhorrence of deception, I would have been the most cunning of men. And so Ali departed to the mercy of his Lord, and the Umayyads came to power. If in Uthman piety, faith and gentleness had still stood as a barrier before the ambitions of the Umayyads, then with his passing that barrier crumbled, and the path to deviation was laid open. The lands of Islam expanded thereafter, but its spirit undeniably receded. Were it not for the inherent strength within the very nature of this religion and the immense spiritual energy that surged through it, the Umayyad era alone would have been sufficient to alter its original course. Yet the spirit of Islam resisted, struggled, and continues to hold within it the latent power to prevail and triumph. However, from the time of the Umayyads, the boundaries surrounding the public treasury of the Muslims were breached, and it became an open plunder for kings, their courts, and their flatterers. The firm foundations of Islamic justice were shaken, privileges were granted to the ruling class, benefits accrued to their sycophants, and official stipends were allocated to their retinues. The caliphate was transformed into a kingdom and oppressive monarchy, as the messenger of God had foreseen in one of his profound spiritual insights. Thereafter, we began to hear of lavish gifts bestowed upon flatterers, entertainers, and musicians. One of the Umayyad kings granted 12,000 dinars to a singer named Mabad, while Harun al-Rashid of the Abbasids gifted Ismail ibn Jami, another singer, 4,000 dinars for a single melody, along with a house adorned with the finest furnishings. And so the wave surged forward, halting only occasionally for brief moments. Yet here we must remember the era of Umar ibn Abdulaziz, may God be pleased with him, for he was a remnant of the true caliphate, a luminous beacon illuminating the path. At the very outset of his rule, he sought to restore the authority that had been usurped to its rightful owner, the Muslim Ummah, which alone had the right to freely choose its leader, neither through military force nor through hereditary succession. He ascended the pulpit and declared, "O people, I have been afflicted with this matter without any choice of my own, without any request from me, and without the consultation of the Muslims. Behold, I now free you from the pledge of allegiance to me, so choose for yourselves." But the people cried out in unison, "We have chosen you, O Commander of the Faithful, and we are content with you. Rule in righteousness and with blessings." Thus the matter was returned to its rightful course, that authority is valid only through mutual consultation, acceptance, and consent. Then he addressed the people again, saying, "O people, those who ruled before me sought to secure your loyalty by allowing you to overlook their injustices. But hear this, there is no obedience to any created being in disobedience to the Creator. Whoever obeys God, his obedience becomes obligatory upon us. But whoever disobeys God, we owe him no obedience. Obey me as long as I obey God in your affairs. But if I disobey him, then you owe me no obedience." When he assumed his authority, he began by rectifying injustices, starting with himself. He declared, "It is only right that I begin with myself." He examined all that he possessed, lands and wealth, and relinquished it all. Even when he looked at his ring, he remarked, "This was given to me by Al-Walid from what was not rightfully his, from the spoils of the Maghreb," and so he returned it. He divested himself of all that he owned from the state's allocations, including lands in Yamama, Al-Muqaddis, and Mount Al-Waz in Yemen, as well as Fadak. He returned it all to the Muslims, save for a single spring in Al-Suwaida, which he had personally developed from his own stipend. It yielded him an annual income of around 150 dinars, sometimes more, sometimes less. When he resolved to return all that he had received, he ordered that a public announcement be made, "Gather for prayer." He then ascended the pulpit, praised and glorified God, and said, "As for what follows, these people before me granted us gifts that neither we should have accepted nor they should have given. Now all that has come into my possession is an accountability before God, and I have returned it. I have begun with myself and my household." Then he commanded his servant Muzahim to read aloud the records of these grants documents that had been collected in a casket. Muzahim read each document one by one, and Umar took them and cut them to pieces with his own hands until nothing remained. Next he turned to his wife, Fatima bint Abd al-Malik, who possessed precious jewels her father had gifted her, gems, the likes of which were rarely seen. He said to her, "Choose, either return these ornaments to the public treasury, or permit me to separate from you, for I cannot bear to live in the same house with them." She replied, No, I choose you, O Commander of the Faithful, over these and over far more if I had them." Thus he ordered that the jewels be sent to the treasury of the Muslims. When Umar passed away and Yazid ibn Abd al-Malik succeeded him, he said to his sister Fatima, "If you wish, I can return your jewels to you." She responded, "Never. I relinquished them willingly in Umar's lifetime. Shall I now reclaim them after his death? By God, never." When Yazid saw her resolve, he distributed the jewels among his family. But Umar ibn Abd al-Aziz did not content himself with relinquishing his own possessions. He even compelled the Umayyads to relinquish the wealth they had unjustly acquired and return it to its rightful owners. It is related that a Christian man from Homs came to Umar and said, "O Commander of the Faithful, I seek judgment by the Book of God." Umar asked, "And what is your grievance?" The man replied, "Abbas ibn al-Walid ibn Abd al-Malik has usurped my land." Abbas, who was present, responded, "But the Commander of the Faithful al-Walid granted it to me and wrote me a decree." Umar then asked the Christian, "What do you say?" The man replied, "O Commander of the Faithful, I seek judgment by the Book of God." Umar said, "Indeed, the Book of God is worthier of being followed than the decree of al-Walid. O Abbas, return the land to him." And so it was returned. And al-Walid ibn Abd al-Malik had a son named Ru, who had grown up in the desert and had thus become like a Bedouin. One day some Muslims came to Umar disputing with Ru over some shops in Homs that had belonged to them, but had been granted to him by his father Al-Walid. Umar said to him, "Return the shops to their rightful owners." But Ru replied, "They are mine by the decree of Al-Walid." Umar said, "What good is Al-Walid's decree to you? The shops belong to them. They have provided clear evidence of their ownership. Leave them to their rightful owners." So Ru left, accompanied by the man from Homs, but in his anger he threatened him. The man returned to Umar and said, "By God, O Commander of the Faithful, he is threatening me." Umar then called upon Ka'b ibn Hamid, who was among his guards, and said to him, "Go to Ru, O Ka'b. If he relinquishes the shops, then so be it. But if he refuses, bring me his head." News of this reached Ru, and his heart trembled with fear. Then Ka'b approached him, having already drawn his sword an inch from its sheath, and said, "Rise and leave the shops to their owners." Ru immediately replied, "Yes, yes," and he relinquished them without delay. People continued to bring their grievances to Umar, and he did not allow a single injustice to remain unaddressed. Whenever an injustice was brought before him, whether committed by himself or by someone else, he restored the rights to their owners. He even took back the wealth that had wrongfully come into the hands of the Banu Marwan and others. He did not demand absolute proof from those who had suffered oppression, but rather, when he recognized the injustice, he returned what had been taken from them. He knew well the misdeeds of the governors before him, and it is said that he exhausted the treasury of Iraq in his quest to redress grievances, sending funds from Syria to make amends. Now it had been ordered by Sulayman ibn Abd al-Malik that Anbasa ibn Sa'id ibn al-Az, who belonged to the Umayyad house, be granted 20,000 dinars. The sum had passed through the various departments of the treasury until it reached the Bureau of Seals, where all that remained was for it to be disbursed. But before the amount could be claimed, Sulayman passed away. Anbasa was a close friend of Umar ibn Abd al-Aziz, so he went to speak with him about the matter. When he arrived, he found the Banu Umayya gathered at Umar's door, waiting for permission to enter and plead their own affairs. When they saw Anbasa, they said among themselves, "Let us wait and see what happens to him before we present our own petitions." So Anbasa entered and said, "O Commander of the Faithful, Sulayman, may God show him mercy, had ordered that I be granted 20,000 dinars. The amount had reached the Bureau of Seals and was on the verge of being disbursed. But he passed away before I could receive it. You, O Commander of the Faithful, are more entitled to complete this benevolence towards me, for what lies between you and me is greater than what lay between me and Sulayman." Umar asked, "How much is the sum?" He replied, 20,000 dinars. Umar said, 20,000 dinars could sustain 4,000 households among the Muslims, and yet you would have me give them to a single man. By God, I have no way to grant this. Anbasa, in frustration, threw down the document that bore the decree. But Umar said to him, "No harm will come to you if you keep it. Perhaps one bolder than I in handling this wealth might one day grant it to you." So Anbasa picked it up and left. When he rejoined the Banu Umayya, he informed them of what had transpired. They said, "There is nothing left for us after this. Return to him and ask him at least to grant us permission to leave for the provinces." So Anbasa went back and said, "O Commander of the Faithful, your kinsmen are at your door. They ask that you allow what was given to them by your predecessors to continue." Umar replied, "By God, this wealth is not mine to give, nor do I have any way to grant it." Anbasa then said, "O Commander of the Faithful, at least grant them permission to depart to the lands." Umar said, "They may go wherever they wish. I have granted them leave." Anbasa asked, "And I as well?" Umar said, "Yes, you too have my permission. But I advise you to stay, for you are a man of keen judgment. I am selling the estate of Sulayman, and perhaps you may purchase from it something that will bring you profit in place of what you have lost." So Anbasa remained and bought from Sulayman's estate for 100,000 dinars. He then took his goods to Iraq and sold them for 200,000 dinars. Meanwhile, he kept the decree he had received earlier. When Umar passed away and Yazid ibn Abd al-Malik took the throne, Anbasa presented to him the document bearing Sulayman's decree. Yazid honoured it and granted him the sum. Then Umar gathered the Banu Marwan and said to them, "You have been granted a great share of wealth and honour. I estimate that half, if not 2/3 of the wealth of this Ummah is in your hands. Return to the people what is rightfully theirs, and do not force me to do what I dislike, lest I compel you to what you despise." But none among them answered him. So he said, "Speak!" One of them replied, "By God, we will not surrender what has come into our possession from our forefathers, impoverishing our sons and dishonouring our ancestors, until our heads are severed from our bodies." Umar said, "By God, were it not that you might incite rebellion against me by those whose rights I am seeking to restore, I would have humbled your faces at once. But I fear discord among the people. Yet if God grants me life, I swear by him that I shall restore to every rightful owner his due, God willing."